Testing, testing. One, two, three.
Good morning, MJ.
Good morning,
We can hear
everyone.
you. Can you hear us?
Oh, yes, I can.
Excellent.
Okay, have a
Thank
good
you.
morning. You're welcome.
Okay.
Bye.
I don't know how that happened.
order. Hello and good morning, everyone. As a seventh generation settler on my father's side and second generation settler on my mother's side, it's always a welcome opportunity to be able to recognize the lands on which we are gathered. From time immemorial, diverse Indigenous nations have stewarded these lands, including the Nehewak, Nehewiniwak, Nakota Iska, Denisalina, and Nitsitsapi. Many more First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples have gathered, traded, and celebrated on this land for generations. This place also forms part of the Métis homeland within the Otipemswak Métis government. Edmonton is also home to one of the largest Inuit communities south of the 60th parallel. The signing of Treaty Number 6 in 1886-87 created a foundation of good relations, welcoming peoples to this area from around the world. Today, Edmonton carries on this tradition of welcoming peoples from many nations as we continue to live into the spirit and intent of treaty. I'm pleased to be joined by my committee colleagues, Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
And Councillor Paquette, who is traveling on city business, so may not be with us at this moment, and Mayor Knack. Online and maybe joining us a bit later. Also joined in chambers by our colleagues, Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
And online we have Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning, Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
And that is all for now. If I've missed anyone, please let me know. Thank you. Before we consider today's agenda, I'll ask all members of council present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. A pecuniary interest exists when an item could monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member, and a conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. I move the adoption agenda of the Urban Planning Committee meeting on June 9th, 2026.
Wonderful. Any questions? If not, please vote.
Yes.
Oh, Mayor Knack, you're very quiet. I think I heard you say yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack.
Sorry.
There you are. That's better. Thanks.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. For the approval of the minutes, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move item 1.5, the approval of the minutes. That's from the May 12th, 2026 Urban Planning Committee.
Wonderful. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. I'm not aware of any protocol items today. No? So we'll move on then to selecting items for debate, if colleagues would like to sign on. I know we've got speakers on quite a few, so I can select 7, 1, 2, and 3, 8, 1, 7, 4, and 7, 5. Any others?
I'll select 7-4.
Selected, but you select. You can select it.
No.
That's
Just
great.
making sure. And then, did somebody get 8-1?
Yeah,
Okay.
but happy to defer to you for
Nope,
those
nope,
ones.
nope, just making sure.
Great. Seeing no other selection, seeing no other selections, we'll vote on items not selected. I'll move that. So please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Madam Clerk, could you read back what we have accomplished this morning?
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. Urban Planning Committee has approved the recommendations in the following reports without debate. Item 5.1, Indigenous engagement within the Northern Saskatchewan River Area Redevelopment Plan area with a revised due date of July 2nd, 2026. Item 5.2, options and implications of potential district plan changes to secondary corridors with a revised due date of July 2nd, 2026. Item 5.3, transit-oriented development incentive program options and analysis with a revised due date of July 2nd, 2026. Item 7.6, intermunicipal development plans and intermunicipal collaboration frameworks update and authorization, council approval required. And item 7.7, bylaw 21505, semi-annual amendments to speed zones, bylaw 6894, amendment number 74 to bylaw 6894, council approval required.
Wonderful. Well, that is a lot accomplished, but still quite a full agenda ahead with many speakers who we're lucky to have join us today. Councillor Clark, wondering if you can put forward our requested speakers for consideration.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. Sure thing. So we've got a pretty packed agenda with speakers, so I will go over the list of all the speakers that we have on the list right now. So for 7.1, Safe Mobility Strategy, our first speaker is Cassandra Lakuska. I believe that's remote. Our second speaker is Hannah Hamilton with the Alberta Motor Association in person. Keenan Hawkswell, remote. Tim Questenglasser, it's in person. Number 5, Connor Barry in person. Ryan Jakes, Pass for People, believe that's remote. Aaron Budnick, YAG by Coalition, and that is in person. Cairburn Singh, and that is in person. And that's 8. So that's for item 7.1. Nothing for 7.2. 7. The cross-reference. Okay, so they're all cross-referenced. So that's for 1, 2, and 3. And then if we go to 8.1, so high-frequency transit routes and associated on-street parking, Aaron Budnick with the YG Bike Coalition in person, Ryan Jakes with Pass for People. And then if we go to 7.4, Southwest River Valley Trail completion, Christine Archibald with the River Valley Alliance in person, Kyle Sholey, remote, Phil Keskra with the River Valley Alliance in person, Aaron Budnick, YAG Bike Coalition in person. And then our last one for speakers is 7.5, updates to the term of reference for statutory plans, Bladen Dipple for Build Edmonton Metro Remote, and Kaylin Anderson with Build Edmonton Metro Remote. Those are the speakers.
Thank you very much. Please vote on hearing from those speakers.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Are you able to let us know verbally if that passed?
Yes, Chair Stevenson, the vote passed 4-0.
Great, thank you. Seeing no request for time specific on the agenda, so that will bring us to our first item, 7.1. I'll invite the delegation to make their way up, and we'll start with the presentation. Thank you. Whenever you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Caitlin Zarabeski. I'm the branch manager for Parks and Road Services. With me today is Jessica Lamar, Director of Safe Mobility, and our senior members of our team, Tazul Islam, Sharon Loti, and Jordana Culture. This report presents the Safe Mobility Strategy 2027 to 2030, which has been designed to support Council's road safety priority and advance the city plan. Today, we're going to discuss what's included in that strategy, the implementation options for your consideration. I'll pass this over to Jessica, who's now going to walk you through the rest of the presentation.
Oh, she's going to rock you through the presentation too. Good morning, folks. Vision Zero is Edmonton's long-term commitment to eliminating traffic-related fatalities and serious injuries. Edmonton adopted Vision Zero in 2015 and was the first Canadian municipality to do so. To this day, we continue to be a leader in North America in successful implementation of Vision Zero programming. This is now the third road safety strategy brought forward under that commitment, and it was built to reflect how Edmonton's traffic safety environment continues to evolve. The challenge today is not the same challenge we were facing 10 years ago. While our city has grown considerably, traffic collision volumes remain below levels we've experienced historically. Next slide, please. If population growth were the primary driver, we would expect overall collision numbers to be increasing as well. Instead, what we're seeing is a shift in the severity of outcomes, and that finding fundamentally shaped the strategy before you today. To reduce serious injuries and fatalities, we need to keep improving our understanding of where the most severe collisions occur, what factors contribute to them, and how we can intervene before serious harm happens. It also means continuing to focus on the roads, intersections, and conditions where people face the greatest risk of harm. That way, the investments and actions are directed where they can have the greatest impact. In 2025, Edmonton recorded 32 traffic-related fatalities, the highest annual total since Vision Zero was adopted. Behind every one of those numbers is a person, a family, and a community affected by that loss. The challenge before us is not simply reducing the number of collisions. It's reducing the likelihood that a mistake, a conflict, or a moment of inattention results in a life-altering outcome. As a result, the Safe Mobility Strategy places greater emphasis on severity, risk prediction, and proactive intervention, not just responding to locations after serious injuries or serious collisions have occurred. Severe collisions are not distributed evenly across the city. Next slide, please. They are concentrated in specific environments and conflict types. In 2025, 83% of fatal and serious injury collisions occurred on arterial roads. Of that, a significant concentration of severe outcomes are occurring at intersections, particularly where left turn conflicts exist. Given this, the strategy places greater emphasis on arterial roads and intersections to address where the greatest concentration of serious harm occurs. While efficiency at signalized intersections is a key consideration, designing for vulnerable road user safety is of primary concern. People walking, cycling, and rolling face a disproportionate risk of severe outcomes at these locations. Next slide. Driver behavior continues to be one of the largest contributors to severe collisions. Drivers are identified as at fault in approximately 86% of crashes, with excessive speed remaining a significant contributor to fatal outcomes. Since provincial changes to automated enforcement, we have also observed significant increases in higher risk speeding behavior. The number of vehicles traveling 20 to 29 kilometers per hour over the speed limit increased by 134% at monitored locations, while vehicles traveling more than 30 kilometers per hour over the limit increased by 128%. These are not minor fluctuations in travel speed. These are the types of speed increases that materially increase the likelihood of tragedy. We partnered with the University of Alberta to better understand these trends, and they've shared that their predictive analysis indicates that these increases would not have occurred if automated enforcement had remained in place. In fact, the analysis suggests speeds would likely have continued the downward trend observed over the past several years with consistent enforcement. The evidence we've reviewed is just part of what we put together to help shape the approach being proposed today. Risk doesn't look the same everywhere in Edmonton. The places where serious injuries and fatalities occur are often different from the places where residents tell us that they're feeling unsafe. And both of those places matter. That's why this work combines safety data, emerging risk indicators, and what we hear directly from Edmontonians. The goal of the work is simple: to take action sooner, focus resources where they can have the greatest impact, and prevent crashes before they happen. The safety challenges on a residential street aren't the same as the challenges around a school or at a busy intersection. Different places require different solutions. Organizing the work around neighborhoods, schools, and arterials and intersections helps ensure we're solving the right problems in the right places. It also helps focus that investment where it can make the biggest difference for people who use those spaces every day. While the overall goal remains the same, the tools and approaches needed to improve safety are often very different depending on the environment. Road safety considerations start long before a collision happens. Achieving Vision Zero requires collaboration every time we design a new community, build something new, renew existing infrastructure, or respond to emerging issues. For example, the new Complete Streets design and construction standards have incorporated stronger Vision Zero principles at the outset to guide new community development. And administration has been proactively working with developers and industry experts to provide implementation support for these new standards. This helps design for safety from day one rather than requiring future retrofits. Vision Zero is also deeply integrated in the work of neighborhood renewal. In the future, administration will look for additional opportunities to leverage renewal activities, like microsurfacing, to identify projects where traffic calming can also be installed. This integration enables today's safety standards to be reflected when we're replacing our aging infrastructure. For Edmonton, identifying every opportunity to further Vision Zero throughout the transportation life cycle is especially important because much of our network was built decades ago and wasn't designed to today's safety standards. Upgrading and modernizing existing streets through retrofit remains one of the biggest opportunities we have to improve safety citywide. And the programs we're walking through today are focused on that retrofit scope, which is work led by city operations. Often, the first sign of a problem isn't a collision. It's residents telling us that they don't feel safe crossing the streets, parents raising concerns about speeding while their children are playing in front of the house, or neighbors reporting recurring issues. Responding to those concerns earlier helps prevent larger problems from developing over time. This work includes prioritizing areas outside of the neighborhood renewal program to install measures such as traffic calming and crossing improvements that make neighborhood streets easier and safer to use. The majority of residential problem locations identified through crash data and resident concerns are now in newly developed neighborhoods. These areas haven't typically been prioritized through previous programs given the age of the infrastructure. However, a need exists to reflect today's safety standards regardless of when the community was developed. In future, the new Complete Streets design and construction standards will help to address this gap. For residents, this program will mean safer crossings, slower vehicle speeds, and more comfortable streets for people of all ages and abilities. Major roads and intersections play a critical role in moving people and goods across the city, but they can also create more complex interactions among road users. Improving safety in these environments is one of the greatest opportunities we have to reduce the likelihood of serious injury and death. Signalized intersections provide some of our most flexible opportunities for improvement. Through this program, we can literally open the electrical cabinets and adjust how intersections operate to address specific safety concerns, while also continuing to support efficient movement throughout the network. In practical terms, that means we could be adding protected left turn signals to reduce severe angle collisions, adjusting signal timing to reduce conflicts between different road users, improving crosswalks so people have more time and visibility to cross, and redesigning intersections where recurring conflicts put people at risk. School areas bring together large numbers of children, families, buses, cyclists, pedestrians, and drivers in a very short period of time. Many schools are also seeing more students in personal vehicles than the surrounding transportation infrastructure was originally designed to accommodate. This can create congestion, confusion, and safety concerns during pickup and drop-off periods, often leaving school staff to manage transportation issues beyond their core responsibilities. Previous school safety programs focused primarily on elementary schools, leaving many junior high and high school locations without direct safety improvements. This program takes a citywide approach, supporting schools with students of all ages, and recognizes that each location has unique safety challenges. Depending on the needs of each location, improvements may include traffic calming measures, crossing improvements, changes to pickup and drop-off operations, parking adjustments, one-way conversions, and other site-specific measures that help reduce conflicts and improve safety for everyone moving through the space. At its core, this is about helping students get to and from school safely, reducing conflicts between people walking, cycling, and driving, and giving people confidence in the routes that they use every day. Vision Zero emphasizes that infrastructure improvements alone aren't enough to achieve our safety goal. Traffic safety also depends on the decisions that people make every day. Communications play an important role in helping people understand risks, changes being made in their communities, and how they can contribute to safer outcomes. We also know that people are more likely to support safety improvements when they understand why they are being made. Continuing to improve that connection between the work we do and the experiences people have in their communities remains a critical component for successful strategy implementation. Enforcement is an important part of a comprehensive approach to traffic safety. It is one of several tools used to influence driver behavior and reduce high-risk actions such as excessive speeding. Administration has been pursuing opportunities to return enforcement in line with the Government of Alberta's Automated Traffic Enforcement Guideline. Between November 2025 and January of this year, administration submitted 8 applications seeking approval to return speed on green enforcement at locations that meet and exceed provincial requirements. While the province continues to publicly identify exemptions as an available option, administration has been advised that those applications will not be reviewed until at least September 26, and that additional changes to the exemption criteria are likely forthcoming. As a result, additional application preparation has been paused until there is greater clarity regarding the process and future requirements. We are diversifying our data sources to support more proactive, predictive analysis in order to better understand risk across the mobility system. This includes active mode and GPS-based movement data, commuter travel patterns, demographic and socioeconomic information. And that helps to show us different users' experience and how they're moving through the transportation network. Resident concerns are a key source of safety data as well. Enhancements to 311 options are currently being made to improve how concerns are reported, tracked, and incorporated into decision-making. The goal is to easily enable Edmontonians to shape this work by sharing their experience. Finally, the strategy reinforces the importance of advocacy and partnerships, including continued collaboration with the University of Alberta, the Edmonton Police Service, provincial ministries, community organizations, and other municipalities. Ultimately, better information, stronger partnerships, and more responsive processes help us identify risks earlier and take action sooner. Administration engaged with community organizations, advocacy groups, accessibility partners, and school boards during the development of the Safe Mobility Strategy. The quotes on this slide reflect some of the themes that emerged through engagement and helped to validate the strategic direction of the strategy. Feedback broadly reinforced support for Vision Zero, safe systems principles, and the overall direction of the strategy. We also consistently heard concerns around arterial and intersection safety and growing school area pressures. Feedback often focused on what progress looks like, with a desire to see increased pace of improvements from current service levels. Those themes helped shape both the strategic framework and the implementation options that are presented today. This report presents 2 implementation scenarios that reflect different levels of investment and different timelines for delivering improvements. Both scenarios continue improving safety across the city. The difference is the pace and the extent of implementation. Scenario 1 leverages the current level of operating funding dedicated to the safe mobility section, while continuing targeted expansion of safety improvements at high-risk locations across the network through capital funding. Approximately $74 million in capital funding is required for Scenario 1. Scenario 2 accelerates delivery, reflecting full implementation of the Safe Mobility Strategy in 2027 to 2030. This would mean more comprehensive improvements citywide at all known locations. This scenario requires approximately $150 million in capital funding and additional approximate $5 million annually for operating costs. Historically, automated enforcement revenue funded Edmonton's traffic safety work through the Traffic Safety Automated Enforcement Reserve, otherwise known as TASER. Provincial changes have fundamentally changed that funding model. In 2019, the city's share of automated enforcement revenue was $56 million. In 2026, we estimate that number to be approximately $5 million. As those revenues have declined, the fiscal gap has been filled through tax levy. Looking forward, future safe mobility investments will require both operating and capital funding and will need to be considered through the city's standard budget prioritization process versus funded directly through TASER revenue. This means a motion to bring forward funding packages to budget deliberations is required in order to enable Vision Zero programming in 2027 to 2030. If no motion is made, there is no funding available in TASER to support this work. Throughout this presentation, we've talked about the data, trends, program design, and implementation options. But ultimately, this work is about people. It's about Edmonton. No one should feel like they have to risk their life walking to school, driving to work, riding a bike, taking transit, or crossing the street. The evidence shows that serious harm is not random. It is concentrated, it is predictable, and in many cases, it is preventable. That gives us an opportunity and a responsibility to focus our efforts where they can make the greatest difference. This scalable path forward is designed to help move Edmonton closer to Vision Zero while allowing Council to determine the pace of implementation through budget direction. Thank you very much. We look forward to your questions after speakers.
Thank you very much. We will now go to our public speakers. So before I call you up to take part, just wanted to remind everyone who may be unfamiliar with the process about how this works. For each item, apologies. So speakers will be heard in panels, and each speaker will have 5 minutes to present. The clerk will run the official timer in the meeting room, and it will be displayed in the virtual meeting. The light will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. As mentioned, we have quite a few speakers, so I'll be quite strict on that timing. When everyone in your panel has had a chance to present, members of council may ask you questions of you or other panel members. So again, after you've spoken, please don't go anywhere as there may be follow-up questions. If you're participating virtually, please mute your microphone when you're not speaking. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, you can reach out to the Office of the City Clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration. If you're here in person, City staff will guide you to your seat when it is time for your panel. I also just want to remind everyone of the expectations we have for respectful discourse in these chambers. These expectations apply to both in-person and virtual attendees. Hearing from the public is an important part of our council's process so that we know the full diversity of opinions that exist in our community. As meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, city employees, and members of the public. Disrespectful comments, including those directed at individual staff members or other speakers, profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping, or political campaigning will not be tolerated. In addition, use of the raise hand feature, chat, emoticon response, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meeting are not permitted. I will direct the clerk to have security remove anyone violating these expectations. Once removed, you will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting, but it is being live streamed and everyone is welcome to watch online. And so with that, with those clear expectations set out, I'll call forward our panel on item 7.1. So Cassandra Lucusta, are you here?
I am. Good morning, committee.
Good morning. Next, we'll hear from, you know what? Yeah, I'll just make sure everyone's here. Hannah Hamilton from the Alberta.
I'm online.
You're online. Thank you. Keaton Hawkswell.
Present.
Excellent. Tim Querengesser. Hello. Connor Berry. Hello. Ryan Jakes.
Good morning.
Good morning. Aaron Budnick. Not with us. Karen Bear Singh. So not-
Chair Stevenson, we also have one additional speaker that is registered to speak if committee wishes to make a motion to approve. It is for Rachel Bembridge, who is attending remotely.
Great. Well, I'll move that motion that we add Rachel Bembridge to our list. Please vote, colleagues.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Johns. We're just loading the vote. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Wonderful. We'll get started with our first speaker then. Over to you, Cassandra, for 5 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to speak more on lived experience in the city when it comes to existing outside of a vehicle and how, well, what the Safe Mobility team has presented is fantastic. I don't know if it's going to go far enough when it comes to things like enforcement or some of the crossing plans that they've talked about. While advanced lefts or secure lefts are great, that means that the vehicles are only the people in the intersection. They're the only ones proceeding through. Amazing. I've almost been hit so many times walking through or cycling through some of the protected intersections in the city. I've had to have my head on a swivel because the drivers aren't doing their left turns only on their protected ones. It's a case of it's not going far enough. We're not getting that enforcement at the intersections that we should be getting. And as the stats that they showed earlier, it's not enough. So I think we need to start looking at more of that built environment and trying to think about how people move through the city outside of a vehicle. A lot of the plans that were presented are very vehicular designed, getting people through intersections in the cars versus the pedestrians, those kind of items. I do support all the items, most of the items. I'm so sorry, it's a little early in the morning today. But yes, it's great. I love the ideas. I just think we need to go further. I think we need to have more measured feedback and a few more raised crossings and more protected intersections. I'm going to cut my time there, as unfortunately that's about all I really wanted to say, was just how scary it is to be in an intersection as a squishy human when the cars are turning left and they're not paying attention to the intersection. So I will yield the rest of my time.
Great. Thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it. Next, we'll hear from Hannah Hamilton.
Good morning, councillors. I know a lot of you. Good to see you again. My name is Hannah Hamilton, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Alberta Motor Association. As many of you know, we're a not-for-profit organization of over 1 million members across the province, accounting for more than 1/3 of Albertan households. In the Edmonton region, we represent over 230,000 members. We are currently in our centennial year, celebrating a full century of Albertans protecting Albertans. And we're not here today as an observer, we are here as partners. Sorry, I have a cold, so it's kind of hard to breathe. AMA was named as one of the community organizations that helps shape this strategy, and we're really proud of that role. I'm going to talk a bit first about what we support. So what really resonates with us in this plan, because these elements deserve to be prioritized and protected as the strategy moves to implementation. First, the shift to a place-based framework is really important. That strategy rightly recognizes that risk looks different in a school zone than it does on an arterial corridor, and that one-size-fits-all approach cannot address that complexity. We strongly support this. The school safety program, in particular, with its emphasis on site-specific retrofit plans, built around actual drop-off and pickup patterns and observed driver behavior, really reflects the practical community-level thinking that we have long advocated for. Secondly, the recognition that near misses are a leading cause of serious harm, an indicator of serious harm, and not a footnote. We know that near misses happen every single day on our roads, but because often no one is hurt, they get dismissed as nothing. This strategy notes that 85% of collision-involved residents also experienced a near miss in the prior year, and that collision data alone underrepresents how serious this is occurring. That really aligns with our own findings. Near misses are collisions that almost happen, and treating them as early warning signs and building the infrastructure data around them is exactly the kind of forward-looking approach that Vision Zero requires. We believe this strongly enough that we're actually funding our own study this spring with Mio Vision, looking at where risk is building in school zones across Edmonton and Calgary. We're observing this problem not from the outside, but we're investing in the data to help solve it. Thirdly, the strategy's treatment of driver behavior as a cultural and societal problem and not just an enforcement one. The traffic safety culture study cited in the strategy confirms what AMA sees in our own research that we conduct every year. 3/4 of drivers consider themselves better than average. That self-perception is the root cause of normalized speeding, distracted driving, and the failure to yield. We're really glad to see that this strategy is acknowledging that changing roads alone is not enough, and that communication, engagement, and behavior change are named as system enablers alongside engineering and enforcement. And finally, the partnerships and shared responsibility enabler. AMA was named as a community partner in the development of this strategy, and we take that really seriously. We're committed to continuing that role as partners in implementation. What we would love to see more of as you move the strategy forward is that the evidence is urgent. 32 fatalities in 2025 was speeding up sharply. This data tells a story of a city where roads are getting more dangerous for the people who are least protected: pedestrians, cyclists, and children on their way to school. We encourage you to let the urgency of that shape the pace of implementation. The strategy presents two scenarios. We are backing scenario 2, full implementation, not because the ambition is impressive, but because the gap between scenario 1 and scenario 2 represents real locations, real crosswalks, and real risk that will go unaddressed for another 4 years. We would really encourage council to treat that gap as a documented safety deficit and not a line item to be deferred. I would also gently encourage the city to examine where process is slowing action. A new city that needs flashing beacons at a crosswalk, a new school that needs flashing beacons at a crosswalk does not require an engineering assessment as though it were a major arterial redesign. Some engineering solutions should be just standard because we know that they work. This strategy speaks well to integrating that safety into plan renewal, and my time is running out, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us this morning. Next, we'll hear from Keaton Hawkswell.
Hello. I'm here to show my support for full funding. However, like the report outlined, Council has the ability to shift the focus and prioritize specific interventions. It is great that this report acknowledges that arterials and intersections are dangerous and should be the focus of safe mobility interventions. However, I do not believe that this plan is correctly attuned to the needs of vulnerable road users. Council should require that protected left turns be implemented where shared use paths are forced across arterial intersections. Shared use paths create unique safety challenges as drivers focus on oncoming traffic and far too often fail to anticipate people outside of a vehicle. Traffic patterns should not be the only consideration on where to implement protected left turns. We should also ask the Safe Mobility team to better integrate their work with the bike plan. Vision Zero Street Labs should seamlessly integrate with the network and bring shared streets up to the current standard. It is unfortunate to see areas like Grosvenor, which undergo a Street Labs project, and then a few years later need additional active mobility infrastructure. In Crestwood, a Safe Schools project now forces a shared street to abruptly end at a one-way road. We should not repeat this pattern citywide. Next, it is great that this report highlights the importance of public input and shows the rising number of 311 requests for safe infrastructure. However, it is currently too difficult to report dangerous infrastructure. It should be an option on the app. You should not have to sit on hold for 15 minutes to make a report. It should be as easy as reporting a pothole or graffiti. The Vision Zero dashboard is another good idea, but is too broad. The Safe Mobility team should provide specific data to show how effective the different interventions are. Is a protected left turn safer than a leading pedestrian interval? Does a pedestrian island or curb extension decrease speeding more than the other? We need to know this if we actually want to reach Vision Zero. Finally, beyond this individual budget question, we need to review the Complete Streets guideline, focusing on improving arterials and intersections. Specifically, we should prioritize enhancing shared use paths, especially as the province restricts the use of safer infrastructure. The guidelines need to mandate safety, not just suggest it. Hopefully, this committee will vote in favor of option 2. It aligns with Council's strategic principles and is a step towards the promise of zero fatalities on our roads. Full funding also represents a unique opportunity to shift the culture by calming traffic citywide. We won't have to pick which schools or neighborhoods deserve safe streets. That was just my presented statement, but I'd just like to make a personal note that I've really appreciated the Safe Mobility team in any personal interactions I've had. And I found that they mostly want to do the work and are limited either by funding or by the Complete Streets guidelines. I've had really great interactions, and there's been a number of intersections where I've requested that safety improvements be made, and they have told me that it is just not in the budget, which is especially disheartening because there was one intersection crossing the White Mud where I reported that there was a very dangerous turn along a shared use path where I'd almost been hit multiple times. And about a month ago, I witnessed a teenager who was hit by a car in the exact situation that I reported. This accident would not have occurred if the city had simply implemented a protected left turn, which I believe could have been as simple as something switched on the controls. It would not have needed any new lanes or infrastructure. It would have just been a sign and a simple switch, and it likely would have saved this person a trip to the hospital. I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us and reminding us of the importance of this work. Next, we have Tim Querengesser in person. You can come to the microphone over here. You can adjust the height of the desk as you'd like. You can even sit if you'd prefer. I believe there might be an on button that you need to push there on the microphone itself at the base.
We will manage the microphone.
Okay, everyone can hear me?
Yep, you're good to go.
And go. Okay, good morning. Nice to see you all. Councillor Jans and I ran into each other in a bike lane, so, you know, on theme. I have a presentation. I'm hoping that can come up. It has some pictures that I'd like to share.
Sure, we'll just pause your time while we pull that up.
Okay, I'll start again. So my name's Tim Querengesser. I'm a resident of Bonnie Doon. And next slide. As you can see, I've been involved in this conversation for quite a while. Kind of ages me, but I was here when we talked about 40 kilometers per hour. I was here when we talked about wayfinding. And I'm here to regularly go on the bike bus and change how our biking culture in the city. So I'm kind of here for it all, good or bad. Next slide. So I've been trying to set up safer streets for a while, and here's where I live. And you're looking at an intersection, and there are red arrows, so I'll explain what we're looking at. So it's my house in Bonnie Doon. I moved here in 2021. Immediately felt overwhelmed by the volume of short-cutting drivers at this intersection. Trucks, squealing tires, blaring horns, rush hours, wild speed. I found that many others in the neighborhood were also experiencing this. in this picture, 3 things are different today than they were in 2021. I've added arrows. We have a stop sign. The city quietly installed this one day, no explanation. It routinely gets hit and has to be replaced. It's fun to watch. And we have 2 curb extensions to narrow the street to 1 lane. Next slide. Oh, sorry, if we could go back. Also pictured is some FOIP data. So this explains my frustration, and this is what we're going to get into. My interactions with the city on this challenge really resulted in very little kind of clear dialogue and information. So I just went right to the source. I know how to FOIP. I got my information. The data shows that we have a problem at our intersection. So it shows some radically high vehicle volumes on residential streets. Next slide. So I want to share our story with what is called a street lab or street labs project. So our neighborhood engaged the city engaged us on a street labs project to make some changes in the neighborhood. And this began in 2021, most kind of formally in 2022. And here's where we were at that time. We were optimistic, collaborative, and hopeful. Here's a picture of my son walking through that same intersection. He's 2, carrying a balloon. We don't do this without someone with him. It's not safe. Next slide. Here's where we're at 5 years later. Our neighborhood has several curb extensions, including beside my house. You see that at 88 Ave in the picture. Traffic diverters to limit shortcutting drivers were installed, then removed because some expressed frustration. Most of what we asked for, speed bumps, chicanes, better crosswalks, speed limit signs, all sorts of things, was essentially funneled through this Street Labs work and ultimately denied. Indeed, the final Street Labs report spoke of a bike lane coming in 2026, and I can't really get a straight answer on whether that's still happening or not. Next slide. So 5 years later, the problems remain. The relationship is challenging, the bike lane is not here, and the level of danger remains unacceptable. So here's pictures from exactly where we're talking about. My son was nearly crushed by a driver who blew through an intersection 2 months ago. Could have been exactly what you've been hearing from your speakers today. Another stat. Is anyone concerned enough to act? Has working with Street Labs and the city helped us? The red truck's driver on the right there sped through our neighborhood daily, and I ran out and tried to stop him, and then he crashed into a tree right beside a daycare. So had the tree not been there, we could have had a nice headline. Next slide. That's why I want to share this as a cautionary tale. And I just want to put it bluntly. Policy without delivery means broken trust. It means the city is not a reliable partner. So if you're thinking about scenario 2 and full implementation, I would say let's think about scenario 3. Let's really question why we're not seeing outcomes that we want to see. And I want to share the experience that we didn't feel the city had our backs. We didn't feel that the city was enabled or empowered to make the changes that we asked for. I'm sure everyone wanted to make changes, but it just hasn't felt like the budget's there, the policies are there, that sort of thing. I'd like to share what our neighborhood has shared with me to try to bring to you today, but it is too numerous, so I'd hope that I could share that either offline or in person at another time. And next slide. And just where we're at today is just questions without answers. Are we getting the bike lane? Are we satisfied with this outcome? Should we give up? And next slide. Some basically reiterating the idea that we need to think about how to make the policy act, not just kind of please ourselves with good policies. Next slide. And some questions to ask. And I'm out of time.
Thank you very much. We'll go next to Connor Berry. Thank you. Come up to the podium.
Is anything else necessary?
Sorry, all set to go when you are.
All right, thank you. As someone who walks, bikes, and drives through the city, I think that it is very important to fund road safety improvements, and I am strongly in favor of option 2. But the current safe mobility plan is inadequate, and I don't think it will lead to 0 deaths. I would like to highlight the gaps in the arterial section. In the city's safe mobility report, they indicated that 81% of fatal and serious injury collisions occur on arterial roads, and that 37% of fatal and serious injury crashes occurred at signalized intersections. However, while it is important that we address the concerns at signalized intersections, 37% isn't the whole of all collisions. A lot of those collisions are still happening at either unsignalized intersections or in between intersections along arterial roads. To show like the problems with this approach, I'll share an example from my ride here. I live in Pehesewin, and to get here I biked on 23rd Ave, during which I continued on 23rd Ave across an unsignalized intersection between two shopping centers, like the accesses to those shopping centers. When I traversed it, first I had to negotiate with traffic turning right out of the shopping center, which didn't stop at the stop line and stopped in the middle of the crosswalk, which creates a difficult and agonizing challenge where I wonder if someone's going to stop or if I'll have to or if they'll crash into me. Then, while I'm negotiating with this right-turning traffic, I have to constantly shoulder check to make sure that traffic trying to turn into the shopping center won't barrel through me, because they're already focused on making sure that they're yielding to 4 lanes of traffic. It's a hard enough job. I drive myself. It's very much difficult to keep in mind that there could be pedestrians or cyclists crossing. And then, even if most of the time I can handle this, and I think maybe that the street is safe to cross, every couple of months, someone from the opposite shopping center crosses all the way across the road into the other shopping center, and even I'm not really paying attention to this because it's 9 lanes of traffic across. So the theme I want to take away from this is that even if, in the current Safe Mobility Plan, we implement all the solutions proposed at signalized intersections, we're still leaving behind these locations where there aren't any signalized intersections. And I think I would recommend taking a more physical approach to solving intersection safety, like maybe having curb extensions so that cyclists and pedestrians are more visible for drivers so that they have an easier time actually seeing people. Or in some cases, maybe getting rid of left turns where there's too much complexity to maintain high speeds. I know these actions will probably bring some frustration with people accustomed to turning left directly into the shopping center, and now they'll have to take a couple of rights and maybe a left. But I think that's worth it. We shouldn't prioritize convenience over safety. I will yield the rest of my time.
Great. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
Next up is Ryan Jakes joining us online.
Thank you, Chair Stevenson, and good morning, Urban Planning Committee, Council, and all other folks in attendance today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ryan Jakes, and I'm speaking on behalf of a group called Pass for People, a nonprofit organization that works to make Edmonton a friendlier place to walk, roll, and cycle. Overall, we are pleased with the new safe mobility strategy in that it says all the right things and correctly identifies the high-level approach to Vision Zero and the introduction of a data-informed, place-based approach that recognizes the outsized danger of intersections where speeds are high, turns are complex, and vulnerable road users are unprotected. But the implementation is what will bring all these words to life. We want to draw your attention to some key facets of the safe mobility strategy for your consideration. On page 22, it states that 86% of persons at fault are vehicle drivers, largely insulated from their actions in their heavy metal box. Meanwhile, on page 21, vulnerable road users account for approximately half of collisions resulting in fatalities and serious injuries. This is completely unacceptable, and we need to do better. On a fundamental level, drivers engage in risky driving behaviors, such as speeding because they personally feel safe enough to do so. Wider lanes, wider roads, wider sightlines, wider spaces next to the road, and a general prioritization of the throughput of mostly single occupancy cars. All of this gives drivers the perception that there's room for error and that their right-of-way is predominant. Also on page 21, 66% of cyclist fatalities and serious injuries occurred in areas more than 50 meters away from active transportation infrastructure. And in attachment 2, page 1, vulnerable road user injuries remain concentrated in central areas, including downtown, Garneau, and Old Strathcona. On page 26, 71% of drivers feel safe or somewhat safe, while only 54% of cyclists and 44% of pedestrians feel the same. Even if these numbers didn't translate into crashes, it is indicative of a general street safety culture that is broken. If this safety perception discrepancy remains, meaningful modal shift will be a dream. It makes people not want to walk, roll, and cycle in their communities and choose driving instead, even if it is unaffordable and inefficient. Another important area the Safe Mobility Strategy addresses is parking, everyone's favorite topic these days. On page 35, it identifies using targeted parking changes to improve sightlines, reduce conflicts at intersection and crossings, and support safer traffic flow. This is a big one from Pastoral People's perspective. In attachment 2 of item 7.3, we're also alarmed at the spike in section 5 and section 7 bylaw tickets relating to parking in or too close to a crosswalk. Decreased sightlines is dangerous for all users, but especially vulnerable road users, and is a major accessibility concern. Page 14 states that trends show an increase in severity associated with speeding and failure to comply with signals and right-of-way. I haven't really seen people blatantly ignoring protected left turns, similar to straight up running a red light mid-cycle. So there still seems to be significant value in protecting complex left turn movements, but there's a clear lack of respect for restricted right turns on red and other signaling. Such implementation also needs to be paired with in-person or, better yet, automated enforcement. Signaling is great, but other physical built-in infrastructure changes should be baked in as well, like protected intersections. That is one thing we wish was more explicit in the Safe Mobility Strategy, guidance on that fundamental built form and protected intersections to better protect vulnerable road users at the most dangerous location for them, intersections. We also want to share some quick numbers from our analysis of last year's 32 traffic-related fatalities. Of the 11 vulnerable road user fatalities, 8 pedestrians, 2 cyclists, and 1 e-scooter user, by all public accounts, speeding was a factor in 0 out of 11. 6 out of 11 involved left turns, and 8 of those were reasonably preventable by the city through safer infrastructure design. As well, 2 motorcyclists, 2 pedestrians, and 1 cyclist were killed in left on green turns at intersections that were already equipped with protected left turn phases. There's currently no Vision Zero metric that takes into account city control, so we're pleased to see the proportion of fatal crashes with conditions and causes the city has ability to control included as a more genuine key outcome measure of Vision Zero in this plan. But the proof of the safe mobility strategy will be in its implementation. We keep hearing from you, councillors, that traffic safety is one of the top things you hear about from Edmontonians. As such, city administration has provided you with a full picture budget and a great budget breakdown in attachments 3 and 4 of what is required to advance safe mobility on the ground in our neighborhoods, on our arterials, and at our intersections and near our schools. All things considered, we urge you to choose implementation scenario 2 to show your ward residents that street safety is a priority for you. Safe infrastructure requires significant investment, but the less fatalities, serious injuries, property damage, and improved quality of life will be well worth it. Thank you. Happy to take questions if available.
Thank you very much. Just confirming, were Aaron Budnick or Karen Bear Singh able to join us? No? Okay, then before we go to our other more recently added speaker, we're going to add a few more. So I'll just move that we hear on item 7.1 from Everett Horner, and then on item 7.2, 3, and 8.1, Jacob DeWong and Everett Horner, and on item 7.4, Raquel Farreau. So I will ask my colleagues to vote on hearing from those additional speakers.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Great. So we'll go next to Rachel Bembridge. Rachel, are you here online with us?
She has yet to join.
Okay. Has Everett Horner been able to join?
And he has yet to join.
Okay, well, I think we could start questions of the speakers we've heard from thus far, and if those two are able to join, we can hear from them before we go to city administration. So colleagues, please sign up if you have any questions for our speakers. Councillor Jans?
Thank you, everyone. We have as you can tell, a lot of speakers and a lot of things to get through today. So I do want to honor everyone, but don't know that we can get through it there. And I do think it's important to acknowledge this is a work in progress. I do want to ask Karen Gesser if you wouldn't mind jumping back to the mic. guess I have a bunch of notes from each of the different speakers, but my question is, I think I heard from everyone we need to keep advancing this work. I think I heard from everyone we need to keep funding this work. I think I heard from everybody that there's some real key issues like the left turns we were talking about. I think others, I was surprised right on red didn't come up more, but I guess you shared there was a couple things in there that you wanted to elaborate further on, and I was trying to get, the bike lane is certainly, we would need clarity on that, and that would be a huge help, but what would you like to see coming out of today's meeting?
I'd like to see a way we can build accountability into this system a bit more, and to really feel like the city is a partner. I biked here like some of the other speakers, the funicular's out. It's just a common thing. We need to feel, if we're going to change the mobility makeup of this city, how people get around, how they feel when they get around in those other modes that it isn't a car, that the city has their back, that the city's serious about this. And I guess what the message I was trying to kind of convey is that, it's not easy to create good policy, but it is easier than implementing or actioning, hate that word, putting into action good policy. And I think that that's what you're hearing from all of these speakers. Implementation is what we want, policy great, now let's make it happen. So what does that need? That needs some honest questions. That needs some honest reflection as to why we're not here. We started this in 2015. I was here during that discussion as well. Why aren't we where we set out to be 11 years later?
And do you think it's the policy steps are inadequate for a street like yours with so much shortcutting that really it doesn't require a couple flags? It requires probably a bunch of Jersey barriers. What is it? The interventions are inadequate and too modest and too Swiss cheese, or is it the you know what I mean? We're always trying to please everybody, and we're trying to make sure cars are happy and people are happy and birds are happy and ... Is it the budget? Is it, and when you say accountability, what would that mean for you? Is that open data on traffic? Is it open data on this? Is it a cop car outside your house? What are the things that we at this table can really leverage for long-term accountability here?
Well, who has to answer for why we're here 11 years later and you've seen a pretty flat line on the results? What accountability is there in the system then? It's one thing to create a policy, go around the world bragging that we were the first in Canada to implement it. It's another thing to kind of stand beside it and say, look, it's failing. We're not, it's at best kind of slowly curving us downward given the population increase. So why aren't we doing better? And I think that honest conversation is not what we get with a new policy.
What I think I heard, though, in the presentation of the data, and correct me if I'm wrong, is had the moratorium on photo radar not happened, we would be well on our way, on the right trajectory. Is that?
I struggle with that one. I think, as you know, I agree with the province is not a reliable partner, has really changed the nature of our streets, but I just don't think that answers everything. And having lived through the experience that I have, where we're trying to deal with the city, trying to get some changes in our neighborhood, we have a huge number of people that are concerned and trying to make change, and 5 years later feel burnt out. They don't trust. They don't know what to do next. We can't get straight answers. And if that's our experience, then that's a real, not a black eye, but that shouldn't be happening. And if you want to be partners and change mobility and change outcomes and increase safety, I think you really need to take some accountability for that experience.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark up next.
Great, thank you. I'll just kind of go down the line of all the speakers here. So I'll first start with speaker number 2, Hannah from AMA. You're just, in your notes, you were saying that there was, in your opinion, a bit of an issue with some kind of infrastructure design that seemed pretty simple to implement, but the process was kind of holding it back. I just want to know if you can kind of share some specific evidence on that or examples.
So as you know, AMA runs school safety patrol. We've been running it for many decades. And we work directly with schools to mitigate their pickup and drop off issues. And what we see often is that the like sort of blanket one size all approach was applied more often than not. And each neighborhood or school zone needed to be treated individually. And oftentimes the fixes would be easier, but the getting to it was like a long, arduous task. So I think that this policy addresses that, the strategy addresses that and recognizes it, which is really positive. But you know, this is like obviously a layered conversation. We've been meeting with the school board, we're meeting with developers, and like you know, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? So when neighborhoods are designed, how can we have things in place from the get-go that make where the school zone sites are allocated? How can we design those streets from the beginning to make sure that like we're not retrofitting, which also the strategy addressed? And those are just like important things to keep in mind as you move forward, because you know, we are seeing school zones like with horrendous safety measures where we can't even put our school safety patrol program in at the school because it would put the kids at risk who are trying to help with the traffic issues.
Great, thank you. I'll move to speaker 3, Speaker Hawkswell. You mentioned kind of a priority for shared use path, and I just want to see if you think that is kind of reflected in this presentation, this plan moving forward.
So unfortunately, I do not. The Vision Zero, they've largely, within the neighborhood, they've just done curb extensions and islands, which they do help with shared use paths within neighborhoods. But the real issue with shared use paths is where they cross arterial intersections. And the only protected left turns do help with that. But if you look in the complete street guides and in this budget cycle, they only actually look at traffic patterns and danger to cars turning. They don't actually question if the protected left turn should be implemented based on the presence of faster moving active modes such as scooters or bikes. Paths for People last year, they put forward some pretty simple policy proposals that was unfortunately ignored by council. They wanted consistent marking of shared use paths. They wanted more implementation of raised crosswalks, and they wanted protected left turns to be implemented on arterial intersections where the speed was 60 kilometers or greater. I think these would be pretty simple to put in the complete street guide and would have pretty big safety improvements.
Great, thank you. I'm going to jump to Tim, speaker number 4, get you back up on the podium here. I kind of just want a little more background, because so you got the street lab set up for your area, and then some of the tools that you kind of thought were probably the most impactful that the neighborhood sort of said, where you're talking about speed bump, stop sign, raised crosswalks. You said that was ignored, and then some other kind of infrastructure is implemented. Just a little more background on that.
So the Street Labs project, you know, I'm going to simplify things, but basically was part of the Vision Zero project. So the idea was that it was like, let's bring in these temporary measures, like see how they work and see if they really change the neighborhood. And basically what that did is get us organized and start talking about what we'd like to see. And what we'd like to see wasn't really in keeping with what was on offer. So the menu wasn't, you know, here's here's speed bumps, here's all the other things that you think would help. The menu is curb extensions, traffic diverters, and a few other things. Of course, we're going to take it, and we did take it, and they have helped somewhat. But the other expectations or hopes were kind of like funneled through that process, that discussion, and ultimately, basically, we can't do anything for you. We can't do this. We can't. There is no budget. There is no way to make this happen. So ultimately, what it leads to is this feeling of frustration because the measures haven't fundamentally change the nature of the neighborhood, which is...
Thank you, sorry, we're just over time. Yep, no, all good, thanks very much. I just had a quick question for Speaker Hamilton. I appreciate you being here. I was just wondering if AMA has collision data or other types of near-miss data that the city may not have access to. Just wondering if there's anything that you collect that could help come to bear on these decisions.
Well, last year we partnered with CAA National on a near-miss study that administration was aware of because they granted access to the site. So I'm quite sure that you would have had that data given to you after the study was conducted, and if not, I can pass it on. And then the study that we're doing right now is an extension of that. So last year we looked at near misses among key intersections across Canada, and Edmonton had a couple. There was some in different provinces, and then this year we're looking at 6 school zones in Edmonton and 6 school zones in Calgary, and that study is undergoing right now with results coming out hopefully end of August, and I'll be more than happy to share all that data with you.
Great, that's wonderful. And I'm just wondering how does AMA collect the near misses? Because those aren't reportable. Like, what database does that exist in?
Yeah, so MeoVision is like a traffic. They put cameras on top of intersections, and they measure using like a technology that I can't really speak to, but I believe it has to do with like different camera speeds and also infrared as well. And so they look using all that data and analyzing it.
Okay.
Unfortunately, that's not my jurisdiction, but yeah.
No, that's very, very helpful. I appreciate it. Thank you. Those are all the questions I had at this point. So we'll go next to Councillor Wright.
Hi. Okay, Tim, come on back up. Thank you. I was concerned, I guess, with the lack of information that you've received on the street labs, because we've had a number done in my ward, and I thought the communication was quite good on it. And is it just specifics to, is it the overall street lab project that you haven't gotten information on, or is it specific more to the bike lanes?
On that specific question, I think on the bike lane, I think the communication has been, it's not like there's zero. It's just that I think I'm trying to identify the gap between hopes and dreams and maybe expectations, and then kind of like what we got, the amount of work we had to do to get that, which was significant, number of reports, engagement, that sort of thing, and then we get kind of like a few curb extensions and a few things are removed.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, and maybe that's something that your counselor can, I guess, try to help you get that information as well. Who's that, Ashley? Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you very much. And I don't necessarily have a question for Connor, but I maybe come on. How can I phrase this in a question? So thank you for bringing to our attention not just the signalized intersections, but those unsignalized ones as well. And I see Tezo nodding his head again. Did you happen to notice that he was nodding his head with everything that you said? Okay, so I just wanted to let you know, there's my question, that I am going to be getting some more information on those nods from him. Okay, that's all I had. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks to all our speakers for being here today. Just wanted to loop back to Speaker Hamilton. Appreciated the point you raised around sort of that intersection of process and action and the opportunity to quickly implement measures. I think you gave the example of like flashing ambers. Can you just elaborate a little bit on what you've seen, what you've heard out in community around opportunities to get that important infrastructure out efficiently and quickly?
So it's a layered problem. I think that one of the biggest issues that we see in school zones is the cultural and societal way right now of everyone driving 6 blocks to drop their kids off at school. So we see a large amount of cars entering very narrow streets with parking on both sides. and kids are darting in between cars. So I think like at the basis, what we're trying to encourage with AMA is how do we get people biking to school more, walking to school more? We're really participating with Bike Bus and Bike Alberta. So aside from discouraging drop your kids off as close to the front door as possible, what the city could do is create like pickup and drop up zones that maybe are not directly in front of schools. One-way streets, what we call school streets. We see this in Europe a lot, where like between specific times, the really busy streets are actually blocked to traffic. And this, can kind of create an avenue that encourages families to feel more comfortable letting their kids walk and bike to school. And that people necessarily aren't speeding on school streets, but they are distracted driving and they are not yielding. Everyone's trying to get as close to the front door as possible. So I think that is probably the largest issue that we are hearing and seeing.
Right. Okay, great. That's really helpful context, and I appreciate you bringing up the concept of school streets. I think other municipalities have launched similar programs. I think soccer streets is another one where they just do sort of activations and closures at certain times in those areas where we have high concentrations of vulnerable road users. I'll be asking questions of administration about that. I wanted to also jump to Speaker Hawkswell. Yeah, you brought up just the concern around the granularity of data that's presented in the Vision Zero dashboard. You said it's too broad, and you were mentioning it'd be great to have data around the effectiveness of specific interventions. Did I capture that?
Yeah, that's accurate. So if I could give like one example from my experience. So in my neighborhood, there's a pretty dangerous crossing, and they built a traffic island, but the lanes are about an extra meter wide for what you would actually need for a car. So pretty much drivers, after about a week, figured out that there's no damage to, or risk of damage to their cars, so they are just speeding through. And then secondarily, they added yield signs for pedestrians and cyclists to suggest that they have to yield to cars who are driving through the intersection, which doesn't seem like a safety improvement,
Right.
in my experience.
Okay, that's a helpful example. Apologies, Tim, one more time. Just as you're coming up there, I just building on that question and coming back to your point around like what does accountability look like? And I just want to, I'll direct a lot of these questions to administration, but what I was really hearing from you is, what are the steps and escalations of accountability when we're seeing that interventions are not necessarily producing the results or meeting the expectations of community members? Did you sort of hit a wall, I guess, in that process of escalation, and what was that point, I guess?
Maybe to answer your question, like there are several people that aren't here today that were here in 2021-ish, 2022, who have expressed that exact wall reaching. You won't reach a wall with me. I will keep, I live right beside the most affected intersection, so it's something that I just can't, like as I type while I work, I hear people crashing and honking, and so I have to live with it. So I can't hit that wall. But yeah, a lot of people have hit the wall, and I think it was just that gap that identified between we thought we were working with the city, and it kind of like here's your options. There's two.
Right. Okay, and I'll ask about adequate resourcing as well to administration and bike plan implementation.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, well, maybe Tim, if you want to just come on, just stay there. I'll just a couple final ones for you. I think it's interesting listening to you because there's been a number of speakers who've spoken very positively about their experience interacting with StreetLab. I know that you know that StreetLab has transitioned from sort of more community-led to more city-led approach. And I don't know when your project was done, like during which phase. And then this notion you speak about wanting city to be a partner, but wasn't really finding that, which I hear a lot, not just when it comes to traffic safety, but in lots of other spaces as well. I guess I'm just curious, when you couldn't get the things you wanted off of the menu, do you not see that as a constraint of the resourcing? And then I guess the second question for you, and I think you commented on that a little bit earlier about you don't buy the notion of some of the limitation and restrictions that came from provincial regulation change and how it affected our journey to Vision Zero. Because for me, you know, Vision Zero is a bit of a collective effort and takes a lot of different layers, not just the city. I guess I'm just curious about those comments that you see this more like squarely within city government's responsibility.
Okay, so to answer question one, I think it was, do you not see the results as a challenge with resources? Am I paraphrasing
that's
that?
right.
Yeah, absolutely. And so then I come to my city government and say, why don't you provide this team with resources to make a policy that you're passing have actual chance of success? And
so you will go for option 2 in this case.
as I said, scenario 3, which I'm introducing, is to go with scenario 2 and then ask what it is that all of you can do to get involved and demand and expect outcomes, because we're 11 years into this.
Okay.
And then on question 2, could you, it was, you questioned the provincial comment?
Yeah, I do.
So again, I think obviously my son goes to school. I've seen the changes in the school zone. We used to see photo radar vehicles parked in that school zone. They were welcome. They did influence driver behavior. It was observable. But let's be honest, city street design, all sorts of other decisions that the city can make and take do lead to outcomes that are not creating safety. So I just think it's a bit of a danger to just point to the provincial change as the driver for the problem. Obviously, it's not helpful, but these are the realities we live within, and we need to make change regardless.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. That's it for you. And then I was just gonna come to Hannah online. Yeah, I mean, I think you've spoken to some of that cultural change as well. And earlier, Councillor Salvador asked some of the questions I had in mind, just in terms of those concrete, you know, when you say partnership, not just in data, but actual intervention and implementation of some of the projects or potential projects that the report alluded to. I guess I'm just wondering, like, what are you doing in other parts of the province? Are you doing things that we're not doing in Edmonton that we could be trying out? Do you have any kind of thoughts around there?
Well, you know, we're always trying to bring everyone together and figure out how we solve this problem. Like, I don't know if you remember a couple months ago in Calgary, there was a young boy who got hit in a marked crosswalk walking to school and broke his leg. The car kept going. Several cars drove past him, and he had to crawl from the middle of the intersection to the sidewalk to remain safe. And so things like that happening in our province, they're just like absolutely not okay. If we're in a marked crosswalk, we should be safe. And so we're, you know, we're coming up with many different things. Like one of them is we're forming a coalition right now. We're going to be working with law enforcement partners, municipal partners.
And say I lost it.
Councillor Rutherford, your mic is on.
Okay. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I can see you're out of time too, so I can email you.
Can I just get a few seconds added for her to finish the answer?
Of course.
So we're working on a coalition right now to hopefully have more strength in numbers. Another thing we're doing is creating an advocacy kit. So if communities, you know, as you identified in the strategy, people notice something is wrong in their community, maybe they're noticing people speeding or an issue, we're going to be creating an advocacy kit that will be released this fall alongside our near miss data that will give people the tools of where do they go to receive the help that they need.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. My question's for Hannah. You're still online. I just want to get your perspective from AMA, because currently, as we all know, you can acquire your license age, 18, 19, and you can have it for 50 or 60 years, and there's no real, I'll say, training involved. What's your thoughts on hypothetically having driver training renewal every 5 years? And I know there's a lot of administrative cost involved in that, but I find it remarkable that you can have your driver's license, like I said, for decades, and there's no training for that. Has AMA ever looked into that further, or what's your thoughts on that?
Well, AMA's public policy stance is that we support like ongoing education. Obviously, that would be something that would have to be legislated to make it enforceable. But periodic renewal, whether that's through mandatory recertification or targeting education campaigns for high-risk behaviors, really does address some of the drift that we see. We know from our own data that the most high-risk drivers are the most confident ones. So it's the people riding the same roads every day, who probably have not gotten a collision for many, many years. So they feel more confident to engage in distracted driving. They feel more confident speeding. And so it's like reminding people that just because, you haven't gotten a collision or like, the roads like the back of your hand, that it doesn't mean you have to, you can't take your focus off of driving. That is one of the reasons why we implemented the LRT route that is still on the LA Valley line that says, please don't hit me, because all those no right on red signs where people don't pay attention to new signs anymore. They're inundated with things on the side of the road. And if they've been driving the same road forever, they won't pay attention. So yes, we do believe that like education is key, getting people to like think about their driving behaviors, but that would definitely have to be legislated higher than our power.
Yeah, thank you for that. And additionally, I don't know if you can speak in regards to the insurance aspects of it, because I know some insurance companies have been asking drivers, can we access your GPS, for example, to monitor your driving patterns, which would be a direct correlation in regards to your insurance premiums that you pay. And I just wanted to know, are you in a position to provide AMA's perspective on that, and has it been beneficial?
Not necessarily on insurance, but I can say that our national partners at CAA are looking at lobbying the federal government to have new vehicles that are being sold include more inherent safety features. Like for instance, in Europe, I believe it's in Scotland or Ireland, if you drive a certain amount above the speed limit, your car will beep at you the same way it beeps at you if you're driving without a seatbelt. And so we are actively pursuing these safety features being mandated in new vehicles within Canada. That is just like one step that we're taking, but when it comes to insurance, unfortunately, that's not in my portfolio. And I don't feel comfortable speaking directly to that question.
No problem, but I appreciate your answers.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you. I'll stay with Speaker Hamilton because I don't know if Councillor Tang asked this and it was answered or not, but since you deal with the whole province, are you seeing any municipalities that are doing a good job leading the way in terms of safe mobility, or some kind of initiatives they're doing that we should be looking at? We are really grateful for our partners. Like we are in contact with the Safe Mobility team regularly in Edmonton and in Calgary, and we find them like very great to work with. I know that they care a lot and they take a lot of this feedback. I think honestly, it is an issue often of funding, and something that was identified in the report that I think is so crucial is culture. So in Alberta, we have like a very big driving culture, and those shifts sometimes happen in like slower, smaller ways, but just getting people to understand that like even if they have no interest in ever biking or walking or utilizing public transport, that they exist within like a greater framework of a shared road space. And so figuring out how to educate on that and tell that story so people are reminded that like
when you're on a road, you're not just an individual in your own vehicle and no one else matters, but you are in a shared experience of traveling and commuting through a road with a lot of different aspects involved in it, including our very vulnerable pedestrians and cyclists. And so I think that if we can together figure out how to address that culture shift in really practical ways, then we will see big progress in this province.
Okay, so if I'm hearing correctly, nobody really stands out. We kind of need an overall change, and we're doing okay, John.
We need an overall change.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Gotcha. I'll move to Speaker Jakes with Pass for People. Just one of the comments you raised in your presentation, just fatalities can be prevented from better infrastructure. So I'm just kind of thinking of your opinion, like as we look at these different scenarios, how weighted should our focus be from like a budget resource perspective on intersection improvements, which obviously lead to that more, versus kind of neighborhood safety improvements?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Clark. A lot of the data points to maybe there's some safety culture issues within neighborhoods, but that's not where we're seeing these fatalities and serious injuries happening. It's happening at intersections, mostly on arterial and collector roads for drivers, for cyclists, for pedestrians. So they would like to see a decent focus on having those protected intersections, things like raised crosswalks on collector roads. As Speaker Hawkswell was saying, protected left turn phasing and just better design standards in general for shared pathways to make them more like actual protected bike lanes. Because that's from Pass for People's perspective, that's the fundamental approach to traffic safety. If we want to change the behavior, we have to change the built environment around it.
So in your opinion, like priority one would be intersections and whatever we can do to try to mitigate that with some of the recommendations you have. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I believe we've had Speaker Everett Horner be able to join us.
Councillor Stevenson, he has left the meeting, but Speaker Rachel Bembridge has now joined.
Okay, great. Well, Rachel will go to you for 5 minutes when you're ready.
Good morning, Urban Planning Committee. Thanks. Apologies, I'm going to make this really quick because I have to jump to another call. But just to actually speak to some of the remarks I made in a email written submission to you folks yesterday. I just wanted to reiterate that I really appreciate the Sustainability team's work on the strategy, and that they are trying to work in the boundaries of the powers that they have, especially to my understanding underneath the city operations function, where they can't just magically wave a wand and put in a few hundred, complete redesigns of intersections. But I think overall the allocation of the budget so heavily towards arterial intersections without implementing any sort of physical changes besides things like left turns, and I guess I'll conceptualize as just one more light, just one more sign to have these folks have to pay attention more, more demands on their attention, more traffic signal controllers that we have to buy, more software we have to buy. I think it's worth re-examining, and I'll really just lean really heavily on my written submission here. I apologize. So I think a lot of the lessons we've learned from the physical tools like daylighting, are like what I guess we'll colloquially call butter pats, and things like flexi posts and other physical interventions into intersections in neighborhoods and school zones. Those physical strategies, I think, have a lot of value while scaled and properly engineered for higher volume, higher speed intersections, rather than just relying on another sign that says please don't speed, another light that says please don't ignore this red light and blow it and T-bone somebody. The problem is that even the traffic culture study has actually identified, like, people self-report, nearly 1 in 5, so about 17%, 14 to 17% of people self-admit to just disregarding some of those implementations. So having more intersection safety devices that just tell you, please stop doing this, the rule book, it's technically correct, but the physical interventions in the intersection to actually modify that behavior say, tightening and turn radii around corners, stopping people from getting too close to blocking sight lines, physically stopping them from actually just cruising through the intersection without properly paying attention. I think some of those facilities have a lot more benefit, and I think really are worth studying to make sure that they actually can be implemented and applied to our higher volume intersections. Because the whole point of this program, I mean, besides protecting pedestrians and active transport mode users, is really to stop these fatal and serious injury collisions, or at least reduce them. And I know a light bulb can guarantee a 2%, 5%, I'm just making up numbers here, but single digit reductions that last temporarily. And we know this, we've had decades of studies for this kind of stuff. To implement actual changes, intersections that force people to pay attention, to slow down, to make deliberate actions and comply with those red lights, I think is a lot more valuable than just throwing more money at a program that ultimately is kind of just going to get that temporary reduction and then jump right back up, because we are missing things with the TASER funding from the province. They have kind of, unfortunately, kneecapped us in terms of automated enforcement in the way that we saw a lot of benefit from in terms of what I call punishments, fines, cost recoveries, things like that, that actually modify behavior after the fact. But doing that proactive modification of behavior ahead of time through the intersections being modified, through having safety devices like those flexi posts, like those guided, basically things that will make people slow down and pay attention more. I think it's worth taking advantage of. And like I said, I would love to actually fund the SMS here. I just think the capital investment proposal that has been put forward to us is too heavily weighted into just hoping that more technology will solve the problem. More blinking lights will solve the problem. More signs will solve the problem. So thanks for listening to me today. I've got to run, but I appreciate it. And I did just, like I said, reminder that I did submit a written submission via email. So thank you to the committee and to members. Have a great day.
Great, thank you so much for joining us. Are there any quick questions before our speaker has to go? Not seeing any. Again, thank you so much for joining us today. All right, just a final call for our speakers, Everett Horner, Aaron Budnick, or Karen Barris-Singh. Not hearing any, then we will now move on to questions of administration. Councillor Salvador, I'm not seeing anyone else. So you go ahead.
Okay. I'm happy to defer to committee members, but all right, maybe just to follow up on some of the lines of questions that have been asked of our speakers. Safe mobility work and integration with bike plan implementation. Just wanted to dig into that a little bit. I think we heard an example of a particular area of our city where a street lab has gone through its process. It sounds like there's now potentially an opportunity to roll that into the bike plan implementation. So can you just speak a little bit about that and a little bit of elaboration on that particular location and intersection, I think would also be helpful.
Sure. The Bonnie Doon Street Lab has been a process going on since it was initiated in 2021. And I understand the speaker's frustrations. There have been lots of steps in this piece. We've tried some things. They haven't worked the way we would have liked to. We've actually gone through 4 iterations of design in this particular street lab, with over 10 locations calmed as a part of the plan. 2 of those locations were focused on shortcutting issues, so really trying to reduce the flow of traffic that's not local in the area. Unfortunately, when we did the pre and post evaluation for those, we found that it actually didn't reduce shortcutting. People were finding different ways to enter and just actually going to the same road anyways. So because of the frustrations and the challenges those particular locations were causing for the adjacent neighbors, and because they weren't working, we took those particular pieces out. So we've had iterations of that work in 22, 23, 24, and 25. And then we have an upcoming project that we have been working closely with our colleagues in infrastructure services with the active transportation project coming through. And we've worked to design in traffic calming for these locations, where we've taken the community insights, what we've heard from folks, as well as the pre and post evaluation from what we did with the street lab to help inform what we recommended to go into that particular plan.
Okay, so active transportation is going to be going in this location this season?
Yes, and my colleague Natalie Lazurko is online if she wanted to jump in with more detail.
Yeah, I'd appreciate some more detail that can be shared.
Thanks, Jessica. So I can confirm that the routes in Bonnie Doon are scheduled for construction this year. So the tenders are going out here right away, and what you'll see over the summer is the installation of the active transportation routes, along with the traffic calming measures that have been previously discussed. So before the end of the summer, these routes will be installed and in operation, and in the area, people should start to see that those calming measures start to address some of the traffic issues that have been addressed or have been spoken to earlier today.
Okay, and I want to come back to this question around sort of what does that accountability look like? How are we measuring success? I think this is a good example because it's like we've tried a few things. The results and data have said that didn't necessarily produce the outcomes that we were looking for. Tried a few other things, and I guess in this case, there's active transportation infrastructure coming, but in other cases there might not be. So what do we do when we try things, we don't see results, then what, right? Because it's like we've engaged community, we've gone through that process, there's clearly an issue. Is it a matter of resourcing at that point? Help me understand what that next escalation is to make sure we're actually getting the outcomes we all want.
So in general, the response to street labs in particular as a program has been quite positive. We do see in the pre and post evaluation for those installations significant improvements in speed data, traffic volumes, crash information, and so largely we've seen those be positive. What we often hear is people want more. They want more locations in their neighborhood included in the plan. They want more rigor in what we've put in. And that's a resourcing piece at that point. There are lots of places across the city where we haven't been able to do any work yet that have risk and they have need. And so it really is trying to prioritize and be equitable as much as we can across the city in those situations. We always love when people want more traffic calming and more safety involved. At the same time, a consideration is helping to bring the public along with that. Not everybody has the same positive response to traffic calming, and we try to find that sweet spot of we've made a significant impact without upsetting everybody in the neighborhood and causing that backlash that then makes it difficult for even to maintain what's gone in. So it isn't about leaving places with significant risk untouched. It is trying to touch as many parts of the city as we can.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back. I have to join online.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I think there's a lot here, and I appreciate the work. I think just clarifying, so right now administration will be bringing forward a package to the fall budget, or does that require council direction?
Yeah, both options would require some sort of direction. So the way the report was laid out more or less was to be, this is the cheaper option, let's say, and then this is the more fulsome option. We would need guidance in terms of which option would you like us to bring to budget deliberations.
Okay, so I will put a option 2 on the floor as a outcome right now. Oh. Sure. Oh yeah, whoever has that. I just want to try and advance this. No, I won't. You can. It's yours. And on behalf of the chair, on behalf of Councillor Stevenson, I want to be very clear. It's her motion that I didn't see in the chat. I will humbly put forward for the chair that administration prepare 2 unfunded service packages and capital budget profiles to the 2027-2030 budget deliberations to advance the people, time, equipment, and operating impacts of capital resources required to implement both Scenario 1 and Scenario 2 as outlined in the June 9th, 2026 Urban Planning Committee Report COO3307 Safe Mobility Strategy 2027 and 2030 for council consideration.
Excellent. We may slightly restate that, but I believe that that is captured.
Yes, Chair Stevenson, we just made some slight References to the report, changes.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Did you
Hey,
want
if I may
to-
continue, yeah.
Did you want to introduce it?
By way of introduction, I think we need to have this debate at budget. I think we need the options on the table. And if I'm understanding correctly, this gives us both of those, and then we can scale back from there. And I guess further to admit, not that we want to get into it now, but in theory, there may be a scenario where we kind of shop from a menu of, say, we're going to do option 1 plus also these 5 or 6 pieces.
So the best place to find that menu is attachment 3 of this report.
But we can do that at budget. Like this just gives admin direction to bring everything forward to budget.
I would say ideally we have the a la carte identified in advance, because there is some refinement work that is needed, that if there are parts and not wholes that you want included, there will be differences to that if you're going in between scenario 1 and 2.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'll talk to my colleagues and we can have those considerations. I guess one item I wanted to touch on here. We had the chief of police here recently, and I asked him, because he was saying he wanted to confiscate vehicles going 50 kilometers over the speed limit. This was an ask of Chief McPhee. This was an ask of the Calgary chief. I guess what perplexes me is we have speed limiters. This technology exists. You can geofence scooters. You can geofence vehicles. Why do we not have a mandatory speed limiter on all vehicles that you can't go more than 125 kilometers an hour? Why are we even contemplating vehicles going, like, why do vehicles going 50 kilometers an hour over the speed limit on the road in the city even exist?
I mean, a question I often debate myself at the dinner table. Unfortunately, outside of municipal control, that's in the federal responsibilities when it comes to laws around vehicle regulations, design, and safety characteristics.
Okay, then maybe that's a subsequent point of advocacy that we need to take to the federal government, because the provincial government could do what the chief of police wants, right? Like the impounding vehicles going 50 over. They could do that. The province would have the power, right?
That's right. That's through the Traffic Safety Act, which is provincial.
And the minister hasn't brought that forward?
As far as I understand, no. The city did support the information that EPS and the Alberta Chiefs of Police brought forward on that with data specific to Edmonton.
Thanks.
Thank you. Great. Well, maybe a few questions just specifically on this motion, and then I have some broader ones. So one thing that I found a bit challenging with, so first of all, great work, very excited, very happy for this motion to be on the floor. I found it a little bit hard when we talk about sort of a menu option. It isn't clear to me which investments are, what the risk ranking is of the different investments. And so, for example, is scenario 1 capturing all of the highest risk areas? What portions of scenario 2 are maybe medium risk? I'm just wondering how we can mix and match that based on risk.
So I can speak to this at a high level, and if there's any particular program elements that are outlined in attachment 3 that you'd like more specifics on, I'll ask the team to speak to that. At a high level, scenario 1 includes not only all of the locations where there is a known problem, we've seen data, but also a level of proactive measure over and above that at locations that have similar context or characteristics. So scenario 1 will bring all of the must-haves plus some of the proactive measures, which again consider must-have based off of what we know in those locations. Scenario 2 is all known locations in the city with those kinds of conditions and characteristics, including the locations where we've had actual crashes and significant safety impacts already occur.
Sorry, so then how are they distinguished between risk? Like if scenario 2 includes intersections where there have already been serious accidents, like why are those not in scenario 1?
They are. So scenario 2 is everything in scenario 1 plus more. So everything that is a must-have, we've seen issues, we know there are challenges, you've told us, the public has told us, and we see it in the data, that's in 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you for that. I was unclear for the new schools and playgrounds. Are those sites in new areas where new roads are being built? So then why would that fall under safe mobility budget instead of just the base budget for building those roads?
So the work we're doing on new school sites with the Provincial Accelerator, for example, is in collaboration with urban planning and economy. So that's around, making sure that we've laid out what's needed there and preparing the space in advance so that we're not catching up later once the school's present.
But again, shouldn't that baseline be already in our standards? Like just our general standards for building a new road going to a school, shouldn't it already incorporate all of those elements?
So one of the challenges is that the roadways in the neighborhoods are generally built considerably before the school shows up.
Okay.
We have a school site, we don't necessarily know which way the school will be oriented. So the new standards do put in what we can do, wider sidewalks, curb extensions at intersections and known crossing points. However, once the school is actually designed and built, like we don't know where the accesses are, and that's where we want to come in and kind of fill that gap.
Okay, yeah, I think, so again, just to be clear, the roads are already built. I guess that still makes me feel like there maybe are some gaps in how we're building our new roads. Because I wouldn't, like, is it just driveway access is causing issues? And then I'm just unclear, because it's quite a high level of investment, right? Like it's 2.5 million for 19 sites versus, for medium complexity and existing schools and playground, we're doing 45 projects for about the same budget.
Hi, Councillor Stevenson, Mark here online. Just to be clear, yeah, so often we will have a second chance when the development permit comes in for that school to require some of those upgrades for the school to make as part of the condition of a development permit. We've had some tough times with working with Alberta Infrastructure to ensure that to do more than just what's on the school site, to do off-site improvements has been kind of tough to condition with the development permits, but we kind of work closely with Alberta Infrastructure when they come in to build these schools to make specific conditions at the development permit stage, not necessarily the road construction stage, to get something done.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I guess I'm just wondering if this speaks to a need to enhance our standards for new road construction so that we are future-proofing these sites.
So I think the gap here is the ones that we're listing here. These are the new schools that we've been informed by the public, the Catholic, and the other school boards that are coming or are planned to come on board over the budget cycle. All, if I'm not mistaken, roads already exist. So this is not the future build neighborhoods. Those ones, as mentioned in the standards update, have upped the standard in those areas.
Okay.
These ones are for largely ones that exist today.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'll leave it there and go next to Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you. Great presentation, tons of info here. I got a lot of notes, but I'm going to try to kind of boil it down to a bit of a high level and just kind of go into the budget, right? So we're going to talk about scenario 1 or scenario 2. I guess my kind of big question on this is when I look at the percentages versus intersection neighborhoods and schools, intersections obviously seem to be the main problem. We heard from speakers today, that's where all the collisions, 80, 90%, all kind of happen there. But when I look at the budget allocation, it's about 50%. And then the rest is kind of towards neighborhoods at pretty high percentages, and then schools actually at about 10 or 11%. So I just want a little bit of understanding if that's where the priority is, why is the budget not showing that in these presentations?
Interestingly, arterials and intersections, when we're talking about the kinds of improvements that can be made in a retrofit context, not that expensive. We can actually do quite a number of them for a reasonable amount. So the scope and scale of the work that you're getting for each of these programs isn't best represented by the total budget number at the bottom. That's not representative of how important it is or how impactful the work will be. It's merely the sum of what it costs to do that particular set of work for that program.
So I guess more context on that's just actually like signal changes getting into the control box. We're not talking about like raised sidewalks at intersections, or is that kind of a lower cost? I just kind of need a little more explanation to understand that.
So, Councillor, there is one element in that. For example, when we're adding a left turning phase, sometimes we cannot add a left turning phase without making geometric change. So we may have to extend the left turning lane so that we can safely accommodate the left turning movement. So we do have some element in there, but raised crosswalks and other vertical elements that will have a huge impact on the construction because we will have to do the utility work and underground work. So those are not part of this request.
That's more clear. I'll jump to kind of enforcement. So I know with like the enabling programs, like the automated enforcement expansion, if we can get there, whatever we can do, love that. It makes a ton of sense. But I guess with the in-person enforcement deployment, like I'm trying to understand how your role can kind of assist that because, you know, a lot of these new neighborhoods in we're at, we've put a lot of these safety measures in and they're still saying enforcement is kind of the key. And that's the part that we're missing. So I just want to kind of understand how your role can help with that.
There is a lot of collaboration and partnership that exists between administration through the Safe Mobility section and the EPS and their traffic section. So one of the key aspects is around data sharing and insight sharing. We take everything we have available to us and provide it to the EPS in a dashboard. So it provides them with information, for example, from all of our speed check signs, from our ISDs, from all the places where we monitor speed. We do all of the work around translating crash reports from the EPS into data sets. And we share all of that information back, as well as what we're hearing from the public and where we're seeing challenges with infrastructure installs. All of that information goes over to the EPS. They take it in along with their own information to inform their own deployment pieces for traffic safety. Previously, when we had more automated enforcement tools at our disposal, we were able to be more responsive on the enforcement file, particularly with mobile speed enforcement, to establish new sites in response to community concerns and what we're seeing in the data. But of course, the changes to that program have restricted us to only red light running at intersection safety devices.
Thank you. And last question I have for right now, you know, a lot of data that you presented, we got the intersection data, we kind of understand that with collisions, that's pretty straightforward. But some of the school zones and neighborhoods, it's a lot of kind of the feedback we get from the community, sort of what we know from modeling. How in this proposal, I don't know if I've really saw it anywhere, but how do we get more data in those two kind of specific areas?
When we take a look at evidence, data, and how we use it to prioritize where we do improvements and what kinds of improvements we do, for schools and neighborhoods, it is not our primary driver for making those decisions. And that's because they're not the locations where we see the most crashes. And so if we prioritize based off of that alone, we would never be present in most neighborhoods and school areas. If we prioritize based off of speed data alone, same answer, where we still in those neighborhoods tend to see very high compliance to the default speed limit, that would not drive us to be there. So instead, we really need to rely on the insights and lived experience of the people who live in those spaces or who move through those spaces. And so in schools in particular, in this program, that means sitting down at the table with administration, with the school districts, with the teachers, principals, parent councils of those schools to truly understand where the conflicts are happening, where they're feeling most unsafe, so that we can prioritize based off of that. Neighborhoods, very similarly the case, and so public engagement in both of those programs, both formal and informal, is absolutely key to making sure we understand what's going on there and we're putting in place the right kinds of measures to improve safety.
Thank you. Go to Councillor Elliott next.
Let's try that again. Thank you, Chair. Just got a question in regards to, I believe it's slide 9. We have a slide during your presentation called a life cycle approach. And I just want to find out, like when I look at like the responsive retrofit, the traffic calming measures that jettison out onto the road, just out of curiosity, I just want to find out, do you talk to the other agencies? So when I think of snow clearing, snow removal, would they remain on the road or will they be removed during the winter times? Are you able to provide any insight on that one?
The design review process is extensive in terms of seeking input from our partners like emergency services, waste, snow and ice, all of the providers that have very large vehicles to maneuver in those spaces, either in an emergency context or a regular operations context. We take in their input and the requirements for those kinds of vehicles in order to make sure that the design will function in all seasons and under all contexts. So that's very critical, and what it means is we can design to leave those things in rather than needing to have the additional labor of taking them out and putting them back.
Okay, thank you. The additional question is, are you looking into technology? It could be AI or other methods, because I know there are other countries that, for example, will have like a speed post in between a traffic light and another traffic light intersection. So what it will do is actually capture the speed of a vehicle approaching. So instead of we're losing the enforcement aspect, is the education, meaning if you're approaching a red light fast, that will tell the, sorry, if you're approaching a traffic light fast, that will tell that light to turn red to try to change the behavior of the drivers. Is that being researched in any way?
This is actually a very interesting mechanism that we are looking into at this point. It's more typically used at night rather than during peak periods during the day. And that is where we see the most extreme speeding happening in those spaces. So how it works is that there is a speed monitor, literally like probably 2 intersections back, that is capturing the speeds of people coming, and it will queue for red. And that is as a traffic calming mechanism. So we are looking into that and seeing where we might be best to trial that in the city. My unofficial ideas on that are places like 170th Street, for example, where we do often see that significant speeding going through there, and where there used to be quite a few intersection safety devices monitoring and enforcing speed.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussions amongst within administration, and I'll say other administrations such as Calgary, Red Deer, et cetera, to potentially lobby the government for making, say, fine increases for certain traffic matters under the TSA?
We haven't taken active advocacy on that front, but they did actually just increase fines through the Traffic Safety Act quite recently. So there were some substantive increases in fines, especially for dangerous driving behaviors. Those did not affect, for example, red light running, which would have influence on traffic safety automated enforcement reserve.
Okay, and a follow-up, because I know my colleague is looking to potentially make an additional motion, and I was wondering, in addition to, I'll say, lobbying aspects, has administration with other jurisdictions looked to jumping on the bandwagon with like AACP or the chief of police and to advocate for those vehicles over speeds of 50 to be seized?
We did work with the Edmonton Police Service on providing information for that advocacy business case that went forward through the Alberta Chief of Police Association. And so we're noted as a contributor on that when it went forward to the provincial government.
Okay, thank you. And I think I'll try to get this last question in. I've heard from some constituents that they are trying to, like one of the speakers previously about the street labs and traffic calming measures. What is the proper mechanism for citizens to say, I want to find out if I can get, say, a traffic safety calming measure in my area, or the removal of it, whatever the case may be? I'm assuming that's through 311.
You bet. Always the best way to keep us informed, and our team can take that, and it essentially creates data sets and also specific advice for us that we leverage when we're making adjustments to existing plans or considering what needs to go in a future plan.
Okay, I'll try to get the last one quick. Since it's gone into 311, and we know that traffic safety is always one of the priorities, does it take priority within 311 as well? Because I know some constituents saying it's taken significant time to hear back. I don't know if you have any insight.
Our current mechanisms right now for folks to directly report a traffic safety concern are not great, not super efficient. We've been collaborating with the 311 team to develop a reported traffic safety concern option on the 311 app. And that's going to give people the ability to do things like take a picture and submit the picture, use GPS coordinates, and be really specific about the issues that they're having. That'll provide a more direct mechanism for people to share their information with us.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. And for that enhancement to 311, is there additional funding that's going to be required?
No, that's already handled.
Perfect. You know, fully support the work of the Safe Mobility team and everything with the street labs. I'm just wondering, in this package, there's no additional funding for enforcement, and I'm talking not EPS, because you went over that, how you shared the data and that, but anything with bylaw, like with our peace officers.
In terms of traffic safety support through the peace officer program?
Yeah.
I don't know if we have someone from community standards.
Well, I see Mr. Jones back there. Or Ms. Flaman.
can probably start.
Okay.
And this relates to the next report coming online, is one thing we will be doing, and we've been talking with councillors on this about parking enforcement, is to increase those contract dollars to start working on parking enforcement now while automated parking enforcement comes online. That'll be discussed in more detail next report. We are doing a number of things with the GOA when it comes to applying for red lights, not just red light cameras, but speed on green, to get more approvals, working through that. But in terms of like in-person bylaw enforcement, there is work between our community standards and community services folks with Edmonton Police, and so that's probably where I'll hand it over to Jen to elaborate on that.
Yeah, so we are continuing to navigate the conversations with both the EPS and the GOA in terms of enhanced enforcement opportunities with our peace officers. When it comes to like the parking enforcement, though, I am pleased to advise that we are.
I'm not concerned with parking right now.
Sure.
I'm concerned with if somebody is, not making that left turn appropriately, can our bylaw officers enforce that or ticket them?
So currently we do have authority since 2008 to stop commercial vehicles. We do not have the authority yet to stop personal vehicles. So that is still in process.
Okay, so that's working with the province. Okay. Okay, so I was just wondering about that. The provincial, when I think when Minister Dreeshen took away our ability to enforce, they also announced a $13 million grant. I'm wondering what part of that, if any, and because I understand that's 13 million for the whole province, right? Are we in line for any of that?
That's correct. The 13 million is province-wide, and it's also spread out over a number of years. So in the first year, I believe there was only 1 million available, and with some specific requirements. So planning and design got a certain amount of money, and actual installation got up to a different amount. Ours, Charn, has the total number for what we've been granted.
Yeah, the grant that we received was for 216,000 for 4 locations.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and I'm just also, and Tazul, I said I was going to put you on the spot to talk about the intersections. Do you want to take my last minute and a half and let me know about your head nodding?
Sure. So for shared use path crossing along the arterial road, we have 3 elements to address the problem. The first one is, of course, with the protected left turn, where irrespective of whether there is a shared use path or a sidewalk, if we have 60 km/h speed limit and driver needs to cross 2 lanes of traffic, or even if it's a 50 km/h speed limit, but driver needs to cross 3 lanes of traffic, then the workload is huge for the driver because they have to find the gap within 3 lanes of traffic. They have to look for the pedestrian or cyclist using the shared use path. So those locations, if signalized, will get a protected left-hand face. So we eliminate that conflict. The second one is, I think one of the speakers mentioned about when you have a commercial accesses and whatnot, sometimes driver needs to cross 6 lanes of traffic to go from one side to another side, right? So in that case, the line item number 1 in the arterial section, we have a specific ask for either new signalization or converting the existing pedestrian signal to a full signal so that, again, we can provide that protected left-turning face. So that's the second element. And the third element is at some selective location, we are adding raised crosswalk or the continuous sidewalk so that the driver making a left turn or right turn, they're slowing down as they're going through the sidewalk or the shared use path.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And you did that in a minute and a half. Wonderful. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm going to try to go through these questions fairly quickly. Just curious what's driving the operating expenses in scenario 2 versus scenario 1?
Staff primarily. To do this work citywide in 4 years is going to take quite a few more hands to help us get the work done.
Okay. Interventions like portable speed lights, for example, I know they're in hot demand. Does the capital or operating budget cover that?
Yes, we have considerations in there for speed check signs, otherwise known as driver feedback signs, both permanent and mobile.
Okay, great. So just more broadly, so the Safe Mobility Strategy, again, an incredibly solid document. I know that we're not sort of approving that as council, correct? So that's something that can be refreshed as administration. So maybe a couple elements that I'm not sure I fully saw reflected that I hear about. Actually, one of the speakers raised, the concern with signage clutter. Have we done a comprehensive review of the signage required? I'm thinking particularly of some bike lanes, for example, that have so much signage. Just wondering if that contributes to folks not paying attention to really, really imperative signs.
I'm going to start, and then I think my colleagues might want to jump in. Signage clutter is something we think about a lot. And so, for example, when we rolled out the default speed limit, we went with the most minimal signage possible. The irony of that is that all we get is requests for more signage because of the approach that we took with minimal. So it really is context specific. We look to say what is absolutely required, what's going to help manage with additional challenges, and we go from there.
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking of, the 102nd Ave corridor west of 109th Street has much different signage than the corridor east of 109th Street. So just again, wondering why, again, if there are opportunities to reduce signage in some areas, if that can be done.
This has been an ongoing evolution for us as well as the city grows its inventory of bike infrastructure. We've been working to optimize, so some of them are from different eras of the life cycle. We're continuously improving what we can do. An example I have is on 106th Street, we were able to reduce the signs by 30%. So it is an ongoing process.
Great, that's wonderful to hear and really appreciate that work. Another challenge that I see on a very daily basis is just some of the signaling challenges that we have. So I know, again, crossing 102nd Ave and 100th and 101st Street for pedestrians, 99th and 100th Street. I see a lot of dangerous pedestrian behavior just because people are waiting so long at the lights. So again, what work is your team doing to help with that?
So, Councillor, signal timing review to accommodate the senior pedestrians or the delays, it's an ongoing kind of evaluation that we work with our traffic signals operations and maintenance team, where we look at the signals and the timing and specifically certain time of the day. Sometimes we do uncoordinated signals so that we can reduce the wait time for pedestrian.
And will there be adequate resources in this funding package to address some of the signalization challenges? Is that also a resource gap that we need to be addressing?
One of the pieces we'll refine after direction today is some of those operating impacts of capital with this work, and that includes considerations for our signals operations and maintenance team to make sure that the new pieces coming in and the work that we're driving through this strategy have corresponding support in that O&M area.
What about existing infrastructure, existing signals that aren't performing?
Yeah, so when we make sure we're adding the resources we need to support new, it enables their existing staff to focus on the existing inventory as well.
Okay, so I'm hearing that that's covered. We don't need a separate motion to address signaling.
One piece I might just flag, and maybe Craig was going to do the same, is that there is a service package that and a previous memo on traffic signals resourcing that does contemplate the operations and maintenance area and the under-resourcing to date for that area. So something to consider.
Yeah, I'd say this would alleviate some of that pressure, but this isn't what we've been talking about in other facets around, say, the Valley Line Southeast holistically, like an entire corridor or the entire signal network across the city. This would be helping address those new locations or those adjusted locations. That alleviates a bit of pressure here, but that team did have a service package last budget adjustment. It wasn't funded, so something we're aware of was part of the Parks and Roads branch presentation in terms of the resourcing gap, but this isn't the be-all end-all solution to the entire signal timing holistically across the city.
Okay, so that would require an additional motion. Okay, great, thank you. I'll leave it there and come around for a few more. Thank you. Councillor Tang on a first round.
Yes, very interesting in this last question. I don't have a motion per se, but I know we're having some conversation with administration about that particular line. I also just want to provide some feedback from the accessibility community. That hasn't really come up. I just, as the council rep on the Accessibility Advisory Committee, I want to appreciate your team for coming, not once, but twice, for a very thorough discussion. And I know that a lot of the members really appreciate that. I still have some lingering comments, particularly from blind and deaf community. There's a lot, so I might email them to you, but
There's some particular feedback around traffic signal timing for crossing, because sometimes when folks cross, they kind of really anticipate the traffic and then cross, and the timing sometimes there isn't always pedestrian first. And then the other piece just around sort of the cyclist pedestrian interaction, particularly for those who do have vision or hearing disability. A lot of folks are very supportive of the report, and I think it goes to show your engagement on this front. So I do want to recognize that. And then also just any time for some of your public awareness and public education material, ensuring that it is very accessible to all forms of accessibility is important. So anyways, so I think some of this you may have already heard, and I know it's a bit outside of the scope of this particular one, but I did want to flag because the community is very engaged and wanted to share that. Just wanted to, I had a couple questions. So you mentioned we got around 200,000 grants from the provincial, that particular 13 million over many year grant. And then we also apply for the running red light application, and those are approved?
We have put forward 8 applications to return speed on green, so that's speed enforcement.
So that's 8?
Yes.
8, okay. Yeah. And we are confirmed?
No, okay. They have informed us that they won't be looking at those applications until at least September of 2026, and that potential changes to the requirements for exemption are forthcoming.
Okay, so we are tapping into all the tools we can tap into, but there is a bit of this lag time. One thing I didn't hear a lot about, and I'm curious if it's on your radar or if it's even within the scope of this work, because I've been getting a rise in complaints and inquiries about personal e-scooters. And they go extremely fast on sidewalks, shared use paths. I'm wondering, like, what do we do about that?
Interestingly, personal use e-scooters are actually not legal. They're not permitted under the Traffic Safety Act. The ones that we have here from private companies have been exempted and permitted by the province. However, the province did reach out to have some early conversations about changes that they're hoping to make to the Traffic Safety Act to enable the use of private e-scooters, for example. And they did have some conversation with us around the safety improvements that need to be included in the Traffic Safety Act to support that. We haven't heard sort of next steps from them on that, but do expect to see that coming forward in some future Traffic Safety Act legislation changes.
That's good to hear, because I know municipalities have been advocating this for a number of years, and actually this year we're going to have to renew the Alberta Municipalities resolution on that again. So I guess that's progress, so thank you. And then just finally, one more piece from the accessibility community, just around safety during inclement weather, and sort of the seasonal factor with some of the interventions. Wondering if you can sort of, like, I think you heard that feedback during the meetings. How are you addressing that through either scenarios?
Yeah, we were listening very closely during those conversations with the Accessibility Committee, and all of the pieces that they're talking to us about have featured some way in the work that we're bringing forward. So I'll maybe pass to Tazul to talk about a couple of the specifics in the Arterials and Intersections program.
20 seconds.
So for the arterial and intersections, we are looking at those protected left-hand phase.
It's more around inclement weather, winter, and that kind of stuff that people are worried about having interventions regularly, but they won't be as effective in the wintertime. Anyways, I'll leave it there because I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I've lost track of the rounds. I think Councillor Clark will be next.
Okay, thank you. Just 2 quick questions. One, just kind of following up on Chair Stevenson's questions, just about the operating budget in both scenario 1 and 2. So you said that was for personnel. What about also for maintenance of the infrastructure? Does that include that, or is that another department?
One of the, so we have many elements of that maintenance piece included as a part of our regular budget, so covered. However, when we have direction on what you'd like to come forward to budget, we will do a bit more refinement to those numbers to make sure operating impacts of capital are considered. So that means making sure that our traffic services crews have the funding they need to maintain the pieces that we put in over the next 4 years.
Great. And then kind of just really the big question here. So if you got scenario 2 and we gave you the keys to the car or the keys to the bike or whatever kind of pun you want to use on that, you know, what does success look like if we fast forward 4 years to 2030, if we implement what you suggested with scenario 2?
I can speak at a high level, and then I can also say that once we have the scope nailed down for what you want over the next 4 years, more specific performance metrics and measures will be established to help measure that progress over time. But ultimately, scenario 2 is designed to help us move as quickly towards Vision Zero as possible over the next 4 years, given what we know now. We also design these programs to be incredibly flexible because things are going to change in the next 4 years. What's happening right now is not what we thought was going to be happening in 2021. And so we're able to be nimble and responsive in terms of prioritization and what we get done as a result. Ideally, when I think about schools, I think about principals are able to do their job rather than manage traffic as a result of these programs. When I think about neighborhoods, I think about people telling us that they felt more safe to be out and about in their spaces, and they didn't have a daily worry about what traffic around their home meant for them. And arterials and intersections, we're looking at those pure crash numbers coming down. When we have done left-hand turn improvements in the past, we have seen a 99% reduction in crashes at those locations. They are incredibly effective, and we are going to see the impact of that work through the crash numbers specifically.
Great. Yeah, I'll comment on it. Like, I think I said I'd get the intersections. I guess, you know, if we can try to get more kind of quantitative data when we're looking at those other ones besides just feedback, that would be what I'd be looking for. But that's kind of a comment, and I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. Just need to get clarity. So I think I heard that if we wanted to address legacy or existing signalization issues like those along the Valley line, we would need a motion. I just wanted clarity.
Yeah, so in terms of the entire signal line or signal system across the city more holistically, that is something where we do have a resource deficit right now. So that would require more resources.
Okay, thank you. And then just want to jump to some questions around just areas around schools. So know that these are high-risk locations, higher concentration of vulnerable road users. One of our speakers brought up opportunities for school streets or even timed closures at specific times to support safer pickups, drop-offs. Have we gone as far as to explore those kinds of options, and would those options be on the table as we continue advancing this work?
Yeah, we love school streets. We love the idea of it. And in fact, actually, one went in at St. Leo Elementary School in Ward Métis last week as a pilot with the Ever Active School program, and we collaborated with them to support that. We see more of that coming in the school program. And similar to your comments, the kinds of things we're looking at are more holistic than the previous scope of traffic calming and safe crossing improvements. Those are, of course, included. But we really want to be looking at things like traffic flow. Could a one-way conversion help alleviate a lot of the conflicts that are happening, the pickup drop-off challenges, and create more space for safe movement of children during that time? We want to look at daylighting parking restrictions. That means using physical mechanisms to block parking restrictions near intersections. We did a pilot of that this year and saw incredible results in terms of infraction reduction for parking issues as a result of that. That's a very easy way for us to help make the bylaw difficult to break, for example, in those spaces. And yeah, sorry, go ahead.
And sorry to jump in, just thinking about some of those additional physical interventions and thinking about the build out of new communities, are we, I believe it's included in our Complete Streets guidelines, but things like bollards that can be raised, lowered at certain locations to support that flexibility and safety in those kinds of locations, is that also part of the dialogue?
Our folks in the engineering team, when they're looking at improvements, look at flex posts versus, physical permanent bollards. Those are things that we all consider as a part of the design process for the right type of installation for the right purpose. In terms of up and down, though, like the bollards that raise and lower don't have a lot of those in the city. They are quite expensive, and so we generally will attempt the work through a lower cost mechanism like flex posts first to see if we have an improvement as a result.
Okay, and just to circle all the way back to one of the questions that was raised about the Vision Zero dashboard and just opportunities to have different types of data around the effectiveness of certain interventions just to support that greater understanding, greater accountability around different types of interventions. So yeah, where does that come into the conversation?
The Vision Zero dashboard is actually just undergoing some pretty significant work to do exactly what you were just talking about. Right now, we communicate improvements that have been made to specific projects and locations through direct communications with the folks living in that space or affected by the change. And we do a lot less of that communication citywide. The Vision Zero dashboard is going to give us an opportunity to provide information to Edmontonians to show progress across the board, no matter where they live in the city, to understand at both network-wide perspective, but also right down to a very specific local area within the city, what's going on and what improvements have made for safety.
Great, that's really good to hear that those improvements are coming. And just trying to fit in one more here around red light cameras. So when it comes to cost recovery, do the red light cameras sort of recover their installation costs and financing costs, given that we don't have the same restrictions on red light cameras, just opportunities to expand that work?
So first, we do have some restrictions that we have to work with in terms of red light running installations of intersection safety devices. There are guidelines that dictate where they could and could not go. And we're subject to the same pause in terms of progress there. So while open for applications, there isn't progress happening at the provincial level right now to actually look at those pieces. So because of that, we haven't been advancing the development of those requests. They are significant and labor intensive to put those together. For example, an exemption business case is about 150 pages of documentation that goes forward for one location. When it's like return on investment for ISDs, 100 grand to put them in, so they more than pay for themselves in a very short period of time.
Great, thank you so much. We still have questions on the board. We're just coming up on our lunch break, so I think we'll just end here unless you have less than 5 minutes. Okay, then I'll go to Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. My last question is, when somebody's calling in, say, for traffic calming measures or the street labs, what is the threshold required to make administration go, okay, we have to look at the specific neighborhood? Is it like, 10 calls or 10 inquiries over a 6-month period? What is the threshold that you look for?
It always varies on context. Each location has its own unique challenges and constraints. There's no one kind of black and white threshold for it. Various factors go into that.
A couple quick examples. Has there been an infrastructure upgrade recently? Is there one coming? What does the data already tell us? If we don't know, let's go get some and understand. How many people have we heard from in that location previously? All of those factor in, so there isn't a perfect checklist of it meets these things and then it gets progressed, especially because right now we're also working within a specific budget. So we move things in, fill up what we can, and then we look to the future years to prioritize for others that are coming forward.
Thank you. Okay, that takes us to our lunch break. So we'll end here for now. We'll be back on this item at 1:30. Thank you all very much.
Present.
Councillor Clark is your actual title.
Correct. Yeah.
Councillor Jans. Marinak, are you there? Not quite yet. Councillor Paquette. Not seeing there. We're also joined in chambers by Councillor Elliott, Wright, Salvador, Tang, and Morgan. And online, we also have Councillor Principe, and that is it for now. So we were just on some final questions. Councillor Wright, over to you.
Thank you very much. On the schools that are being built, finally, so I think it was said that they weren't necessarily, the roads weren't necessarily built to be safe, or like up to now safety standards. When the province is doing the construction of the new schools on those sites, would they have the ability to make it a safer route for kids and parents? Like, could they do adaptive calming measures or anything?
So the current practice from the government of Alberta is they fund one rapid flashing beacon per school, but the rest of the off-site, on-road has been city responsibility.
So one per school, even though a school might have like 3 roads that come around?
That's
okay.
correct.
And there's no indication that they would do any more than that?
I haven't had those conversations myself.
No? Okay. Okay. That's too bad. And then other questions that I had, and then our older schools, of course, weren't designed with all the traffic volume that parents are doing now. With the package that's being put forward, if there were changes where we would be able to collect more revenue from automated enforcement if we were allowed, that would then, over the next 4 years, reduce what our total costs would be, is that right?
If we saw changes to where we could enforce and increased revenue as a result of that, then over time with the reserve, we would come back with those updates, and that would allow council and administration to make adjustments to how much tax levy or what could be contributed back towards the tax levy with that revenue.
Okay, okay, well, that's kind of good news. And then I had another question on, I think when Minister Dreeshen canceled the automated enforcement, I think he was standing on a bridge on the Henday talking about the cash cow. But what I noticed, what I noticed last week, I drove on the east leg of the Henday, which is provincial responsibility. They were still able to have their sheriffs with laser radar on the bridge, 10 sheriffs and RCMP officers further down the road. Is that considered a cash cow?
Can't speak to that directly, but what I can tell you about the data is, first of all, the Henday is all provincial jurisdiction. Secondly, on the high injury network, we've seen crash rates increase on all the aspects of the Henday except that east leg. And that east leg is where we most often see the presence of in-person enforcement for speed or for poor driver behavior. So interesting connection there.
Okay. Oh, and so they could, provincially, they could also enforce on the other legs of the Henday?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Oh, okay. Just, we couldn't use photo radar. Okay. And I think, just double checking. No, I think that is it. Yes, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Great, thank you. I just have a few final questions. So really appreciate the place-based framing for this. Just curious about what happens with places that fall in between these criteria. So I'm thinking of 120th Street, it's sort of a mixed industrial area. You have kids and industrial trucks. How will that be covered?
So the framework is, yes, direct in terms of the types of places, but we have some in the middle areas. And so the program is set up to have a planned retrofit program, which is what we're talking about in these pieces, but we will always have funding available for responsive retrofit. So those other areas that kind of fall outside the direct guidance that we have for programming, we need to be there. There are some really complex environments where we've transformed something that is an industrial road into non-industrial activity, and those are more complex to get into, but not outside of scope of traffic safety improvements.
Great, thank you very much for that. You know, I also note that men are responsible for 75% of the serious and fatal injuries. And so there is some discussion in the strategy about you know, different approaches for different audiences in different contexts, but it doesn't, to me, speak to, again, is there going to be a targeted effort with men who are leading in the accidents?
Yeah, so young men are always overrepresented in the fatal crash statistics as in terms of at fault. That has been consistent my entire time here. I think there's interesting ways for us to think about that. As someone who identifies as female, I'm not the right person to get into the mindset that's driving some of that behavior. But I think of campaigns like Movember, which have really taken conversations that weren't common among men in public and created a safe space to do that and to see change. And so I do think that through our communications and our educational efforts, we have an opportunity, knowing what we know about the demographics and the people who are involved in crashes, to get at some of that in a more targeted way.
Great, great. So that will be part of this, not just sort of different channels for different contexts. Perfect. Then this is sorry, a much more random one, and we may need someone from finance to answer. But is there a purpose to the reserve anymore? Because we never have more. We don't have money that we need to roll over year to year. It seems like it adds a lot of complexity in terms of, you know, we're transferring to reserve, but we're really just doing that so we can spend it. Like, just curious if that's still a system that's serving us.
I can start that a girl can dream that one day the reserve will be full again. And so I think in that respect, the future forwardness of that. Right now, we still have public commentary around automated enforcement revenue being used for whatever people want. The city has had a long-standing policy of always dedicating that revenue directly to traffic and traffic safety. The reserve is a helpful way for us to continue to communicate that publicly. And at this point, because of the small amount, of course, it's directly contributing.
Okay, and the value of having it outweighs, because again, it means that there's always like a few $100,000 that we're not actually able to activate, right? We just have to leave in the reserve. So maybe just a thought. You know, if there's value and administration sees value, I think that's positive, but just want to make sure that we have consciously thought that this is what we want to continue doing.
Support from our finance folks is to say that the reserve is intended for the purposes that it is, and it allows for flexibility on the, you know, surge or non-surge in order to be able to use the funding properly.
Okay, well, hopefully we'll get back to those surges, I guess. Oh, we'll go to Councillor Clark then for more questions. Great.
Yeah, so I just want to be kind of really clear on this, because I think what, as I've heard as we've gone through this, so beyond Vision Zero, other kind of really specific KPIs, as we kind of say which scenario or whatever we go through, those will be built out and kind of shared with us for this next 4-year plan. Is that correct?
You bet. Once we have the clarity of the scenario, the programming scope and scale to move forward, that's when the team gets to work on building out exactly how we measure success and progress through that work. And that'll be publicly available.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Great. Not seeing any further questions on the board. We do have a motion on the table. So if anyone wanted to speak to that, please feel free. Councillor Wright.
Oh, I'm just fully supportive, and I feel that I will become budget time as well. I just also want to thank the Safe Mobility team for, as part of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities convention that we had here, to conduct a study tour and to help inform some of our other municipalities across the country of the good work that they are doing. I think it was very well received from those that I spoke to afterwards, and I just want to say thank you for that.
Thank you. I'll just chime in briefly again to say a huge thank you to the teams. I think our Street Labs program is really highly valued in community, and I think that there have been constraints on that program just based on the resources. So really pleased to see this motion moving forward, the opportunity for us to fully fund, again, what I think is a really valued program and valuable in terms of keeping Edmontonians safe. I really appreciate in this strategy the weaving in of lived experience. I think that's very impactful, really important to have. And, you know, I was concerned at first that we were missing out on a lot of data with the lack of opportunity to report through 311. So very pleased to hear that work is underway. For me, that's a very top priority in terms of ensuring we're getting resources to the right place. But thank you again to the team for undertaking this work, and I'll turn it to Councillor Jans to close.
Nothing further.
I believe the mayor would like a moment to speak.
Oh, thank you. Mayor Knack, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, just in transit between events, and just want to briefly speak to the motion, and thanks all the speakers for coming. I appreciate this motion is just similar to other motions we're making, setting up a future conversation, but I think it's pretty critical at this point. I think what I did want to flag is that while I do hear and I appreciate there are certainly some examples where people haven't had the best experience, I do want to highlight a lot of the examples where I heard and have seen real positive outcomes. We still had a ton of work to do, and up until 2013, we had actually started to see real meaningful progress in this space. And so, again, that doesn't mean that every community had a perfect experience or every policy was the right policy. But when we actually did see safety improving in our communities on traffic safety, that is a good story to tell about the work that was happening. I don't think it's solely the loss of the one tool that is causing all of this, all of the challenges we're facing. It certainly is a major contributor towards it, but this work is really foundational to what we need to continue with. So I hope as part of you think about our safety strategic priority, this will be necessary work, especially if we're not going to see a return of the tools that allow us to do as good of a job as we could be doing, because we have seen that our safe mobility team has been doing a lot of great things, and yet we still need to work with community to make sure that it's as successful in every community, because, you know, clearly, even hearing from the speakers today, that isn't the case. Not everyone has had that same experience, but having seen a lot of those installations when I was wearing my counselor hat, I just don't want to leave today without suggesting that there was some really great progress made and a lot greater opportunities coming forward. So I'll support this and more to say as it comes forward in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Now to Councillor Jans for any closing comments.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried unanimously.
May I move
a
a
few subsequents? I'll go to Councillor Jans.
No, after you. Do you have one?
Please.
Okay. The subsequent motion is with regard to advocacy around speed limiters. That Urban Planning Committee recommend to City Council that the Mayor, on behalf of City Council, advocate to the Federal Minister and all regulators that speed limiters be mandatory on all new vehicles. I'll look to the clerk that that's in order. Yep. Just building on the previous item, it's incredibly frustrating that we're having to spend tax dollars trying to make our cities safer when these are the result of the behavior of a product on the market that is being sold to do something that's incredibly dangerous and incredibly illegal. Our former police chief has advocated that vehicles speeding over 50 get seized. I think my question is, why are we allowing vehicles speeding 50 over the speed limit to be operating on our roads at all? Other jurisdictions in, I think, Europe and I think Australia and others have done something like this. If you borrow a Lime scooter, a Bird scooter, a Neuron scooter, if you are ripping around in the city, you have a speed governor and you are geofenced. There's no reason, this is not a technology problem. All of this exists already. It exists on some of our commercial vehicles. It exists on fleet vehicles. There's no reason why we can't use every tool at our disposal to make the vehicles safer. And I think it's critical that we get the industry responsible for this, who are making billions of dollars, get them to pick up their share of the responsibility here when it comes to safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions on this motion to administration or the mover? Not seeing any. I think, was there anything else you want to add? No? Okay, then please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. I have another subsequent motion that administration prepare an unfunded service package for consideration during the 2027-2030 budget deliberations to fully fund Phase 2 resource and capacity alignment as outlined in the June 5th, 2025 City Council memo, Traffic Signals Program Review. And to quickly introduce that, I certainly noticed that signal timing is an important part of our road safety. I noticed a lot of pedestrian and driver behavior that is driven by frustrations with wait times, frustrations with lights not aligning with how people are moving through our city. That increased frustration can lead to more aggressive driving, but also lead to much more jaywalking, as I see in some very specific spots in the downtown. I think more broadly, having a really well-resourced signaling system also helps ensure that goods movement can be happening efficiently through our city, and that we're supporting our economic outcomes as well as our safety pieces. And I would also say quality services. Having the signals that work for Edmontonians is a really key part of making Edmonton more livable. Happy to take any questions. Okay, seeing none, I have nothing further to add. So
Sorry, I have one quick question.
Yes, please. Sorry, Mayor Knack.
Not my fault. I don't have eScribe open, so I'm running into that. So just a very quick question to administration here is, sorry, there's just a little bit of background
here. Sorry about that, everyone. So what I was just curious about on this is, we've been talking about it for a while. I'm very supportive of this, really critical. There are companies that have been wanting to trial technology that wouldn't require us putting it under the roadway. And so the under the roadway is a great option when we're doing renewal of a road. But if we've got companies who are willing to trial, and I think have reached out to the city in the past, and it sounds like haven't had the opportunity to try, is there a way to see if we can pilot some of those options to see if there's a quicker way forward to doing some of this work?
So, Mayor Knack, apologies, these microphones are really loud. Mayor Knack, to respond to your question, we are always looking at different technologies. If we are looking at different systems of which that could help to enhance those signaling timing or the signal operation of those signals, we would go to tender for those or do what we would call an RFI. I might turn it over to Tazul to talk through some of the specific technologies we've looked at when he's ready here.
Yeah, I guess the question is if we've got at least, I think I've spoken with 2, maybe 3 companies who would be willing to test this out on traffic signals for free. So, is that an option to allow us to get a sort of a more immediate test on some of these without having to go through an RFP process? So if somebody's willing to try these out for free and we can try out multiple companies' technology, can we do that quickly? And then if it works the way that we hope it works, that then you would do an RFP for a more substantive change across the city?
Mayor Knack, absolutely we can do that. In fact, we are doing a pilot project in Edmonton area. One of the companies, they're providing that free service for 6 months using LiDAR data, so we don't have to go through the roadway construction work. It's a LiDAR, it's mounting on the existing signal pole.
Exactly.
So, yeah, so we are already working on
with. So.
Yes.
So we'll have that data to help inform what, when does that 6-month pilot end?
This will be starting shortly. We are working on some of the logistic aspects and requirements, so within the next month or so, hopefully we'll be ready. And
so we'll have close to all of that data available for us right around budget.
Exactly.
So we can start to see if there's other solutions. Wonderful. That's all I need to hear. Thank you very much. Those are
Mayor
all my
Knack,
questions.
just quickly on that data won't be available for budgetary decisions. However, the technology, these are things that when we have profiles like the arterials and intersections program, we do have flexibility when we're looking at materials that we're bringing in. Nothing is, final said and done. So depending on how the outcome of that pilot goes and discussions with other types of technology, we're always looking to modernize that equipment. And through Tazul's team for signals design and construction, we'd be bringing that in as a part of due process.
Would we, sorry, just then recognizing a bit of time, would we have some preliminary data we can, I guess what I'm just wanting to make sure is obviously a lot is weighing on this 4-year budget. This memo that we're referring to is based off a motion that was made even multiple years before that. And so there's a fear I have that we're not going to make meaningful progress on this space for something that's been, we've had a lot of conversations about it, and I think, I don't know, I run into the problem as the person that's been around for a long time. When we've had a lot of conversations and not a lot of action, I can only blame myself. And so I'm just trying to figure out how can I no longer blame myself for inaction and wanting to make sure we can make some meaningful progress on this in this next 4-year budget so that we can move these things around.
Mayor Knack, Signals Design and Construction moved to the Safe Mobility section in January. A new approach to this work is underway, and so we are of equal commitment to be moving and shaking on this file.
Love it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Knack. Seeing no further questions, not seeing anyone clicking on to speak, please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Great, so we have completed our first item for the day. Really appreciate the robust conversation on this really important topic, and thank you for all the work behind it. So next we'll be moving on to items 7.2, 7.3, and 8.1 that are cross-referenced. I believe it's a similar delegation, so happy for you to roll when you're ready. Sorry, just while we're waiting for the delegation, I believe we have a new speaker who is registered on this item. So I'll just move that we hear from Mark Wilson on this item. Please vote.
Just waiting on one vote. I believe the mayor has left the meeting, so we will just mark him absent.
Great, thank you. Please display the vote. And that's carried. Great, now over to you if you're all set.
All right, good afternoon. I am still Caitlin Zarabeski, and I continue to be the branch manager for Parks and Road Services. With me today is Jessica Lamar, Director of Safe Mobility. We're also joined by Chief Jones, as well as Nicole Poirier from the branch manager of Attractions over in Community Services. Today's report outlines the current state of Edmonton's curbside and parking program, the operational and financial pressures impacting the system, and administration's planned approach for modernizing. I'm going to pass it over to Jessica now, who will walk you through the rest of the presentation.
So as Edmonton grows, curbside space is becoming increasingly important and increasingly complex to manage. When many people think about parking, they're thinking about finding a place to leave their vehicle. But today, curbside space supports much more than that. The same curb lane may support parking, deliveries, passenger loading, accessibility, access, patios, micromobility, and short-term access needs, often within the same day or even hour. At the same time, redevelopment pressures are increasing. More neighborhoods are becoming mixed use, travel patterns continue to evolve, and expectations around access continue to change. The challenge is that while Edmonton has changed significantly, the underlying structure of our parking program has not. This work begins the transition from a traditional parking program to a coordinated curbside management system that better supports access, mobility, economic activity, and future growth. The current parking program manages a large citywide system. The program has more than 6,000 paid stalls, 19 residential parking program zones, and approximately 2.5 million annual parking transactions from more than 136,000 users. Overall, the system remains financially positive and operates on a cost recovery basis. One notable exception to that is Edmonton City Centre West Parkade, which sees an annual net loss of $1.8 million. This location has a 40-year lease that expires in 2027, and the city is not planning to renew, eliminating the financial pressure that brings with it. The larger challenge is that while curbside demands have become more complex, staffing, technology, and operational tools have not kept pace. Since 2019, staffing has declined from 30 positions to 8 in this area, limiting the program's ability to proactively manage operations, planning, and customer service. Our current enforcement capacity means approximately 10% of paid parking sessions are checked, reducing the likelihood that customers pay their parking fees in the first place, and it also reduces enforcement revenue potential. While the system is functional, there are clear opportunities to improve performance, consistency, and long-term sustainability. There are two primary drivers for transforming the curbside and parking program. The first is financial. The current program faces an ongoing funding gap of more than $2 million annually to address structural budget pressures. This includes ongoing increased security costs at the City Hall and Library Parkades and broader changes in parking behavior following the pandemic. The second challenge is that Edmonton's curbside environment has evolved significantly. Today, curbside space is seeing far more activities, serving more users, and experiencing greater competition than when this program was originally designed. The current system relies heavily on fragmented programming, manual processes, and reactive approaches because it was designed primarily just to maintain parking supply. It was not designed to support active management of turnover, demand, access, and competing curbside uses in our growing city. To support the growth envisioned through city plan, the system needs to evolve alongside the city itself. At a high level, there are two ways to address the parking program's structural budget variance. One option is to increase tax levy support to fill the gap. The other is through targeted operational and pricing changes within the parking program itself. Administration is recommending the second approach as it addresses the funding gap while also supporting modernization, and it reduces reliance on tax-supported funding for the program. Importantly, the changes that we'll discuss today are not being recommended solely as revenue measures. They are also intended to improve the turnover, access to parking in busy locations, and to make more effective use of limited curbside space. In short, the work is about improving how the system performs while also creating a more sustainable funding model for the work. To support and enable program modernization, administration is advancing two near-term actions. First is an updated off-street parking rate framework. That's off-street is for surface lots and parkades. And that work was informed by market analysis, utilization data, and reviews of comparable municipalities. Many city parking locations are currently priced up to 50% below comparable market rates. The objective here, again, is not to generate the most revenue possible. Despite the rate adjustments we have planned, e-park facilities will remain the most affordable parking provider. The second action is to remove 15-minute free parking period. This was originally introduced as 30 minutes free during the COVID pandemic to support very short stay activity and curbside access. It was reduced to 15 minutes during the last budget, and there was no impact to parking utilization. We saw consistent activity before and after. And no other major Canadian municipality has maintained a comparable COVID-introduced free parking approach. For most users, the impact of this change will be modest, with an average parking session increasing by approximately 60 cents. To support short-stay activities, administration will also conduct a comprehensive review of existing loading zones, and where we could increase that short-stay activity space. Currently, over 150 loading stalls exist within commercial parking areas in our city. 80 of those are concentrated in the downtown area alone. Together, these near-term improvements are expected to generate approximately $3.2 million in additional annual revenue once fully implemented. While we recognize that some users may pay more for parking as a result of these changes, targeted operational and pricing changes will shift the cost of parking to those using the service rather than subsidizing the program through tax levy. Early analysis of the 2027 to 2030 budget public engagement shows participants expressed a strong preference for parking fees to be paid mostly paid for through parking/user fees, demonstrating support for this approach. Administration's near-term actions address today's operating and funding pressures, while the future state vision is broader. The goal is to move from a system that is reactive, manual, and fragmented to one that is coordinated, integrated, and informed by data. This is about enabling the tools, data, and flexibility to actively manage curbside space as a city-building asset. Today, many aspects of that system continue to be reactive and fragmented. Moving to a future state allows us to make better decisions, respond to local conditions, and create a more consistent experience for residents, businesses, and visitors. The future state comes together through three interconnected components: the residential parking program, the commercial parking program, and the systems that support both of those. As you folks well know, parking is one of the most common issues raised during redevelopment discussions and at public hearings. Residents want confidence that neighborhood context is being considered and that parking decisions are transparent and consistent. The residential parking program has remained largely unchanged despite significant changes in how Edmonton is growing. The future program is intended to create a more adaptable and transparent framework that reflects neighborhood context, changing demand, and evolving travel patterns. The goal is to better balance access, neighborhood livability, and curbside use while improving customer experience and permit access. Public engagement will occur later this year, and that will inform recommendations coming back to committee in early 2027. Implementation after that would occur gradually through a neighborhood-by-neighborhood approach, supported by targeted communications and engagement. The future commercial program is centered on access. The goal is not to manage every curbside space in the city the same way. The goal is to ensure curbside space supports the activity that's happening around it. In some locations, that may mean short-stay customer parking. In others, it may mean loading, accessibility, deliveries, or passenger pickup and drop-off activities. The future approach allows curbside decisions to be informed by local context, demand, and performance data. This helps improve access to businesses, services, and destinations while supporting economic activity and customer choice. Administration will continue to work closely with BIAs, businesses, and institutions as this work evolves. The future state for the commercial program also includes opportunities to expand parking management beyond traditional curbside spaces where it supports broader operational and city objectives. This work generally falls into three categories: looking at city-owned facilities, ETS park and ride, and other city-owned lands. On facilities, administration is developing low-cost paid parking pilots at 3 locations: the Matart Conservatory, Edmonton Valley Zoo, and Fort Edmonton Park. These sites were selected because they have defined parking areas, strong demand, and relatively limited spillover impacts. The pricing model for these pilots has been developed to avoid negative impacts to facility attendance. For example, 2 hours of parking at the Matart will cost $2, with the first hour being free. Administration is also exploring opportunities over time to bring ETS park and ride facilities into a more coordinated, city-managed model, improving consistency across pricing, enforcement, technology, and customer experience. Finally, there are opportunities to leverage vacant city-owned lands for interim parking where it supports access, economic activities, or broader city priorities, particularly in areas experiencing growth or redevelopment pressure. The future state is not achieved through policy and program changes alone. It requires the system and tools that make those changes work. Technology modernization will create a more seamless customer experience by integrating permitting, payment, and enforcement tools. Data and analytics will provide better visibility into occupancy, turnover, demand, and curbside use, supporting more informed decision-making, stronger performance monitoring, and a better understanding of demand over time. Enforcement is equally important. Even well-designed curbside and parking programs are only effective if rules can be applied consistently and fairly. Administration continues to have positive and constructive conversations with the province regarding automated parking enforcement as we collaborate to bring this to Edmonton. While the province has indicated high-level support for the city's proposed systems and processes to support this program, they have highlighted that they are underway with their own modernization of the motor vehicle system and review of applicable regulation governing the privacy for the appropriate collection, use, and disclosure of motor vehicle information. While collaboration is ongoing and positive, the timelines indicated for the provincial program priorities may create a challenge in bringing this program online in the near future. Communications and change management are critical to successfully modernizing Edmonton's curbside and parking program. This includes making it easier for residents, businesses, and visitors to understand parking rules, access customer tools, and navigate changes across both residential and commercial parking programs. As future changes are introduced, administration will use a neighborhood-by-neighborhood approach supported by targeted local communications and engagement to help reflect the unique needs of that area. There are also opportunities to improve awareness and use of city parking services, including ePark, while providing clear information about parking availability, operations, and customer experience features. Over time, modernization may create additional opportunities to communicate with users through city parking assets, creating opportunities to have paid advertising present in parkades, for example, supporting broader public awareness, customer information, and wayfinding initiatives. Administration has developed a phase implementation approach that distinguishes between near-term operational improvements and the fully integrated future state system. The first phase focuses on actions already underway and foundational planning work that can be completed within existing resources. The second phase includes the core modernization work, including residential parking program redesign, technology procurement and integration, expanded data and analytics capabilities, commercial parking expansion planning, and enhanced communications and change management approaches. This phase also includes further development of the automated parking enforcement program, subject to provincial support and approval. Importantly, the future state system is not achieved through individual initiatives in isolation. These program elements are intended to function as part of a coordinated system over time. For example, modernization of the residential parking program depends on supporting technology, communications, enhancement to our enforcement abilities, and customer tools in order for a launch to be successful. Phase 3 reflects the longer-term future state system. This includes integrated permit, payment, and enforcement tools, that implementation of the redesigned residential parking program, dynamic demand-based pricing expansion, looking into the transit adjacent and park and ride facilities, city-owned assets, and more advanced real-time curbside management capacity. Future funding requests associated with some of the major buckets of that work, like automated parking enforcement or the residential parking program, will return through future reports or budget deliberations as that work progresses. Long-term modernization requires a sustainable foundation financially. The near-term actions discussed today, together with the expiry of the Edmonton City Centre West lease, significantly improve the program's financial outlook. These changes are projected to approximately double annual net revenue by 2028. However, stronger financial performance is not the end goal. It is what enables the modernization to take place. It creates capacity for that improved technology, customer tools, enforcement, data analytics, and overall system performance. As the system matures, improved financial sustainability may also create opportunities for Council to consider broader reinvestment approaches that support local access, mobility, and economic activity. This could include future parking benefit district approaches, strategic reserve models, and neighborhood-based curbside improvements that help communities respond to evolving local access and mobility needs. It also creates a model where, again, people who are using the system contribute more directly to the cost of operating and improving it rather than relying on broader tax support. Edmonton's curbside network supports how people access businesses, services, destinations, and neighborhoods every day. The transformation plan before committee establishes a path from a parking program designed primarily to maintain supply towards a coordinated curbside management system designed to support Edmonton's future. Administration has been working closely with the Office of the City Auditor as they conduct their parking services audit. The plan discussed today has been designed to incorporate areas of improvement identified by the Auditor, which will be discussed in more detail at the September Audit Committee meeting. Administration will bring forward a service package to support modernization work to the 2027 to 2030 budget deliberations funded by parking revenue. Recommendations related to the redesigned residential parking program will return to committee in Q1 of 27 following completion of the citywide engagement at the end of this year. Additional future state milestones, again like automated parking enforcement and expanded parking management approaches, will come forward for discussion as that work progresses. Ultimately, this work is about improving access, supporting economic activity, responding to growth, and making the best use possible of one of the city's most valuable public assets. Thank you, and we're happy to take your questions after speakers.
Thank you very much. We will shift now to our public speakers. So I have Aaron Budnick. Are you with us, Aaron? No. Ryan Jakes, are you still with us online?
Yes, sort of.
All right.
So, yeah, unfortunately very swamped with work and won't be able to speak fully, but I did want to flag for everyone that we did share an email earlier this morning with the councillors about our stance on the parking matter. So if you could please take a quick look at that, but unfortunately have to get back to work, so I will yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And I think we do have that in our inboxes. So thank you for that submission. And then finally, we have Mark Wilson.
Hi. I'm just sort of speaking generally about parking and it being free. I'm a shopkeeper on White Avenue, and I've been a resident of Garneau for the last 1,000 years, where we've had a neighborhood parking program in place. Neighborhood parking permits are a valuable public asset, and like other forms of public infrastructure, they shouldn't be free. Charging for permits helps ensure that limited curb space is used more efficiently, reduces abuse of the system, and generates revenue that can be reinvested into local streets, sidewalks, transit, and active transportation infrastructure. When permits are free, there's little incentive to consider how much curb space is being occupied. A modest fee better reflects the value of reserving public land for private vehicle storage while still providing residents with affordable parking. It also creates a fairer system, as residents without vehicles currently subsidize street parking through their taxes despite receiving little benefit from it. A paid permit program can help manage demand, improve parking availability for those who truly need it, and encourage households to make more deliberate transportation choices. And just speaking very briefly on the parking benefit district, as somebody in Old Strathcona, we would love to see the return of those funds to go towards help move the public realm strategy forward, because we're in desperate need of it. Anyways, that's my tip. That's all.
Great. Thank you so much for being here today. I'll just confirm again, Aaron Budnick is not there.
And Councillor Stevenson, committee did add Jacob DeWang and Everett Horner as approved speakers for these items.
Okay. Jacob DeWang, are you there? Not seeing you. And
Madam Chair, are we going through are we doing it one by one? Like that speaker was for 7.2? Like, do you want
7.2, 7.3, and 8.1 are all cross-referenced.
But are we going through all the speakers, or do you want me to ask this speaker a question so then they can be released? Or
yes, I'm just confirming we don't have any other speakers before we move to speakers, questions of speakers.
They were all for 7.2.
Thank you. Is Everett Horner here? No? Okay, we'll go to questions of speakers. Councillor Jans.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there were others for other items. Guess Wilson, are you still with us?
I am.
Yeah, so just wanted to understand. I don't want to dox myself, but I guess the separatists kind of already did. We can all look in the Centurion database where everybody lives, but you and I share a neighborhood, which we both have talked about. I am not allowed to park on the street in the neighborhood, and because I live in an apartment, and you are allowed to park in the street because you have a home. You said you've lived 1,000 years. Does this do you know when this change, or when this the history of this piece originated?
So that bit of enforcement, so it being limited to single family dwellings, and I think multiple family under a certain height, has always existed through the length of that program. So apartment buildings and the high density complexes have always been outside of the program. Part of the concern about that being rolled back in is that if you live, say, in Garneau Towers and you were being charged however many, $100 per month, say, it would be cheaper for you to simply get, where there is parking available for those structures because of parking minimums when those buildings were built. It would be cheaper for people to park on the street from apartment buildings, and then possibly, if you can pay way less parking on the street, then you're going to choose that option. But I think it's imperative that residents pay for the parking. It's been free the entire time I've been there, and it really seems kind of counterintuitive to be given free parking on city property.
Right. So you registered to item 7.2 about the parking benefits districts. You had, I think you're aware in the report, it recommends that administration is not developing these at this time, but then in future. So putting your business owner hat on, do you have thoughts about where, if parking revenue is collected in the old Strathcona area, how it should be allocated?
I think, again, we do a lot to subsidize vehicle traffic through our community, and it'd be nice to see some of that revenue come into promoting public realm, which will improve access for public transit and for active transportation users and so forth. So we're kind of hopefully using that money to further encourage people to find other means of arriving in our district. And when when council voted last spring to approve it, great, and then it kind of went away. And I understand the need for equity of spreading that revenue around, but in some ways, that's part of the attraction of this neighborhood, and I believe that money should stay within the community.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions of our speakers, so thank you again, Speaker Wilson, for being with us here today. We'll go next to questions of administration. Councillor Jans, you selected this, so over to you.
I think first of all, this is a lot, and I realize we're getting late in the day here, so I want to say thank you, and we're going to have a few other conversations, but maybe right off the top, just to say, given the fact that we are in a fiscal crunch, that none of us relish parking fees or user fees or property taxes. We all understand that, in a dream, everything would be free to everyone all the time, but certainly we're not there, and there needs to be some pricing here. So I guess one of my questions was, am I correct in understanding that 30% of road users are from out of town, that they're not Edmonton taxpayers?
I can't confirm that, Councillor. I don't think that number came from us.
Was that in the fiscal gap report? 1 in 3?
We'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, I'll follow up there too. Yeah. I guess my first question would be, so all of this is moot if we don't have good enforcement. There recently was some information shared that over the last decade, enforcement has gone down despite more calls, more stalls, more opportunity. Just wondering if we could touch on that piece and what the plan is to actually ensure compliance.
I can take a stab at that. So I will say that 2020, 2021, 2022, we took a considerable chunk of our parking enforcement contract dollars and gave that back to the greater good during the COVID years, and so it did reduce our parking enforcement for those 3 years. I will also say that we're now just back at the the same level of enforcement dollars for that contract as we had in 2018, 2019. And in addition to that, we've also seen the cost of living adjustment to that contract, and so we're getting fewer contract hours for the same amount of money. So that is part of that. We've also seen, just in the last 2 years alone, we've had a 42% increase in calls for service from Edmontonians for parking enforcement related complaints. So we're tripping over ourselves to try to keep up to that demand, let alone getting to really fully appreciate our support of the curbside parking program. We are adding a considerable amount to that budget. We're hoping to have that online by September in order to try to catch up to that demand and to support the curbside management program as it continues.
When you say considerable amount, are you privy to share? Are we talking?
Yeah, $1 million.
$1 million.
Yeah.
So by September, there'll be $1 million worth of more hours going out, assigning tickets, checking tickets, and hopefully thus in raising compliance and
yeah, we have to work with our contractor in order to get people hired and trained and hopefully on the street by September. But just to give you some context, we're at about $3.3 million for that contract right now. So we'll be adding, I'm on the wrong tab here, but an estimated just shy of 30,000 additional enforcement hours for that contract.
Right, and then that gives way to greater compliance because people know you're more likely to get a ticket, so more people pay, et cetera, et cetera. Okay.
Such is the goal, yeah, and we'll be able to keep up to the service level demands from Edmontonians.
Okay. Do we have a number on the 30%? Do we?
We do. So it's confirmed that it was 30% of road users are non-City of Edmonton residents. They're regional use.
Okay, so I imagine 30% of parkers or maybe higher would be as well?
We don't have that exact stat.
Yeah.
What I can tell you is that consideration that not everybody parking as a taxpayer of Edmonton is a factor in the thought process. Edmontonians with the current tax-supported system are subsidizing parking for folks who do not live in the city.
Mm-hmm. And as a result, we pay a higher tax rate on Edmontonians. Okay, I think that's a really important principle to kind of underpin this about equity there. I realize time is limited, so what I think I hear here is in the parking benefit agreements, I don't hear you saying no, I hear you saying no right now, but in future we want to figure out a way to allocate this. What makes me a little nervous is I think part of the sell here is if we're charging $1 to park at the zoo, that $1 should go to feeding the red pandas, and if we're paying $1 to go to the park system, it should go towards the care and upkeep and beautification of the parks. So can you help with that a bit?
Yes, specific to city facility with paid parking, so Matart Zoo and Fort Edmonton Park. The plan is to come back to you folks in 27 with a reinvestment framework for that particular set of revenue. So we will hold any revenue generated from those city facilities sites aside, come back to you to talk about what your priorities are for reinvesting that. Do you want it to go to panda treats first? Do you want it to go to parking improvements at the facility first? Do you want it for active transportation connections, et cetera, et cetera? We'll have that conversation, and that essentially creates an opportunity for us to trial out parking benefit districts specific to city facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks so much for the report. Just following up on some of the questions around enforcement. Why did we only show the 3 years of data, the 2023 to 2025? Do we have a broader picture of those trends in revenues?
So I will say that we're coming back in August with a 10-year, the 10-year parameters that you've asked us for. So that's something that we're working on, crunching the numbers and all of the different sort of rationale as to why it's lower or higher and all of those pieces.
Right. Okay, and is there anything, I guess, preliminarily that you can share with us? I know you mentioned the dip in 2021, 2022, but just knowing that we never really recovered to those pre-2021 levels, is there anything that you can share at this time?
I don't have the numbers from the August report yet, but I do know that we've worked considerably with, so I talked about having fewer service hours out of the contract because of the cost of living adjustment. One of the benefits from it is our contractor isn't seeing the same turnover, so we're seeing that We're becoming more efficient with more experienced officers. They're making fewer errors, and so it's a bit of a give and take. We are monitoring our efficiency. We've worked with them in order to sort of delegate tasks out to different officers in different ways in order to try to maximize all of those contract dollars. But I don't have any of the figures in front of me just yet for that report.
Councillor Salvador, I'll add that some of the challenges that enforcement has is similar to other services within Parks and Roads. So growth of city, demand of service, types of modal shift, all of those pieces change how enforcement goes out and how effective it is. And then also needing to re-strategize on what those deployment strategies look like. So within this curbside management refresh, or the new program, is re-looking how we're more effective and how we deploy resourcing to ensure compliance, which ultimately helps out on all components of the parking program.
Right. Okay, that's helpful. And I'm really looking forward to digging into that further when that report is ready. I wanted to ask about the financial performance of paid parking facilities. There were a number that I flagged that seemed to be quite underperforming on the parkade side and a number of the lots. What is our plan for those underperforming locations?
So right now, the only location that isn't generating net revenue is Edmonton City Centre West. The rest are at least covering their costs. I think the difference here is there is still potential for more growth there. And so that really comes down into the communications, the advertising pieces, and the making it easier for people to find and access those parking pieces. All of that is planned in the modernization. Suggestions like in technology, I want them to, I want it to tell you exactly where the closest parking location is. We just added signs to all the parkades to say how many spots are available, so people don't move away from them thinking they might be full. We want to be doing more advertising to draw people's attention to where parking is and the rates, etc. So there are lots of opportunities for us to generate more activity and therefore revenue with those kinds of approaches.
Right, and okay, so that's good to know. I guess I was looking at the peak occupancy numbers and recognizing that some of those are quite low. And I guess that speaks to your point around, while we might be okay on the revenue side, there's still a lot of room to go and to grow to increase that delta. Okay. This is maybe a broader question. As part of this body of work, how are we looking at different models? I'm thinking of Calgary's Parking Authority. Are we investigating that? I'm not overly familiar with that model, but just making sure we're looking across jurisdictions.
Yeah, so one of the actions that we actually did is we've seconded a team member who is one of the leaders in Calgary for parking and has a background at the City of Toronto for parking as well to help with some of those pieces. Interesting update, City of Calgary does not have a parking authority anymore. A number of years ago, it actually was transitioned into city administration. There aren't that many parking authority models that exist anymore. Most of them are integrated into city operations.
Okay, good to know. That's it, thanks.
Great, thank you so much. Councillor Clark.
Just jumped in there, thank you. First question is just when I'm looking at the financial statement, when all the actions and the expenses for like now, phase 2, phase 3, are those all captured? Is that in attachment 7 of the budget?
So for modernization, essentially, the first phase, the near-term actions in 26 are all handled within existing resources. So that part, no concerns. The near-term actions basically unlock some revenue for us moving forward by 2028, when fully implemented, $3.2 million of additional revenue will be available. What we're going to do is hold that revenue in the interim financial sustainability reserve so that it can be dedicated back to modernizing the program. So any of the pieces coming to budget this year that we need resourcing for to get ready for 27 and beyond implementation will be funded by parking revenue, which means that they will have no tax levy impact. And then from there on, we're talking about bigger pieces like the residential parking program. And when that comes forward, I'm anticipating a discussion around whether we want permitting fees associated with that program, which would also help to fund any resources needed to implement it. And automated parking enforcement does have does have revenue forecasted that is quite significant. So getting that program up and running is not exactly costly. It's actually very low cost to implement it and move it forward, and the revenue will more than cover the cost of that.
Yeah, I think I understand. So the expenses they're outlined for 27 to 30, that includes kind of the rollout? Is that what I'm hearing?
Those expenses are already budgeted for.
Already budgeted?
Yeah,
Okay.
so there are no extra expenses as a result of this.
Okay, I'll move to the 15-minute parking suggested to be removal. I don't know if I saw anywhere, what was the engagement done with businesses, BIAs, everything in terms of that suggestion?
There was no formal engagement that went out on this piece moving forward. What we do know is that approximately 15% of our existing e-park transactions fall within that 0 to 15-minute category. It's not a large proportion of the space. Most people are staying longer than 15 minutes. And of course, anecdotally, we've been told by many folks they don't even know they get that 15 minutes free. So those are some of the factors that went into this, along with the fact that that program costs $1.1 million to the city in order for us to enable the free parking, while the average cost per user is about 60 cents.
Okay, good to know. Just on the parking pilot for the 3 locations, got a couple questions on the details of that. One for the first hour free. I guess I kind of struggle there because we said the enforcement can only do 10% anyways, especially some of those locations. We're talking Fort Edmonton or the zoo. I'm not guessing enforcement doesn't go around there that much. So I'm just trying to get the rationale behind that, and would it make more sense to be, here's a discounted flat rate to go use those facilities?
Well, when it comes to enforcement, we would consider that one of the operating costs required for those spaces. So as we step up our level of service by incorporating more locations, we'll be working with our colleagues in community standards to identify what kind of service hours we need to enforce that space and include that in what the revenue will cover for the space. So it's not just about putting in the signs and lines and using hotspot, it's the full service that's needed to support that space.
One of the other, this is still in theory. We haven't fully explored it, but one of the other things that we could look at is similar to like condominiums and malls that have a private agency parking program. We could maybe extend it to those locations as well, so they could maybe have staff on site who periodically check parking to help, provide some additional support there.
And then quickly, so for the 3, the zoo, Fort Edmonton, and then Mootart, I kind of struggle with that one, I guess, understanding why that was added on the list. Because I think from a practical standpoint, if you've got to pay now there, I'm probably just going to go try to park on the street across the street, right? And there's really close access to LRT trains, and the revenue expected on it was the lowest of the number by a long shot. So I'm trying to kind of wrap my mind around why that 3rd one was added in here.
2 of the 3 reasons you mentioned were actually the reasons why we selected it. So first of all, we already monitor parking at the Matart. People have to register through Hotspot in order to park there. That was brought in because of the presence at the LRT station. So making sure that folks weren't essentially using it as a park and ride facility. And so there have always been and will continue to be challenges around spillover parking in that area. The redesigned residential parking program and enforcement enhancements will all support the rollout of these spaces, so that when we can be present in those spaces to support the spillover parking, enforcing that people aren't there, etc. It was also chosen just because it's a very contained environment and easy to monitor the parking.
Thank you. I'll take a quick turn. This is a broader question, and forgive my ignorance on this because it may be clearly spelled out and I'm just missing it. But where is the curbside management strategy now? Is this complementary? Is this sort of a refresh? Yeah.
This supports the implementation of the work that's talked about in the curbside management strategy. You won't see all aspects of that present in what we're talking about today, because we need to get ourselves into a place where we actually have the information and the tools to be able to do some of those things. Demand-based pricing is a great example of that. We do that in some ways. For example, Rogers events, right? So we'll adjust parking rates when there's a Rogers event of over 5,000 people present. That's one kind of demand-based pricing. Another is following the trends seasonally and adjusting accordingly to say activity shifts in this location during these times. We know that from the data, and so we can set that up to help support moving forward.
Okay, thanks. And I really apologize. I know we often make decisions and then forget we made those decisions, and they're like, why did those decisions get made? But the move from 30 to 8 FTEs, was it a series of decisions? Was it reallocations? That is just a pretty significant drop.
There's no one decision to look at that's related to that. It's more over time, and a lot of these shifts, again, happened during the COVID period where resourcing could move and where the strategy of the work was at the time.
Okay, no, that's helpful. So it wasn't just a bad motion that we passed.
No, we also reduced the actual physical parking machines, which saw a reduction in FTE supporting that program, which was 3 FTEs.
Oh, okay, that's helpful context as well. So some of that was intentional to help reduce some of the costs. Great. You know, the report mentions, and first of all, it's just so much in the report that's very exciting, really, really well done. It mentions, you know, using curbside management to support our financial, mobility, and land use objectives. Just really wanted to focus in on this question around economic objectives, how we're supporting economic growth. So could you help me understand how that lens is being brought to this work?
I can start, and then I'm going to invite Tom Gervin to come up as well. He's been a key partner in this work. The commercial program is really focused on access and turnover, and those are 2 pieces that are key to economic activity. The lower priced your curbside parking is, the longer people will stay in that space, which restricts access and turnover. Curbside is really intended to be for short stay access. For people who are wanting to park and be in the area for multiple hours, that's really more what surface lots and parkades are designed to be for, while that curbside is a quick jump in and out you go, and that's what pricing is designed for. It's to drive behavior.
Is there anything that you wanted to add?
Hi, Tom Gervin, Director of Downtown Economy. Yeah, turnover definitely a key component, but also loading zone access to facilitate deliveries and short-term stays from commercial vehicles, part of the plan, and I know is considered with purpose and intention. And the frequency in terms of the turnover being the most prevalent piece. So. Yeah, you know, attention that I'm coming up against in some of the road work that's happening is that it's either our complete street guidelines or our curbside management strategy that, you know, in commercial areas and walkable commercial areas, it deprioritizes the presence of parking sort of in the actual designs of the streets. And I feel like there's a bit of a tension there just in terms of recognizing that parking is an important way that we support the local economy. So again, just wondering if those conversations are happening, I think, between the built infrastructure, the choices that are being made there on a complete streets objective, and then how we're sort of seeing parking being complementary and supportive of economy. Yeah, I would say the engagement that we have with our businesses on a very regular basis across multiple channels, including our relationships with BIAs, helps inform the work that we do broadly. I can't comment specifically in terms of the connection between design and the complexities of each individual neighborhood and each individual main street obviously factor into the decisions that are ultimately made.
Mm-hmm. On the design piece, I can tell you this is something that takes a lot of conversation and is unique to each location. Mm-hmm. I think about this, you know, connected topic with safe mobility, but parking space often means wider road, which means faster speeds. Mm-hmm. And so we have to take into account where does it make sense to advance your safety goals while also not creating a total barrier of access through parking space. Same applies for the economic activity versus creating space for other uses downtown, like for patios, example. We have to go through that prioritization conversation with every location that we go through.
And your teams are connected to the neighborhood renewal teams, our trail renewal. Okay,
yeah,
great.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. And my apologies because I stepped out, so I missed my 2 of my colleagues. So if I state a question's already been answered, please let me know. That's going to work a little backwards in my questions. What do we require from the government right now to commence like automated parking enforcement?
There are two main gates that we're working with the province on right now when it comes to automated enforcement. The first is related to privacy, and that's with the OPIC area at the provincial level, and that's the use of vehicle license plate recognition software. So this is an element we would be using when we're driving around taking photos to pick up all of the vehicles in a parking space, for example. There is no approved use of VLPR, vehicle license plate recognition software, in Alberta to date. Now, I know that you're all aware that there are lots of people who do use it, but there is no approved use. So there is a process that needs to be gone through in order for them to approve that, and then to establish a number of the sort of legislative gates that then enable us to use it. That's one piece. The second piece is we need permission through what's called an AMVR process to have access to personal registered owner information in order to then mail out tickets. So to know who we're talking about when we're not in person, and then to have their information to send them the violation in the mail. Right now, the trouble is that the province is modernizing their AMVR process and have let us know that they are not approving any new agreements until they've done that. Time estimates vary on that. I've heard between 1 year and 2 years, depending. And the OPIC process doesn't have a defined timeline at this point, although we are pursuing further conversations on that.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any demographics on who is utilizing, like, say, the Fort Edmonton Park or the zoo? And because where I'm going with this is that I want to find out if it's like low-income families or, you know, retirees on a fixed income. Is this going to be more impactful to those citizens?
Definitely, those are things that we do want to consider as we're looking at the pricing strategy. We do have our leisure access program, and we do need to figure out how that is going to fit into the overall program at the end of the day. But we do have demographics, I don't have them with me, but on who is using each one of those facilities for sure.
Okay.
I would also just add to that, there are lots of ways that we can create efficiencies and connections through this type of work. For example, including parking in a membership. So if you have a membership to the zoo, your parking's already covered as a part of that. There are ways for us to really make sure this is well embedded, so it doesn't feel like separate, distinct, and a whole bunch of extra red tape.
Okay, thank you, because I'm concerned about, I'll use the terminology double dipping, knowing that we potentially, like administration, may put a request in to increase the fees to access these facilities, and now we're going to hit them again with a parking aspect. I guess that wasn't the question, though, so I'll retract that.
I think, Councillor Elliott, to add to what you're saying, the intention of doing the 3 locations next year is to pilot it, see and really understand what impact it has, positive, negative, what are the implications of putting it into place, and then what needs to be adjusted based on that. So are we having unintended consequences in other areas? Is it impacting attractions, attendance, all of those components of it? So everything you've just said, the whole goal of a 3 location pilot is to be really gauged and calculated on how we're approaching it.
Okay. In regards to the parkings, I know my Councillor Clark brought up about parking, especially down by the zoo, right? We know that there's access points for off-leash dog going down to the waterfront, whatever the case may be, or even in the neighborhoods. I'm making the assumption, but I'll ask, as I've been taken into consideration as well, and what are the how are we going to cover that off if we give overflow in other areas?
Yeah, there's almost no locations in the city where a spillover impact isn't possible. And so that's where I think, again, the residential parking program and the increased enforcement support are going to be really key in supporting these areas so that we don't just have people with parasitic parking into the neighborhood spaces. The zoo has a large parking lot, and there is some future work coming on modernizing that space as well, and we would time this to come in with that so that we're not charging people for parking with the current state of that space.
And we do want to look at where those revenues are going, and so that will be part of the pilot. It would be nice to be able to use some of those revenues to go back into the facility, into improving the parking, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morgan.
Thanks. I'm appreciative of my council colleague, Councillor Clark, asking about the consultation. I'm a little disappointed about that, actually, with the 15-minute removal, especially, actually. And I was just kind of curious, like, I see us prioritizing short stays in the report. How does removing 15-minute parking prioritize that short stay? And I think about, like, my own time going, like, if I'm going down home south, then I stop on White Ave and stop at the lobby and drop off a video or something. Audrey's books, stuff like that, so.
Right. So one of the pieces was pulling together that inventory of existing short stay space in the city. So over 150 stalls available for that in commercial areas in the city. The second is this work has not happened in a proactive way over the years. It's quite reactive. Somebody will reach out to us and say, we'd really like a loading zone. Can we develop that? What I'd really like to do instead is leverage data to help us with that. So we're starting discussions with groups like Amazon or Uber, for example, with requests for them to share their GPS data around where they're most frequently stopping so that we can use that kind of data to help us design where best to put some of these spaces if they don't already exist. So I think we forget the landscape already exists to support these stays, and we can increase it moving forward with better data and conversation.
If I could add to that, another thing that I'm not sure is widely known is for that 15-minute stay, you do still need to register. So you can't just stop for 15 minutes and have that free. So we don't actually have great data right now for those who are stopping, not registering, thinking it's free for the first 15 minutes. But not realizing that in order to get that first free minutes, you do have to go on Hotspot and register for that. So the idea here is we'll also be able to capture that. And I think Jess was talking about it, the dollar figure associated with that 15 minutes on an individual basis is closer to 60 cents. But cumulatively, it's over $1 million for the city. So kind of looking at what is the impact to the individual, the convenience level, and the overall impact of the tax levy would be what helped inform this decision.
Sure, we've heard the impact to the city, but I guess we haven't heard the impact to the businesses, in my opinion. Like, again, Audrey's books or places down on Jasper Ave or White Ave.
Hi, Councillor. Yeah, I think the point I'd like to stress is the availability of parking for short term, not necessarily just for 15 minutes, is what we hear the most. So the combination of that access for customers, and again, the ability to ensure that there's proper loading zones, and not on a one-off basis, like Jess mentioned, in terms of being strategic and making sure that the times are right and the sizes are appropriate. I would stress that would be more important than just the 15 minutes per se. I think, as was mentioned before, the availability of the information in terms of it being well known isn't as widespread as maybe we'd like it to be. So there's many people that aren't taking advantage of it as is, and the fact that we could have the increased turnover would have a better impact on businesses.
I was going to ask about too, and I heard rumblings about rec centers at one point, but I didn't see anything about it in here, and I'm not unhappy about that, I'll tell you, but.
It was one of the initial discussion points when the motion in December was made that generated this report. We did not prioritize those for pilot programs. They're really complex locations with lots of co-located folks. And so what we would like to do instead is do these pilots, learn from them, make sure we understand the landscape that we're working within, and then grow it from there and contemplate what to include next.
Sure, and the Moutart's pretty well served by transit, but Fort Edmonton and the zoo have some challenges there, I guess. I missed that too, if that was in the report.
Yeah, there's a potential when we come back next year to talk about the reinvestment framework for you folks to say we'd like to prioritize in these spaces, for example, transit service, and we'd be working with our ETS colleagues to
Does that have to wait for that?
Well, there is no revenue now to reinvest, so that's potential. Like that's why we would.
But that's the only way we get transit services for that revenue, with the revenue from the parking.
Specific to serving it, specific to it being connected to how could parking revenue benefit this location? Yes, because there is no other revenue available to dedicate to it. Separately from that, a different conversation about increasing ETS service to those locations outside of parking revenue isn't included in this particular discussion.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Tang.
Great, yeah, thank you. Just on that question around other city facilities, and I think charging for parking at city facilities, this isn't the first time we've had this conversation. And previously, there's a lot of public pushback on this. Can you just highlight what is different this time?
The last time we had this conversation was a part of the Reimagine work that happened during the pandemic. There were a number of locations recommended at that time through the consultant report, including the Matart and Fort Edmonton Park, which we've included in ours. But others were more specific to green space, like Emily Murphy Park. TELUS World of Science was included at that time as well. There were also conversations about Harlack Park. That particular conversation didn't go over well during the pandemic. And from our sort of post-mortem on that, recommending paid parking in green spaces when that was the only place we were directing people to be at the time wasn't well served. There were also some considerations in there that we adjusted now to bring forward with learnings from other municipalities who have been charging for parking at city facilities for a very long time.
Yeah, how do we compare to some of those cities, whether it's parking at city facility or on-street parking or residential even?
Yeah, so I mean, we're one of the most low-cost options for parking across large municipalities in Canada and North America in general. When I look to the south with Calgary and I think about the rates they're charging at their facilities, to park for the day at their zoo, for example, is $14 or a $70 monthly rate. So we're still substantively lower than that with what we're recommending. The reason that we're different is, first of all, our parking environment, our economic environment related to parking is very different than Calgary's. But secondly, it is very important not to set rates in such a way that we then depress admissions to those facilities. Really, all we're doing at that point is taking revenue from community services and moving it to city operations. We don't want to do that. We want to start low. We want to see how that works. And then that rate framework can be adjusted over time. So if we're too low, then we can shift and move up if we need to do so.
Yeah, I was wondering, are we too low? But I mean, it sounds like this is a pilot, you adjust as it comes along. You said that the economic conditions are a little bit different. Can you just elaborate a little bit more?
Yeah, in Calgary, the city of Calgary has a very large presence when it comes to parking and parking facilities, particularly in their downtown. In my own words, they have a monopoly on parking in the downtown in Calgary. So it is a very, very big revenue driver for them, and they're contributing about $20 million per year back to the tax levy as a result of the work that they have.
Compared to ours is?
Well, right now it's costing in the tax levy. So we're vastly different from them on that front, but we also don't have the asset volume that they have, right? So they have a lot of parkades and surface lots in their downtown, and that's a huge driver for their revenue.
Okay, and the RPP, the residential parking program, similarly, this isn't the first time we're talking about it. Some neighborhoods have had it for a long time. We tried to expand it a few years ago and then paused it for a review. And so now we're picking it back up to come back in 2027. Again, what are we doing that's different so that we don't get the cold feet again?
The last run at residential parking program was really more around establishing core rules that were one size fits all across the city. And that really isn't the reality of how our neighborhoods and spaces function. It also didn't have deep tie-ins to redevelopment, open option parking, the zoning bylaw, for example. And the work on this one would be to design ways for operations to be a lever in supporting that development and access. Again, so that when you're at public hearing, you have tools to talk about to say, you know, when a space hits this kind of occupancy threshold, that's when we establish a management program for parking, and that's what these could look like. There will be ways for us to help support that on this end, and what that means is that every space will have a unique application when it comes to residential parking moving forward.
Yeah, certainly we've been talking about making sure we're using the right tool for the right problem, and for a while it didn't feel like I had that tool, so this is helpful. And then ultimately, you know, I know there's like some agreements and some disagreements on the various proposals you put forward, whether it's the 15-minute or the, you know, city facility parking. But essentially, overall, all of that is meant to also address the structural variance issue that's been accumulating for the last several years, correct?
That's right. So we don't want to come to budget asking for more tax levy for this work. We'd rather fund it from within.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks. I have two very different streams of questions. So first and foremost, before I go to the operational questions, is there anybody from planning online, specifically maybe Mr. Snyder?
We have Mr. Schneider in chambers here, so he's coming up to the mic. 2 seconds, Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you.
I'd ask him to hurry, but it might be rude.
I can see him walking.
Perfect.
Hello.
Hi, I just wanted to confirm. I thought that this was the report that was supposed to have an addendum with district plan and zoning and why they were or were not good for parking minimums or some sort of contextual factors. And I didn't see that attachment.
You are correct. That is not in the attachment. The approach, that was the original approach. The residential parking program needed a bit more time to fully develop, and so that's coming, I believe the report says next year, Q1. That planning aspect will be part of that report in Q1. So it's coming, it's just not here today.
So that'll come in Q1 2027?
Believe so. Correct.
Okay, yeah. It's odd that my office didn't get an update on that, considering it was a verbal commitment to me for that to be included in this report.
Yeah, apologies, Councillor, for the shift in timing.
Yeah, okay. And I guess going to city operations then, one of the things I'm really grappling with, and I want to kind of, is there's all these projections on the revenue, and I can see the temptation of, you know, this adding revenue. But in my short tenure on council, I've seen lots of parking revenue projections that haven't actually produced that revenue. How are we confident in these parking revenue projections in this report?
My approach with revenue projections is to always go as conservative as possible so that we don't create a structural budget variance moving forward. So this program moved to the Safe Mobility section in January of this year, and we have taken a revised approach to how we do those kinds of forecasting so that we help ourselves on the back end.
Okay, so can you tell me what you've revised? So instead of like the ideal thing, like you're just taking a more like if you have, let's say plus or minus 50%, you're going with the minus 50% as the number?
Yes, I'm always trending towards the bottom of the plus or minus in order to give ourselves room.
Okay, and then when that report comes back in 2027, will you also be, for the residential parking program, talking about how you'll be prioritizing rollout to neighborhoods?
Yes, absolutely. We'll be talking about how we would be looking at each space, whether it's already in or not yet in the existing residential parking program.
Well, there's very few neighborhoods that are already in the existing residential parking program.
And I think,
so I guess,
sorry, Councillor Rutherford, to that point on the very few that are in it, that was one of the misses in the previous rollout of the RPP program or the revising of that program, is it was focusing on the existing and not where others should be and where more applicable application those could be for either growth or other areas of the city that it would apply to.
So I guess I'm just looking to understand that, like, if you you go forward with what you're proposing in this report, I'm just trying to anticipate what I'm going to get back in 2027, and if I need to be having any direction or conversations with administration about areas, specifically neighborhoods in the ward that I represent, but I know other councillors would probably be interested in doing the same thing for the neighborhoods of where they have been seeing some of those parking pressures and issues. Or do you think you already have a fulsome understanding of that?
I anticipate, so the report will have a full implementation plan where we would be contemplating this, but in advance of that, as we get closer to building that out, an invitation for additional conversations to understand in each ward where you might prioritize wanting to start would be helpful to inform that process moving forward, and we can absolutely include that as a part of the work coming forward on that report.
Okay, yeah, because it was funny when Michael Jan said, they can't, if they live in apartments, because they can't get on-street parking because they don't want to dissuade people from paying for the underground parking, which is something like, for example, I'm seeing in Greaseville, where people are parking on the road and not using the underground parking provided in a lot of the apartment complexes. So great work, very interesting. Thank you for your answers.
Great, thank you. Back to you, Councillor Jans.
Okay, I'm just mindful of time. I believe the chair you wanted to move a motion on 15. I know others may have changes too. And then I have a number of pieces for feedback here, so I'm not sure what is just easiest from an agenda management perspective. What would the chair like?
Yeah, if you can form motions for the list of items that you have.
Okay.
And then you could move that.
Okay, I have a couple, I'm gonna work on, I'll work on a motion then. I'm not sure how to say, go do this and additionally do this, so I'll work with the chair on that, or the clerk on that. But I had a couple of technical questions. So right now, do we know, since reopening, how many cars a day enter Harlech Park?
No, I don't believe we do.
Does anybody from the Parks Group, do we have one of those ticker tapes under the road there?
I'll try to find out.
Sure, I appreciate that. Do we know, right now at the Muttart, you have to register to park there. It's been $0, but you have to register, right? How does that work?
It's through Hotspot, so when you go into the building, there's signage that makes you aware of that, as well as in the parking lot. You sign in, there's a specific way to do that so that you're not charged.
So I know there's a nominal charge from Hotspot for doing this, but could we just apply Hotspot right now to all of our rec centers and just for data collection? So we know, like, are people coming to the Kinsman and staying for 8 hours or staying for 1.5 hours or what?
If we're looking at pure data collection, I think there are ways we can talk about that, not necessarily through Hotspot, but we haven't had that fulsome discussion quite yet.
With regards to Horlack, we do not know how many cars are coming through per day.
Okay. All right. We also have a number of complimentary passes that we give out from the city. Is there contemplated review or action of that forthcoming?
Yes, that work's going to happen in 2027 so that we can have a more robust framework around where complementary or subsidized parking is appropriate. And we'll be looking to work with our partners again in community services who have some great frameworks already in place with that related to civic events. So where we can copy from a neighbor, we will. And where we need to make unique due to a parking context, we will.
Right. And we already, through the leisure access plan, we do have a process for giving people low income folks using data like their T4, is that correct?
Yeah, I'll let Roger Jevney take that.
Yeah, there's an income verification process, Councillor.
Okay, so we already have an income verification process. So in theory, we could establish a low income parking pass that if somebody is making less than 50,000 a year or something, that we could have a pass for them, right? Like that is.
Yeah, so are you thinking at specific, like when they're going into a facility, for example?
Yeah, say I wanted, like, because we hear sometime about low income concern, but we have an answer to that. I'm just wondering if we can apply that as well.
Yeah, specifically on the city facility pilots, that is one of the pieces that we'll be working with our colleagues to figure out how to incorporate that.
Okay. My other concern right now is just like we had a very animated response through the winter parking ban and a very about parking and a very less animated but still animated response during the spring sweeping with ticketing and everything else there too. How can we right now move to can we do a registration system? Is there something we can do? Can we move to a $0 parking pass just so we get contact info for people so we can get them to move their vehicle?
That would require resources that we don't have, and until we start generating revenue, we don't have additional ability to bring resources on to do that.
Also, future state automated parking enforcement, fingers crossed, has a significant ability to help this. Calgary uses their automated parking enforcement program significantly to support their spring sweep activities and have great compliance as a result of that. So think for automated parking enforcement, we're not just enforcing paid parking, we're also helping to enforce any of the parking activities across the city.
I guess, and I love that. I worry though that the AMVR isn't coming for at least 2 years. So we're gonna have at least 2 more big snowfall seasons and sweep seasons. So I'm thinking about how do we right now, is it an unfunded service package to establish something? I don't know, but I worry about just the burn of inefficiency in our snow removal dollars next winter without some other plan here.
I mean, I think we've been here before and we've talked about the communication plan and all the different steps that the folks from Parks and Roads will take, but certainly I talked about the certainty of getting a ticket and why we stepped up enforcement this year despite people pushing back is that we're not seeing people complying with it. And so part of that is just using that lever of enforcement to make sure that people do comply, so that as the street sweepers or the graders come by, they actually can do that work as efficiently as possible.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I wanted to touch base on the 15-minute item. And so for me, there's a real distinction between someone, what I would like to achieve is that someone who is coming and parking for only 15 minutes has no fee, and someone who is staying for an hour pays for 60 minutes, not 45. Is that possible?
Councillor, yes, it is possible. Once somebody hits 15 minutes, 1 second, it can change the way that we charge for their session.
Perfect, perfect. So perhaps then I can just get a motion on that basis. And I recognize, my understanding is that of that million of sort of lost revenue in the 15 minutes, it's a fairly small proportion that are that 15-minute only. Is that correct?
It's approximately 175,000 or 12%.
Okay, great. So if I make a motion, again, shifting to have 15 minutes, only free. Anything, if you're staying longer than 15 minutes, you're paying for a full hour. That would leave 175,000 less from our anticipated revenue.
I just wanted to I guess, add some context around how we would go about doing that. And correct me if I'm wrong, though, is 0 to 15 minutes would be free, but then minute 16 and onwards would be recouping that 15 minutes from everybody who just stayed for 15 minutes. So you're essentially pushing the costs to those who park for longer. So the overall charge would be the same, but you're just redistributing who would pay for it.
Well, just to clarify, so I do not want to do that. I just want to take the $175,000 hit.
So one challenge in that approach is what Craig was speaking to earlier, which is that not everybody in a short stay context is actually registering with Hotspot. I think we're probably talking about the exception, the smallest proportion, rather than the rule. Not to call it a specific company, but think about when your tacos are coming to your house later, probably not registering in Hotspot when they stop on the curbside to pick that up for you. So the problem is we cannot forecast out specifically right now what that amount would look like in an environment where more people are now accessing formally that tool as opposed to just making the quick stop. So it does leave a delta and a potential structural budget variance in the future as a result.
Yeah, and I think that's okay because we are overall reducing that structural budget variance. I think this motion would just reduce it less, but still be going in that direction, right? Okay, so maybe we can just chat to get some clarity on that wording and move forward from there. I think maybe just in terms of the loading zones, really appreciate the work that the team is committed to doing there. I think right now a barrier that I hear about and that I feel myself is that there's sort of loading zones, commercial. So when I see a commercial loading zone, I think, okay, that's not for me. I'm not a commercial vehicle. And when I see a passenger loading zone, I think, oh, that's not for me. I don't have a passenger. I just want to hop into the business or not. So, is there going to be some further education, clarity provided for that?
One of the modernizations that I would love for us to get into is the ability to establish what's called a flex zone. Flex zones have digital signage attached to a particular space that can then display different rules depending on what's going on in the space or provide additional information to the user. So a flex zone could be any kind of usage throughout a day, just it's programmed in the background in order to support the activities there. That's something we'd be pursuing with this work.
Great. And then do we ever do an audit of occupancy of loading zones? Because my concern is also that they become underutilized.
Yes, so we don't have great data on that right now. However, there is lots of data available with the technology that supports those flex zones. We'll know how many vehicles are stopping, what type of vehicle, for how long they're there, whether they were registered or not, et cetera, et cetera. So that is something, again, when we start to modernize the program, we're going to unlock new data that's going to help us become even more strategic in how we manage in the future.
Beautiful, great. I'll have a few more questions for the RPP in my last round. I was also wondering, just in terms of, I know other jurisdictions have taken the approach of painting the curb line restrictions. So next to a hydrant, they just literally paint red for the 2 meters that you need to be parked away from the hydrant. Have we considered taking that approach?
We talk about parking restrictions a lot. So fire hydrants into intersections, etc. The challenge on that front is around maintenance and operations. The cost of refreshing that paint over time is significant. As well, the research and the experience from other municipalities is that it doesn't materially change the behavior associated with the space.
Okay, interesting. Thank you very much for that. I think that I was under the round for Councillor Salvador, but we'll go now to Councillor Salvador.
Great, thanks. Possibly. Just on the point raised around digital signage and like dynamic uses, is that where dynamic pricing would also fit in and opportunities to implement that?
Dynamic pricing would be reflected in the new technology.
Great. And then I guess just a slightly broader question. So in the past, what has our approach been to parking rates and how are they considered as part of our regular review of user fees? How have they been adjusted over time? Are they on a regular cycle?
Yes and no. Really depends. There haven't been rigorous reviews done and regular adjustments made following a more mature framework for how we would do that. So this sets the stage for that moving forward. We'll do a rate adjustment that is alongside budget. That helps us get a baseline. We'll do a year with that. And then that's going to give us the data that we need to then move into, again, a more mature system. Quarterly reviews and adjustments, setting thresholds for when we hit this kind of an occupancy, that means this or this for what we're paying as a rate in that space. Is that seasonal or is that year round? We'll be able to do all of those pieces within this new framework.
Great. And I know it's outside of this body of work, but I actually have the same question around fines for parking as well. Is that coming forward in the August report?
So sorry, can you repeat that?
Sorry, I just had questions around the regular review cycles. I was asking about parking rates, but I also have the same question around fines.
Yeah, if memory serves, that's part of the report for 5590 for that bylaw. Yep.
Perfect. Appreciated the answers around how we compare to other jurisdictions around paid parking at city facilities, recognizing we have one of the lowest costs in North America. I guess that was just something that flagged for me. How did we land on the current figure for the pilot, and what modeling are we following for optimizing where we're getting the right price but not reducing demand so much that it's just flipping revenue from one side to the other?
Yeah, the rate framework for the pilot locations was established using the experience of Calgary and Toronto behind them with how they rolled it out, and how that's worked over time. So we've been able to take their experience to say when we hit this kind of threshold, it had this kind of an impact on admissions or not, and what was palatable essentially to the public in order to be paying in those spaces. So that's how we built the framework. And again, once it's established, it becomes rates that we can then adjust over time depending on performance and feedback.
Right, okay. On the residential parking program, can you just highlight what residents can expect in terms of engagement? What would that look like in community?
Yeah, the engagement will provide a couple of opportunities for folks. First of all, it starts the conversation around the cost of parking in Edmonton and what that means as a taxpayer and as a parking user. But secondly, what I really want to help people experience is when we talk about I want X, Y, or Z for parking management in my space, I want the tool to be interactive in such a way that that actually shows them what that means. Because I think for lots of folks, we say we want parking managed, but we don't actually think about what the impacts of that are to us as the person who lives in that space. So I want as many vehicles as I want to be enabled through permitting. Well, that can be translated into what does that look like then for congestion on your street? I want parking only directly in front of my home to be the target. That's a demand-based piece. But then when you start to think about the amount of space available in front of people's homes, what does access actually mean in a residential environment? We'll start to play with the definitions of that based off industry standard. Quick example, for residential access, industry standard actually means not directly in front of your home, but a block to each side of your home. So that 300-meter kind of capacity is what people typically are using to help inform what direct access for parking looks like to a residential area. We want to bring some of those pieces forward and then give people the opportunity to play with them so they can say, when I say I want a system that looks like this, this, or this, it actually means this in terms of how it shows up for me on the road, and then to give their feedback based on that.
Okay, that's really good to hear, and it sounds like quite a comprehensive and interactive approach. I know one of the concerns I've heard in the past was just around, I'll say, not applying a one-size-fits-all approach and being able to adjust and match local realities. It sounds like that'll also be part of it.
Yeah, quick example on that. I mean, the design of our neighborhoods have changed over time, and curbside space looks different in new developments versus in mature neighborhoods. And so an occupancy threshold based off the design of a space might look different as a result. When you have really limited curbside space in some of those new developments, that occupancy threshold might be lower than it would be in a mature neighborhood where there's, plentiful curbside space available.
Right. Okay, I think that's it. And really looking forward to the data-driven approach as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark.
Great, thank you. I'll just pick up on the residential parking program because I think Councillor Salvador asked some of the questions, but that's going to be, I really welcome the conversation. I think it's great for residents, especially in my ward, as the LRT is going to be going down there and there could be some parking issues that come with it. I guess it's really just, are you confident to have the resources to kind of do this on like a neighborhood by neighborhood basis? Because it just seems like a lot.
Not within existing, so that'll be part of the conversation within the report coming back in Q1 of 2027. And a big part of that is going to be the interest in charging for permits related to residential parking. If you're charging for permits, that will generate revenue that then can resource the program moving forward. If not, then we'll have to have a different conversation about resourcing to make sure that we're implementing the program in a way that works for Edmontonians.
Councillor Clark, was your question, do we have the resources today to have this ready for review and implementation in 2027?
I think you don't, but.
So yeah,
so the package that'll come forward in budget will include some resources dedicated to supporting the residential parking program. It's enough for us to get the work moving. The program is already under-resourced in terms of our existing program, never mind a future program, so that'll help with that. But when we bring the RPP report back and we get that sense from you of exactly what you want that to look like based off of the recommendation from administration, we'll then be able to say to you, it's going to take these kinds of resources to do it, and they can or cannot be funded through parking revenue, and that's where we go from there.
Thank you. That answers that. Just looking at kind of gross revenue that we have on it, and obviously we've kind of seen a decline from what I think about 20 mil to 12 mil, and our net revenue is going to get to a better place with these changes, and I think that's a good thing. But I guess the question is, so some of these suggestions, this is going to help get a revenue in a better place, but is there additional ones that we should expect coming forward to get us kind of back in a higher, gross and then obviously a net revenue standpoint? Is this sort of a phase? I mean, there's phase 1, 2, and 3 in here. Is there additional phase that we're looking at as well?
Yes, so when we're talking about the commercial program, there are expansion opportunities available. I'll give a quick one. We're actually starting to operate the parking lot, the surface lot that's just across from Edmonton Tower, kitty corner to the right. And so that's a new revenue generating opportunity. And we're working with our colleagues in real estate to keep looking at where are those kinds of opportunities. Those will not be included necessarily in the revenue forecast for the budget because they're not confirmed, but as they are over time, they will help to improve the bottom line.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. A few last questions on RPP. So, I really appreciate that we're going to be talking to absolutely everyone, that it's going to be citywide. I think asking Edmontonians to think about those trade-offs is really, the biggest critical question in that. I was just wondering if there's been contemplation of doing like a statistically valid proactive phone survey as well, just to ensure, because again, anyone filling out online forms or taking part in events are going to be people who are self-selecting. And I think when we're looking at parking, just having, for lack of a better word, just neutral Edmontonians who are asked their opinions, I think could be quite important to getting balanced input.
Right now, our planned engagement activities include the online and the digital tools that we've all been talking about, but also targeted research, including focus groups, interviews, and surveys to capture input from specific demographics and underrepresented groups. So I think we are looking at mechanisms outside of just digital to help make sure we're reaching various voices.
Yeah, and I think what I was understanding from that second portion is it could be underrepresented groups, but I think, again, sort of a statistically valid sample could be really valuable as well.
We'll take that away with conversation with the folks who are doing this work.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Also, just want to confirm how we're including businesses and BIAs as part of the RPP. I mean, I know we frame it as a residential parking permit program, but there are often businesses in the area as well.
Yep, the work is planned to gather information from residents, visitors, employees, service providers, and customers, businesses, and amenities. So we are really looking at broad strokes, invitation to participate.
Okay, great. And then just in terms of timing, I was a bit confused. So it sounds like there'll be, sort of presented program in Q1 2027, but then the timelines don't have any implementation happening until 2028. Just wondering why that gap?
We're going to need resourcing in order to do that work properly. And we need to take the high-level policy decisions around what the program looks like and start to translate that by applying it over each of the areas we're looking at. So once it's decided what the program looks like, it's actually not ready for implementation yet. We need some time to then say, okay, this is what this looks like for Belgravia. This is what this looks like for Glenora, et cetera. And so we will overlay that, and that's where the neighborhood by neighborhood conversation starts to say, here's what this program translated to your space means. Help us understand where we might have not got this right, where there are intricacies that we're not aware of, so that we can work with the public to get it set up properly and then move to implement from there.
Okay, so 2027 would be further neighborhood-specific engagement.
This would be the planning and the engagement pieces, starting to roll that out more formally in 28. And again, that was timed.
Sorry, in 28, not what's happening in 27?
27 is we come to committee, Q1. We're going to get direction from committee at that time. Ideally, resourcing needs to be established through that, if it's through parking revenue. If not, it'll need to have conversation at a subsequent budget conversation. That will then allow us to have the resources to actually take the program and start the planning of implementation in a neighborhood context.
So if we come in Q1 and we say, that's great, we have some money, we want to fund it immediately, can the work start in 2027?
The work will start in 27.
Okay.
The implementation is also dependent on the new technology to be present to support that new approach. As well, we had time to ideally come online with automated parking enforcement. Some of the feedback we heard on the last round of RPP is that people didn't want changes without assurance, essentially, that the enforcement support would be there, as well as it being easy. People want to be able to get guest permits without having to talk to a human, and we want technology to support that.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I have been working on a motion. Okay. I'm just trying to think of how we best manage this, because I think some offline conversations will work just to get some wording in place. So I'm actually going to suggest that we just take an early recess. Oh, yeah, Councillor Tang? Yeah, Councillor Tang, that's a perfect way to use up some time.
Just a quick question. You had mentioned for the commercial parking program, the time restrictions, et cetera, is inconsistently applied. Will we ever consider extending the 2-hour time limit? That was something that had come up quite a bit, just in terms of even coming downtown, dinner, play, is not just 2 hours.
I think data is going to help us do everything better. Right now, we're working in a vacuum of information.
That will be the next phase.
You bet.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Let's do that. We'll break early. I don't know if others have obligations during the break, but we could come back at 3:40 unless other people, yeah. Okay, we'll come back at 3:40 then. Thank you all for the flexibility. Thank you. Councillor Clark is here. Mayor Knack, are you with us at this point? You'll be joining a bit later, perhaps. And then we have Councillors Morgan, Tang, Salvador in the room, and other colleagues joining us online. Councillor Principe is there. Okay, so thank you. I am going to move along. So just for everyone's awareness, we have 3 items left to deal with. My hope is that we can wrap up on this, these 3 cross-referenced items, and then we'll be moving to 7.4 and 7.5. And then on to our motions pending, and we will get this all done by 5 o'clock, I have no doubt. So I'm going to start by moving that. Administration maintain the 15-minute free parking period and revise the parking rate structure for sessions exceeding 15 minutes to fully recover the costs of offering free 15-minute parking. As a quick introduction, this is just to maintain 15 minutes free parking. I think this has been really important for quick stays, for ensuring that we're having, just people being able to pop into local businesses in a way that supports their work and also supports some of the delivery services that we have in the city. The wording just captures how those costs will be offset by ensuring that we're capturing it in the remainder of the hour. So if you're parking for an hour, you're not paying for 45 minutes, you're paying for 60 minutes. And just smoothing out how the approximately $175,000 that is currently not recouped through the free 15-minute parking will be captured moving forward. I'll leave it there. Any questions? Anyone wishing to speak to it? Okay, I'll just ask for a vote on that, please.
Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Clark.
Oh, I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Yeah. So we'll move to a subsequent motion now from Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I'd like to move the traffic court motion. This is that administration provide a report outlining options, estimated costs, and process and bylaw charges required for implementing a schedule for parking violations that increases the fine the later it is paid. The report should consider options similar to the City of Calgary's within 10 days, between 10 and 30 days, and after 30 days model. By way of introduction, I recently was at traffic court as a witness, not a guilty party. And I noticed that every hour, there's about 12 to 15 City of Edmonton staff that are there. Like the burn rate on our hourly salaries is enormous. And it was shared with me that Calgary does this differently. Calgary has a kind of a, you pay now, we'll give you a bit of grace option. And as such, they have much higher compliance and they spend much less staff time in court, and there's way less burdens on the court system. And they see overall the goal of all of this is to change behavior. It appears Calgary has a system that works, and I understand this has been contemplated. There may be with the option, the report will have all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford for questions.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Jans, for bringing this forward. I guess to administration, I know this report is asking for a report, which will come back from the finances, but I feel like we had a memo already because I had inquired about the same thing about being able to do in inverse of that, an incentive to reduce the fine if you paid within a certain period of time, like within 5 days of getting the ticket. Does this ring a bell? And I was told at the time that couldn't be done because of our technology and IT system?
The mover has some insights he could share.
Councillor Rutherford, you are correct. I was told the same, that this requires a service package that we never funded, but like we are allowed to do it. There was just a tech piece. I don't know if legal. I got that advice from legal. I don't know if they're online.
I can jump in if you want, Councillor Jans. Michael Gunther from legal here. Legally, I don't think there's an issue here. And
Sorry,
fact,
it's not Councillor Jans that's asking questions. It's Councillor Rutherford.
okay, my apologies, Councillor Rutherford. Legally, no concerns. The bigger hurdle, as I understand, although I'm not privy to this memo that you've spoken to, I understand there's some technology deficiencies that would impact the ability to do this.
Yeah, I guess to the mover then, why would you want to see escalating fees instead of more of a positive incentive rather than, like, why are you wanting to choose an approach that's a carrot as opposed, a stick as opposed to a carrot, like I had been previously proposing?
I think this is the way Calgary does it, and it has much higher compliance. And also the parking fee is only $50, which is right now so low. We should be talking about increasing it anyway.
Wait, our parking fee is $250. Is that only in a parking ban?
That's correct. It's only during a parking ban, Councillor Rutherford.
Okay. Would the mover be amendable to this report, including pros and cons of also the inverse, as I mentioned?
Yeah, I'm looking at the wording.
So I'm thinking like just options, instances parking violations that increase the fine, the later paid, or alternatively incentives for paying early, right? Because we can always change the parking fine amount as a flat fee, and then if people pay it early. So I just want that to be explored as part of this report.
I am looking to administration how that would need to, but I would consider that friendly.
Appreciate that. I'm not on committee, so I can't amend a motion or move anything anyway. I would consider it friendly too, since it's just all the same information in the same report, but I'll leave it to committee, but that's definitely my desire to be able to understand if there's any research or benefits to the inverse, and maybe increasing our parking fees writ large, but also people paying it sooner get a discount is the intention.
Okay. So it looks like maybe some proposed wording could be provide a report outlining options. Well, perhaps does options include looking at the inverse?
I'd have to defer either to Michael Gunther or Dave Jones on this one. This is more their wheelhouse, but they are also coming forward with a review on fines and fees in August, so maybe there's an opportunity there as well. So Dave Jones, I'll turn this one over to you.
With respect to this motion, the administration of the fines like this would be handled by bylaw ticket administration and not my team. We just write the tickets.
So maybe in that instance, then I'll jump in. I'll say in terms of the motion, if it's a friendly motion, I think we can look at all options. I think we can look at what it would mean to actually provide a discount if we saw early payment or an escalating fine amount early. In fact, the Municipal Government Act refers to the option that Councillor Rutherford had proposed, where there is an early discount, so that may even be the more viable approach.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I think what I'm hearing is that this scope of work could include the provisions that Councillor Rutherford has requested. I'm just noting that there's not a timeline on this. Is this something that could be coordinated with the report back on the other fine report that was just referenced?
To put it with the report on bylaw 5590, I think makes sense to me. Yep.
Okay, and the date for that, sorry, we'll just add it for this motion. Or we could just say as part of the report, so you don't have to do two separate ones.
Well, I think Yeah, I mean, we could put it part and parcel because we are looking at the refresh rates on the fines as well, so we can lump this in. That's a pretty tight turnaround for the team. I think it's due, like it's the end of August, but that means for us it's due in about a month to wider circulation. So we can see if we can work with the BTA office to see if we can get it turned around that quickly.
Okay. Alternatively, you can offer, a due date if it's Q4, later in Q4, and if you're able to bring it forward in August, then all the better.
Councillor Stevenson, we will add a due date in alignment with our 13-week report back.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Tang. Apologies, Councillor Principe.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair Stevenson. I did have a question in regards to this. I agree with Councillor Jans. I too went to bylaw court, not as someone who was receiving a ticket, but just to observe. And I noticed some areas where there could be some greater efficiencies. And I know this is something that I've tried to discuss previously, and it was more about peace officers having to sit there and watch and wait, and no one shows up. Someone would challenge a fine. So I know that this isn't exactly the same thing, but I'm not sure, Mr. Jones, if you could tell me if this is something that could be incorporated into this motion, or is this, or Mr. Gunther, maybe you have some insight, because that might be a legal issue.
Yeah, and thanks, Councillor. That's obviously a problem, and it's been a problem as long as I've had line of sight and been involved in bylaw court, where we have staff being paid to wait for those who may never show up. We obviously try and minimize that with early resolution where we can. But I think this motion is definitely one thing that we could look at to try and move the needle on that. Whether or not there would be merit in expanding this particular motion to look at other options, I don't know that we could necessarily come up with a lot of options that are sort of in the same vein as this motion that would imminently move things on that. But we can certainly look, and we are, the prosecutor team here in Legal Services is always trying to look for creative ways to minimize the amount of time that these folks are spending just sitting.
Right, okay, so it could be another motion. It wouldn't really be in relation to this.
Yeah, that would be my recommendation, is that we deal with that separately.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Thanks for that advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm seeing no further questions. Anyone wishing to speak to this motion, please sign up. Seeing none, happy to pass over to Councillor Jans to close.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you so much. It has been a very long day for this delegation. We really appreciate you being with us and for all the work that you've done. We are going to call up next our next item, 7.4, Southwest River Valley Trail completion. I've been advised the administration has about a 5 to 7 minute presentation. I think it could be worth seeing, but yeah. Do you want? Okay, so actually I'm hearing that there is no need for a presentation, although we deeply appreciate the work that I'm sure went into it. The slides are available if folks want to look at that. And so that means that we're going to go directly into our public speakers. Okay, I am hearing that maybe we do want a presentation. Just perfect.
No, it's great. I think we have time as well. We're before 4 o'clock, so we're ahead of schedule. Happy to turn it over to you. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, committee. We've got a short presentation, and we're here that'll provide you additional information on the Amiskwaciy-Meskowane Regional Trail developed in collaboration with the River Valley Alliance. The name of this trail translates to Beaver Hill Road Trail and was a name gifted in a ceremony by Elder Jerry Saddleback. This 100-kilometer trail will ultimately extend from Devon through Edmonton to Fort Saskatchewan. The final 25 kilometers of this trail, located within southwest Edmonton, has not yet been constructed. The report for consideration today provides committee options on how the final segment of the trail could be completed. I will ask now Corey Churchill, General Supervisor with Planning and Environment Services, to provide a high-level summary of the report.
Thank you. Next slide, please. The City of Edmonton has been working with the River Valley Alliance since 1996. The RVA's plan of action, which provides the overarching vision for creating a connected capital region. River Valley Park between Devon and Fort Saskatchewan received support of City Council in 2007. Since the adoption of this plan, administration has worked closely with the RVA to identify strategic priorities to enhance access and connectivity within the River Valley network. Within an Edmonton context, the partnership has supported a number of projects, including the Twilliger footbridge, pictured on the bottom graphic, the 100-seat funicular pictured in the middle graphic, and newly opened Amiskwaciy-Ashokan Beaver Hills Bridge, pictured in the top graphic, which extends a trail connection to Strathcona County. In addition to these projects, the city has benefited through RVA collaboration with River Valley Trail extensions in the northeast and southwest, and the development of dock and hand launch facilities at 6 sites throughout the valley. Through investments both in Edmonton and in neighboring municipalities, the regional trail that will ultimately connect the capital region is 75% complete. While completion of this trail remains a priority for the City of Edmonton, it is not the only unfunded capital priority within the city's River Valley network. Next slide, please. In the initial phase of RVA-supported capital projects, city funding was allocated to those projects that supported access and user enhancements to the city's existing valley network. Through more recent conversations with the RVA, administration identified unfunded projects that would seek to prioritize capital expenditures to areas where development pressures have resulted in additional demand for services and amenities. This includes Touch the Water, which will improve access to the Central River Valley and provide public amenities and gathering spaces, including the Rossdale Power Plant and River Crossing Park. Queen Elizabeth Park access improvements, including a proposed elevated pedestrian crossing over Queen Elizabeth Park Road to enhance accessibility between upper and lower areas of the park, and Twilliger Park user enhancements, including washroom facilities to accommodate increased usage and demands resulting from the opening of the Twilliger footbridge, and role that Twilliger Park plays as a major staging area for accessing the West River Valley network. In addition to the above, administration is working to advance the implementation of the Ribbon of Green strategic plan. This work will further assess and refine capital improvements throughout the River Valley. While this work won't be complete in time for the 27 to 2030 capital budget process, it will inform subsequent capital budgets. The RVA has expressed a willingness to consider outstanding city priorities as part of subsequent phase of RVA-funded projects and acknowledges the importance of Touch the Water as a key element of the River Valley Regional Park network. That said, the RVA's core focus for their 27 to 2030 strategic plan focuses on the completion of the Amiskwaciy-Meskowane Trail. Next slide, please. The outstanding segment of the Amiskwaciy-Meskowane Trail is located within southwest Edmonton, extending roughly between Anthony Henday Drive and the city's municipal boundary with the town of Devon, shown in red on this map. The RVA has completed significant work to assess the feasibility and alignment of the trail. The trail alignment makes use of the city's existing developed trail network along the Top Bank in the Keswick neighborhood. The majority of the identified alignment is located on private land and would require negotiations with individual property owners. The city has worked with the RVA on other trail projects to successfully negotiate utility rights of ways and easements to accommodate the land necessary for trail development. This is a suggested approach with the Southwest Trail project. The identified capital costs associated with development of this final portion of trail is $24 million, which includes costs associated with technical reporting, engagement, land costs, and actual construction. As with other RVA projects, the funding would be split evenly between municipal, provincial, and federal levels of government. The anticipated city funding required for this project, based on the current funding model, is approximately $8 million. In support of the project, the Government of Alberta has committed $3 million in funding to the RVA to advance technical studies associated with the project. Operating impacts are not included in the capital cost and range from approximately $300,000 to $350,000 annually. The RVA has expressed an interest and willingness to support additional opportunities to leverage regional partners to develop a more regional approach to trail management. Next slide, please. To address the Council's motion, administration, working with the RVA, considered several options to advance completion of the trail project, including city-led. This approach is most similar with how previous RVA projects have been managed. The city's full funding allocation would be required to advance the delivery of this project as part of the 27 to 2030 capital budget. The scenario also assumes that provincial and federal funds will be allocated to advance the project, with project completion targeted for late 2030. City-led, phased, similar to city-led, though with variable funding allocated over several budget cycles. Under this scenario, a phased approach could see trail segments develop where the need is highest. For example, completing a trail connection between Anthony Henday Drive to Windermere Boulevard, which would connect existing developed neighborhoods south of Anthony Henday into the city's primary River Valley Trail network. Completion of the project is less certain with a phased approach, though ideally would be completed within 8 to 12 years. RVA-led. Under this approach, the RVA would support the financing of the trail project and lead the delivery of the project. The RVA would leverage private investors who have expressed interest in seeing the trail project completed. Through this approach, the city would provide repayment to the RVA over an agreed-upon period of time. City funding to support the project could be considered over an extended period of time, subject to an agreement with the RVA. Similar to city-led, the target completion of the project would be late 2030. And finally, land development process. This option reflects a scenario whereby no funding is allocated and trail development advances through the conventional land development process. The dedication of land to support trail development occurs in alignment with the city's top-of-bank policy, which typically is applied as a condition of subdivision. This option does not resolve the need for capital funding for trail development in areas where further subdivision of land is unlikely. Administration would need to further consider options and funding requirements to assess these gaps. There is no timeline associated with this option, but could extend over multiple decades as planning and development of lands in the future growth area advances. Next slide, please. At Council's direction, if there is support to continue work to advance a budget request, administration will continue to work with the RVA to refine funding details and further refine the delivery model. The additional work is necessary to prepare an unfunded capital profile, which will be brought forward as part of the 27 to 2030 capital and operating budget discussions. In addition, if city support is provided, administration will work with the RVA to support technical work associated with trail development. Should Council decide not to pursue completion of the trail, no further action is required. In the absence of City of Edmonton support, there is no certainty that the RVA will be able to assemble the funds necessary to complete the project. Next slide, please. Thank you. Pleased to answer any questions you may have after hearing from speakers.
Thank you very much. Appreciated that presentation. We'll go now to our speakers. We have Christine Archibald, Kyle Scholey, Phil Chrissa, I believe, is also here. You can come on up, and Christine. And then just confirming, is Aaron Budnick with us? No. Okay. Well, Christine, over to you. Says you've been hearing all day. Oh.
Sorry for the interruption, but Raquel Furrow online also registered to speak for this item.
Thank you. Yes. We will come to speaker 4. Thanks, Raquel. Okay, Christine, over to you.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing up my presentation. So I'll just begin by, I think everyone knows me, but my name is Christine Archibald. I'm the Executive Director of the River Valley Alliance. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today regarding completion of the remaining 25 kilometers of the Musqueam-Esquimalt Trail in southwest Edmonton. I'd first like to acknowledge administration's work in preparing this report and outlining several potential pathways forward for consideration. Today's discussion is not about initiating a new regional project. It's about determining whether and how to complete a long-standing infrastructure initiative that's already substantially built, actively used, and regionally significant. Next slide, please. Oh, there we go. The River Valley Alliance was established more than 20 years ago by 6 municipalities working collaboratively to complete a connected regional trail system through the North Saskatchewan River Valley. Today, approximately 75 kilometers of the 100-kilometer system is already complete. The remaining 25 kilometers shown in yellow represents the final gap required to fully connect the 100-kilometer trail corridor. You'll notice that the missing segment is not located at the end of the trail system. It's closer to the middle, right around kilometer 60, limiting the realization of the system's full connectivity and benefits. Administration's report correctly recognizes both the long-standing regional nature of the initiative and the substantial level of infrastructure already completed across the region. This final segment is what ultimately transforms a series of partially connected regional assets into one complete, continuous, unified system. Next. Over the past 2 decades, municipal, provincial, and federal governments have already invested significantly in this regional system through projects such as the Twilliger Footbridge, the Downtown Funicular, the Umsquitchia-Shokin or Beaver Hills Footbridge, the Highway 15 Underslung Pedestrian Bridge, many kilometers of regional trail, wayfinding infrastructure, and public access improvements throughout the region. To date, more than $130 million has already been invested, 14 major infrastructure projects have been completed, and the regional partnership itself has remained active and aligned for more than 20 years. Importantly, this is already a popular and functioning public asset whose benefits are obvious. Comparable regional trail systems across North America have demonstrated measurable tourism, economic, recreation, and quality of life benefits for surrounding communities. Explore Edmonton, as the region's destination management organization, has also identified completion of the trail as supportive of Edmonton's tourism and visitor economy objectives. Next. One of the reasons this project aligns well with the 27 to 30 capital discussion is that it supports several priorities already identified by Council and reflected throughout administration's report. It supports economic development through tourism, destination-level infrastructure, and visitor activity across the region. It supports quality services through year-round recreation and active transportation opportunities for residents. It supports safety and stewardship through managed public access and formalized trail infrastructure in sensitive areas. It supports growth management through coordinated regional infrastructure and planned connectivity. One important point raised during stakeholder discussions was the shared concern around the continued expansion of unmanaged informal trails in environmentally sensitive areas. A recent visit to the current endpoint of the trail shows dozens of muddy footprints continuing on. The trail may stop, but people do not. Thoughtful planned infrastructure and coordinated environmental review provide opportunities to better manage access rather than allowing unmanaged pressures to continue expanding over time. Next. One of the most important observations within administration's report is that the upcoming capital planning cycle represents a critical decision window for this project. The province has already committed $3 million toward advancement work associated with the remaining segment, and discussions continue regarding potential future provincial and federal partnership opportunities. The report notes, and I can confirm, that the province is seeking clarity on whether the city intends to advance the project through the upcoming capital planning cycle. Regional municipal partners also remain aligned and supportive. As noted in the report, without direction through upcoming discussions, completion of the remaining segment likely becomes indefinite and dependent primarily on incremental future neighborhood development over time, as long as 30 or 40 years from now. This is therefore not simply a discussion about trails, it's a discussion about whether the city wishes to preserve a pathway toward completion of this regionally significant infrastructure initiative that's already substantially built and broadly supported. Next. The RVA appreciates administration's work in preparing this report. We respectfully encourage committee and council to continue advancing this discussion through the upcoming process. This is not the beginning of a project. It is the completion of one, decades in the making. Thank you, and I'm happy to respond to questions at any time.
Thank you very much. We will come back to you for questions after we've heard from our other speakers as well. So, Kyle Scholey.
Is this thing on?
Yeah, you're good to go. 5 minutes are yours.
Thank you. This moves. That's good to know. Thank you. Chair Stevenson, Vice Chair Clark, committee members Jans, Paquette, other council members, members of administration, fellow members of the public. It's very difficult to follow Christine, but I'll do my best. For the record, my name is Kyle Scholey, and it is good to see you again. I hope you're well and that you enjoyed a good Federation of Canadian Municipalities as hosts last week. Thanks to the authors and contributors for this great report. I'm here today to strongly support completing the final 25 kilometers of the Amiskanaw Trail, the Beaver Hills Road. This represents one of the most important city building opportunities, in my opinion, currently in front of us. For nearly 30 years, the City of Edmonton and the River Valley Alliance have worked together to realize a simple but powerful vision, a fully connected regional river valley park system. The original vision is now 75% complete, linking several municipalities across the region, and what remains is the final 25 kilometers, entirely within the city. This is our moment to finish what we've started. This project advances several things that Council says it values most. It advances the city plan, the ribbon of green, and our regional commitments. It improves access to nature, connects communities, and supports recreational experiences and immersive tourism and active transportation, also known as community health. And on this point, I'd love for us to specifically lean into calling it that. Access to nature and active transportation is a major contributor to community health. Who here around this table remembers the darkest days of COVID-19? Who has forgotten the beloved role that our RVA Trail network took on for literally thousands of Edmontonians and indeed continues to provide? It also fills a major and acknowledged gap, particularly for the growing southwest neighborhoods like Windermere and Keswick that are currently disconnected from our beautiful River Valley Trail system. But perhaps most importantly, this is a leveraged investment opportunity that we cannot afford to miss. The total project being estimated at $24 million, the city's share is approximately just $8 million. That's just 1/3, unlocking provincial and federal funding and continuing a proven partnership model that has already delivered over $100 million in infrastructure across the region. If we do not follow through on and commit funding, the consequence is clear. Progress stalls, partnerships dissolve, and completion gets pushed back out perhaps by plural decades through piecemeal development. And that is not a legacy any of you or any of us should accept. So today, I'll leave you with 3 concrete asks to move us forward confidently into that future state that we do all want to see, and I believe that. Commit funding to the upcoming capital budget cycle. Specifically, I'm hoping to hear a subsequent motion today in support of that. Also direct administration to continue to advance partnership delivery immediately in that empowering and enabling early work to happen where it can, including easements, design, and coordination, as we heard, and be nimble where and how we can so as to maintain and grow our momentum. And third, make completion of the full Devon to Fort Saskatchewan 100-kilometer regional trail the priority rather than waiting for a slower, vastly more expensive and fragmented delivery through the subdivision and development process. Earlier today, I have to rephrase my notes because I was writing this for this morning, but earlier today, I had the opportunity to speak at the Organization of Canadian Capital Cities Conference being hosted here in Edmonton. Edmonton's River Valley and Ravine system is what we are known for and most loved for. This is not just any trail project, it is a generational investment in connectivity, quality of life, and regional identity. We've built 75% of the vision. Let's keep going and finish the last 25. Thank you, and I too would be happy to take any questions at the appropriate time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Phil Crissa, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Phil Crissa, and I'm the Principal of Architectural Works. I've worked with the River Valley Alliance continuously since 2004, and we were the prime consultant for the RVA's 2007 Plan of Action for the Capital Region River Valley Park. Our consulting team, including sub-consultants, hasn't changed since 2004, and we are very committed to delivering the RVA's vision. This is not simply a trail, it's an access to a landscape of genuine distinction, and once connected will form the most unique river valley trail and urban park system in North America. However, regional connectivity is incomplete in a way that is both visible and consequential. Fort Saskatchewan, Sturgeon, Strathcona County, and Edmonton are regionally connected, and their residents move through the river valley continuously, enjoying a network built on decades of collaboration and investment. But at the Southwest Anthony Henday, regional connectivity and the RVA's vision currently ends. Parkland County and Devon, both RVA shareholders, remain isolated. Closing this 25-kilometer gap is not aspirational, it is achievable, and the RVA has spent the last 3 years ensuring this project is ready to build. Significant pre-construction milestones are complete. The entire 25-kilometer trail alignment was walked and verified by the RVA's project team on 3 separate occasions, confirming the trail works on the ground. In November 2024, the RVA mapped the entire trail corridor twice, including ravines, using drone equipped with LiDAR. This produced detailed, accurate 3D imaging of every section of the trail, ravine crossing, and proposed pedestrian bridge locations. Using the LiDAR data and site data, our bridge and geotechnical consultants reviewed each pedestrian bridge location, considering approach, bridge types, environmental footprint, durability, and construction feasibility. Environmental and geotechnical studies supporting the preliminary design are complete. The trail alignment, mostly along the top of the bank, minimizes environmental and geotechnical impact. There are only 7 private landowners along the proposed alignment between Devon and Keswick, and the RVA introduced this project to each landowner with favorable response. The trail, intentionally within future environmental reserves, substantially reduces the complexity and cost of the right-of-way acquisition. The project costs referred to in the administration's report were prepared by our project team in collaboration with an established contractor having a proven history with the RVA and City of Edmonton projects. The reference to a Class 5 estimate is incorrect. Our project costs are based on a comprehensive preliminary design and annual market pricing reviews for the last 3 years. We're confident our cost estimates at this stage represent a Class 3 project estimate. The work completed to date provides an exceptional level of certainty for a project at this stage. The project meets or exceeds City of Edmonton standards, and the RVA and this project are ready to advance. The longer this project waits, the longer regional connectivity remains compromised, and the more future cost escalations erode the value of the regional trail already completed. If this project is deferred to coincide with reserves taken at subdivision development, completion of the trail and regional connectivity will likely be delayed 30 or 40 years, possibly more. Choosing to phase delivery comes with significant contractual and project delivery complexities, increased costs, and delays completion, perhaps 10 to 12 years. The RVA is ready now. Subject to funding, the RVA can start construction in 2027 and be 3 years away from delivering this project and unlocking the complete economic, social, and environmental value of our capital region, River Valley. We are 3 years from a connected, continuous, world-class River Valley trail system linking 6 municipalities and establishing a legacy that will define the capital region for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our final speaker, Rocky Furrow, over to you.
Thank you very much, Council. I would like to endorse what the last gentleman said and what Christine Archibald said. I believe that this, in the hands of the RVA, they're truly demonstrating what financial, social, and environmental sustainability can look like. I think this project led by the RVA shows considerable integrity. I think that environmental and economic does not need to be at crossroads when you lead with the environmental lens, which I think this project has done. So I would like to highly support the pathway to the Southwest Trail completion by 2030. And I'd like to see completing of the 25 kilometers as a strong priority. Why not even signal to administration today that it should be supported as a funded priority? Funding now, if that is RVA's wish, I should say, funding now will save money going forward, and it fully aligns with high-level River Valley policy. This is uniquely a gravel trail, which is evidence-based as accommodating wheelchair accessibility with less cost, less impermeable surfaces, less carbon, less operational costs going forward. And I really feel RVA is showing us a sustainable way for accommodating people respectfully without undermining the value of what it is we want to access. I would like this RVA led, if possible, but I think funding and going forward to the pathway of 2030 is the priority. I also would like to just take a second to express objection to touch the water. as an unfunded priority remaining on administration's agenda. Although speaking for myself today, I know at this point that North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society and ERVCC do not support Touch the Water. And I worry that in its current iteration, it is destructive. And unlike this trail, which is conservative and helpful in every way, the Touch the Water project is not designed with similar integrity. It's not sustainable and has been conceptualized and designed in a manner that's both expensive and destructive, I feel. So I repeat, I'm here today to support the Southwest Trail completion, preferably RVA-led, and hopefully even with additional city support and for a pathway to completion by 2030. I feel this project is an example of true sustainability and consistent with high-level River Valley policy. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for joining us and for your thoughts. Colleagues, any questions of speakers? I think all the presentations were quite comprehensive. Not seeing anyone. We will go now to questions of our administration. Councillor Jans, I know you selected this item. Did you have a motion you wish to put on the floor?
I do. Do
you want me to read that out for you?
I'm just pulling up could the clerk pull up the wording?
Sure. So on behalf of Councillor Jans, he'd like to move the administration to work with the River Valley Alliance to refine the preferred delivery option and costs associated with completing the final segment, the Amiskwaciy-Meskawana Trail, and prepare an unfunded capital profile for planning, design, and land costs for council consideration as part of the 2027-2030 capital and operating budgets. Do you want to introduce that,
Yep.
Councillor Jans?
This just helps move it forward to the capital budget, and we can continue to have the conversation. I think, as admin said, we have many competing capital priorities, and while $8 million may not sound like a lot, there's a lot that comes with this, with operating impacts and everything else. So this allows us to have that conversation, and this gets us a first down towards that goal.
Great, thank you very much. Did you have any questions of administration?
No, I do not.
Great. I just had one main question. So really appreciate the report. I'll confess I was quite surprised to see Touch the Water as a priority unfunded capital project. Again, and it's hard for me to ask this question. I love the project. It's in my ward. But for me, you know, it's very strictly a growth project. To the best of my knowledge, we don't have any matching funding for it. I know we've just had an RFI on the Rossdale power plant, so looking for partners to develop that. So just curious why that is listed as a priority at this point.
I might.
Hi.
I was just going to ask colleague Avril McCalla to weigh in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the question. It's included in the report as a contemplated priority because of its reflection in the River Crossing Business Plan. It is one of the important aspects of bringing that plan into the future. I would also speak to the connection to potential uses of the Rossdale power plant as providing access back into the site, as well as a potential connection to occupancy. But it's not currently funded at this time.
Okay, thank you. And I know that we, of course, we have our land enterprise who's working on development in the area. Was there contemplation that some of the proceeds from the land sales and development work happening in Rossdale could help fund some of this project in the future?
That hasn't been contemplated in any significant detail at this time. The cost of the development in this area, it will not be made up for by the land sales. in full. It will partially offset the cost, but it won't fully offset the cost. I would also note that Touch the Water is designed to checkpoint 3 currently, and it's ready for delivery. So that's also one of the reasons that keeps it sort of up there on the priority list.
Okay. And okay, that's very helpful. At this point, do we have a sense, I guess administration hasn't landed on what will be funded or unfunded yet?
That in terms, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, I think, you know, I don't know that we need any formal direction at this point, but I think for me, between the two projects, I see some further alignment with the RVA plan, but I will leave it there and I'll go to Councillor Clark for questions.
Yeah, just a couple questions. Thank you. We heard some of the numbers about the economic impact, kind of from a tourism perspective. For Christine and Phil with the RVA, is that in line with what we're seeing from our kind of projections from the city? If we complete, I guess I'm talking about if we complete this final segment.
We haven't completed any economic analysis. We would have based our understanding based on the information from the RVA.
Okay, that's fine. So we can take those numbers as somewhat accurate. Just in terms of funding for this, just a little bit of background. Have we been looking at this? How long have we been looking at this? And then do we look at any funding in kind of this existing budget? And did we ever go down organizations or corporate kind of angles on this as well until we got here?
We haven't looked at corporate funding, but the RVA has spoken about the other orders of government primarily. But perhaps through the conversations with the RVA, if council endorses this, we can consider if there are other opportunities for private subsidies for the trail, for naming and that kind of thing.
And what's the risk if we don't want to move this forward? What's the risk of losing some of the other funding from the other levels of government?
We would likely lose the funding from other orders of government. They are looking for, the province in particular is looking for a signal from the city as to whether or not we would like to proceed.
Great. And just kind of more detailed questions on the trail. The segment we're talking about, just to be clear there, when we're talking about just a gravel segment that's going to complete that, so that part of this trail is gravel and part of it's pavement. Is that correct?
The 25 kilometers outstanding, much of that does not exist at the moment, and there are sort of intermittent pieces where the Top of Bank Trail has been completed in the Keswick neighborhood. I believe the material of that varies where you are in the neighborhood. Predominantly it's granular, and what's proposed here for the 25-kilometer extension is granular. That could be upgraded to asphalt at some point in the future if there's sufficient user demand or need for that upgrade at that time.
Great, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Yeah, thank you. Just building on Councillor Stevenson's questions and recognizing the provincial and federal funding that's also part of this conversation, does the opportunity to leverage those dollars sort of push things higher up the priority list, knowing that, that we'd want to capitalize on that?
Yes, anytime that for any particular project where we have opportunities to leverage money outside of the city, absolutely. But I'm not sure where that sits with the budget process currently, if it meaningfully moves it. That would become a funded opportunity or not. So too early to comment on that.
Okay, and I guess I was thinking more about some of the other projects that were mentioned, like Touch the Water, et cetera, and how leveraged funds play into that internal prioritization of projects.
So yes, absolutely, it is a consideration. Often priority projects have opportunities, those other projects have opportunities to bring external money as well. And so there is at times competition both for internal money and external money for similar projects.
Okay, and I wanted to understand just the opportunity around the RVA-led process, just to make sure I understand what that would look like budget-wise. So if it was on the city-led side, my understanding it would essentially be like the 8 mil would be, we couldn't do it on debt. Whereas if it was RVA led, that does open up the opportunity to do it on debt and spread out those costs. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and with the wording of this motion, this allows you to continue doing that work and to find out sort of what is the optimal delivery option to do this in the most cost-effective and I would say quickest way possible, and have that conversation at budget. So it's not directing RVA-led versus city-led right now. It's saying do the work to determine what's the best option.
Correct. This would allow us to pursue the optimal option, delivery, et cetera, and bring that back as part of the budget discussion.
Perfect, perfect. And to work alongside RVA to do that.
Correct.
When it comes to, there was just a line in the report around the $3 million that's already been provided to do the technical studies and pre-work from the province, and that the provincial government is seeking clarity on sort of the status of this project. You know, putting this forward today, making sure that this is part of our capital planning cycle, I feel like that's an indicator. Would you agree?
I would agree with that. That might be another question for Ms. Archibald, but I would agree with that.
Okay, great. And just on the trail strategy. So council recently advanced the trail strategy as well, just making sure that this work is incorporated into and well aligned with that as we start to roll it out. I know it's still quite new. We're in development. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, we're working to ensure that there is that alignment. We're still working through the procurement process to retain a consultant, so it's still early days on that project. But certainly between the trail strategy, alignment with the Ribbon of Green strategic plan and the RVA plan of action, this trail is well reflected within those documents and will be picked up through the trail strategy work.
Okay, fantastic. I think that's it. It was a very clear presentation. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Parmar.
Well, thank you, Chair Stevenson. I just had a question around the active transportation network capital budget, and just wondering if there were any, if I can get a status on if that budget has been fully funded or fully allotted to.
I don't think we have that information, but this trail segment, I don't believe would have been utilizing those funds. This would be separate funds to build this trail.
Yeah, and I was wondering if we would be able to, if there were the funds in that one, if there is a ability to transfer or repurpose funds.
Yeah, I don't think we have anybody on our delegation at the moment that can help with that, but I think this motion does give us the ability to look at what the best funding approaches would be, and we'll take that away and incorporate that.
Okay, I'm concerned about rising construction costs. And a lot of the times when these projects come towards us, the challenge that for all of us is time when it comes to construction. The costs always tend to rise, and I'm just wondering, from a perspective, is there a way to commit sooner rather than later than the budgetary process?
I'll maybe step in here and say you always have the ability to make budget adjustments provided that there's a funding source. At this current time, there isn't necessarily a funding source, and we would generally caution against making decisions on a single item before you see the entire suite of items before you. Recognizing that that as you work your way through this, it's important to remember that you still have a $2.8 billion renewal deficit. And so we're very much trying to manage the multiple things that require funding for which there isn't significant funding to fund all the things.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Ms. Hadbury. And I think that one of the things that we're looking at when we look at the suite of options is around partner matching funding, economic development. Like, I feel like this one ticks a lot of boxes, but I appreciate the caution around making sure that we're comparing them all. I am just really concerned about the costs as they rise. And, you know, as we know, all projects get more expensive with time. And so do we know the 8 million that has been put forward in the submission, do we know if that's a fixed price for X period of time?
The cost is presented, I believe, reflects a 2025 estimate. We have included, or there is included within that, a fairly healthy contingency. Will we know for certain if there's further cost escalations between now and 1 or 2 or 3 years from now? No, but we've put our best sort of information forward along with the contingency.
Okay, and I just want to, I know that Councillor Salvador asked it, but I want to confirm one more time. Do you think by this motion, we actually are saying to the provincial and the federal government that yes, this is a priority for us to be funded? Or do you think that this could just be wait until December when council decides on budget?
I don't think we could speak with certainty, Councillor, how the province would view this. It could be a significant signal, but there's also a lot of conversation about waiting for the budget outcomes as well. So I don't think we could speak with confidence.
Okay, and can you just maybe advise me what could be done in order for us to speak with more confidence with this motion?
I think about the only thing that you would be able to say with confidence is that this will be considered as part of the city's 4-year budget process.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions on the board. Anyone wishing to speak to this motion? Maybe I'll just jump on quickly to Councillor Parmar's question. I think that this is an opportunity for us to speak as individual councillors to share our support. You know, I see the strategic opportunity that this project presents, really great opportunity to collaborate with other orders of government and leverage that funding that's available and complete a decades-old and generational project. So for me, going into our 4-year budget deliberation, this one ranks high for me, again, particularly you know, weighing it against some of the other priorities we heard today. I think it ticks a lot of boxes for our very scarce growth dollars, and it's certainly one that I'd be looking at favorably. I'll go next to Councillor Clark.
Yeah, I'll be quick on this. I think this is a really cool opportunity, especially I love it from the tourism and the economic lens here to have the 100K trail, which I don't think anybody can say they have in probably North America. So I really like the opportunities it unlocks. Working with other municipalities, the other levels of government is really key on this. So yeah, I'm looking forward to supporting it, and I'm also looking forward to try to find some other kind of funding to maybe make this happen, but to be continued on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, my name just jumped off. Yeah, I just wanted to jump on to express my continued support for this project and for this work. As we all know, and as we heard from speakers, River Valley is just an outstanding character-defining natural asset in our communities. And I do think that this motion sends an important signal about the completion of this project. We learned a little bit, and I'm excited to dig into some more of these numbers as this project progresses, but there's huge economic benefits associated with this project, attached to visitor economy as a tourism and destination asset, and as a fantastic experience, not only for visitors, but for Edmontonians and folks who live in our region. It supports regional connectivity and is a fantastic example of a decades-long regional collaboration, a successful collaboration. And speaking of conversations that I've had as I'm lucky enough to sit around the RVA table, that collaborative spirit is very strong, and that excitement about taking this next step is absolutely there with our partners. Environmentally, we know that this work is aligned with the Ribbon of Green and our city plan and helps support active and healthy lifestyles for folks across our region. Was very interested to see some of the potential options whether it's city-led or RVA-led, to complete this project. And really, I'm interested in any option that is going to get us to completion as soon as possible. When it comes to leveraging provincial and federal funding, I absolutely think we need to capitalize on this. You know, as a project that has always been about leveraging regional, provincial, and federal partnerships, I think this is a continuation of that work, and it would be just again a continuation of that. Yeah, and just want to take a moment to actually thank the RVA for their leadership up to this point. Christine, I know you've been a tireless advocate for the completion of the trail, and very excited to see this work advancing to budget. So my deepest gratitude to all the work that's happened to date, and really looking forward to pushing this forward. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Councillor Parmar?
Thank you, Chair Stevenson. I also just want to lend my support and voice to this motion, and really just to the entire project. I often talk about how this term at council is a bit of the finishing term, where we will be finishing large projects such as the LRT, and a lot of these projects are essential to our economic development, and I really would love to see this sooner than later, and so we'll continue to see and work with administration to see if there are other options moving this forward. I also believe that this should be a very strong signal to federal and provincial partners based on the comments that you're seeing or hearing in this committee meeting. And I just want to thank also all the speakers that came today, and once again lend my support to this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans, any closing comments?
Yeah, I had the privilege of serving with Councillor Salvador last term on the River Valley Alliance, and we got to see the naming and a bunch of cool things develop. And I agree with my colleagues. I guess my caution here is I'm still feeling a bit of whiplash this morning as we get towards the capital budget, because we had a very much like a very, very serious conversation this morning about Edmontonians losing their lives on our roads, and that was a $150 million ask. And then we had this conversation about parking, and there's this expectation that people want free parking everywhere. And then we are having this tax levy conversation and this deferred maintenance conversation. So it's all this to say it's very challenging that costs are continued to be downloaded onto Edmontonians, that we know 1 in 3 cars on a road. Look around, if you see 3 cars, only 1 of them or 2 of them are paying taxes in Edmonton, and 1 of them isn't. I want to support this kind of regional infrastructure. I want to support this incredible local recreational amenity in our backyard, but I'm struggling how with the tools we have. I was looking last night, and Stanley Park, if you go to Stanley Park in Vancouver, right now you'd be paying $4.75 an hour to park there. If you go to Sylvan Lake, you'll be paying $50 to park at the beach. If you go to national parks, you'll be paying to park there. What tools do we have to generate money to pay back a $8 million loan on a 25-year horizon? We need to use different tools at our disposal. So whether that's dedicated parking fees that go to paying off the amenity, kind of like a toll road or something, maybe it's a different proposal. I don't know, but I want to see how we get there. I'm just nervous with the gravity of everything that we're feeling today. So I'll support the motion. Obviously, I moved it, but yeah, just trying to manage expectations a little bit for the road ahead, the trail ahead.
Almost got it. Perfect. Thank you so much. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. That concludes this item. We'll go now to our last item. I don't believe that we need a presentation on it, so I'm happy to go straight into our speakers. Bladen Dibben, are you still with us? No? Or
yes, hi.
Hi.
I'm here, Chair Stevenson.
Thank you. Over to you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you, Chair Stevenson and members of Urban Planning Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is Bladen Dibben. I'm a member of Build Edmonton Metro's New Communities and Growth Committee and the Manager of Planning at Select Engineering Consultants. I'm here today on behalf of Build Edmonton Metro in support of administration's proposed updates to the terms of reference for statutory plans. From a technical planning perspective, the terms of reference are an important tool that help establish clear expectations, standardize submission requirements, and provide consistency throughout the area structure plan and neighborhood structure plan process. The proposed updates will provide council with additional context regarding surrounding development activity, infrastructure connections, servicing considerations, and growth-related information when considering authorization requests. In our view, providing this information earlier in the process supports more informed decision-making while maintaining alignment with approved policy direction and existing growth planning frameworks. We also appreciate administration's engagement with industry throughout the development of these updates. As implementation moves forward, it will be important to ensure that any new information requirements are incorporated in a way that maintains process efficiency, predictable timelines, and coordinated technical reviews. Clear requirements, consistent application standards, and alignment with established service level expectations are critical to supporting infrastructure planning, investment certainty, and the timely delivery of new housing and communities. I want to thank you for your time today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much, and thanks for sticking with us to the very end. We'll go to our next speaker, Kaylin Anderson.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Stevenson and members of our Urban Planning Committee. My name is Kaylin Anderson, and I'm CEO of Build Edmonton Metro. I am pleased to be here today representing Build Edmonton to share feedback as administration continues its work to refine the terms of reference for statutory plans. From a policy perspective, Build Edmonton Metro supports initiatives that improve transparency, consistency, predictability, and overall efficiency within Edmonton's planning framework. The updates presented here for information provide council with additional context to inform authorization decisions while maintaining the terms of reference as an operational tool that supports alignment with the city plan, district plans, and other approved policy directions. We believe that these administrative changes will strengthen the connection between growth planning, infrastructure readiness, and informed decision-making. The refined terms of reference provide sufficient clarity, and we think it's ready to be used by administration and the development industry. As this work continues to evolve, we encourage ongoing collaboration between administration, council, and industry to ensure that planning processes remain efficient, predictable, and responsive to Edmonton's growth objectives. Thank you very much for your time today. I would be pleased to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Thank you both for your presentations. Do we have any questions for our speakers? Okay. Not seeing any at this moment, but again, appreciate your comments and taking the time to be with us today. We'll go next to questions of administration.
I have a quick one.
Okay, Councillor Jans.
I'm just curious why, like, what this is useful for. Is it when we talk about new neighborhoods? Is this the future growth area? Is this ones that are in ASPs that we might be amending? I'm just wondering how this ranks in terms of our priorities with our work plan, with industrial growth areas, with priority growth areas, with everything else.
These are for any new any new area structure plans and NSPs within the developing area.
Aren't we kind of full? Like, haven't we? How many more do we need to do?
Councillor, we do have a couple that might still be coming in the developing area. So we're currently working through Kettle Lakes and Snowberry under this new terms of reference. There's also the Dakota NSP within the Dakota ASP area. So there's a couple that would still come for authorization under the new terms of reference.
And then after that, then we're done. Then no new neighborhoods after that.
After that, we'd generally be looking into the future growth area, but that's a completely different thing that this does not apply for that at this time.
Okay, well, I struggle to see why this is necessary, but I'll support the motion and follow up offline. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, as someone who is very keen on this work, really appreciate coming forward. Great to have line of sight on this. Really appreciate the updates that have been done, and I just had a few questions of clarification. So again, I think the procedure is clear, but again, this would apply for any ASP authorizations, let's say if south of 41st were to open up?
Those are in the future growth area. These are for plans that are in the developing area. So according to city plan, those lands are not developing or at this time.
Okay, yeah, references, it says for land south of 41st Avenue, a district-level collaborative visioning process will be required before a new ASP is brought forward to City Council for authorization. So with that, like that, the district-level collaborative visioning process would happen, and then we would sort of have some of that similar information coming forward for any authorization?
Yeah, so south of 41, there's a number of steps and council decision points to move forward with planning in that area. The terms of reference would be built upon, and subsequently, if there were any approvals to allow development to proceed, we would build upon those terms of reference, including those new, the updated IAMP, as well as any additional climate measures that we're looking to put in there. So those pieces are coming for committee discussion coming up in, I think, Q1 or Q2 in 2027.
Great. Do all of the ASP level IIMPs have a breakdown by neighborhood, or is it just at the ASP level?
So for the IMPs for ASPs are at the ASP level, and then they get narrowed down and more specific as we get to the NSPs.
Okay, so when we have an NSP authorization, we only have a generalized ASP IIMP. Okay, no, that's helpful. I think the criteria that you've captured are really excellent. Do we also have, and do we know at the authorization stage the number or like the proportion of non-conforming landowners?
Councillor, that's usually something that we have, but it's not something that is completely established at that time. There's also sort of a bit of a spectrum there and levels of participation. So that's something we're looking into, whether that's something we could include, but generally speaking, the ownership's not something we focus on too much.
Okay, yeah, I think it does speak to sort of the timing. I think, if we have really low participation, it sort of speaks to, is this the right time to authorize the plan? So potentially something to incorporate moving forward. And then just wanted to confirm finally, when it talks about surrounding neighborhoods, that would include neighborhoods outside of the specific ASP area. So if it's in ASP number 1, we would also look at bordering neighborhoods in ASP number 2, for example.
Yeah, that's correct. It's more about looking at the trends of subdivisions and servicing extensions and that kind of stuff, which could be from other directions that are not within the ASP area.
Great. Okay, well then I don't have any further questions. I don't see anyone else on the board. Again, really appreciate these updates. I think they're excellent. And I don't even think we need a motion on this, do we? Okay, great.
No, Councillor Stevenson.
Well, thank you. I will give it one last call if anyone had comments or questions. But if not, well, thank you very much for your time and for being with us all day. So we have 7 minutes left, but I understand that our colleague is in transit right now and unable to make his notices of motion or his motions pending. So we can roll those over to the next Urban Planning Committee meeting.
So because the notice of motion was given May 12 at Urban Planning Committee, the motions pending could then be postponed to the next UPC meeting.
Great. Okay, well then let's do that. I don't think we need a motion for that to happen, do we? Or do we?
Unanimous consent works.
Unanimous consent for these motions pending to roll over to our next Urban Planning Committee meeting. I believe that there was a notice of motion. Councillor Jans, did you have a notice of motion?
No, I'll move it another time.
Okay, great. Any other notices of motion or motions without customary notice? No, then we are adjourned at 4:54. Thank you all very much for helping us get through this marathon of a day. It was a great conversation. Thank you.